me. We're not going to hear me. I won't let it happen. I won't let it happen. We're not going to
perfect it.
I'm gonna perfect the art of starting UFR.
I'm quickly finishing my breakfast here. I apologize.
No,
Have
it's
yourself
okay.
muted yet?
What?
Have yourself muted yet? Or are we gonna hear two of you?
No, I'm waiting. It hasn't clicked in yet. Hasn't clicked in. Oh, there we go. Yep, got it. Hit it. Ha! They said it couldn't be done.
Professional streamer.
I'm literally a professional. They said it couldn't be done. They said I couldn't do it. That's what I'm saying, dude. Alan doesn't get why I every time I need to do something important, I just say they say it couldn't be done, and then that gives me the motivation to do it. And people don't. Alan doesn't understand. Hi, Richter.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going, guys? Good morning.
How are you doing, Richter?
Doing good.
I'm doing fine. I can't wait to enslave you and make you translate Japanese letters for free. I can't wait to do that. Lucid.
No!
By the way, that's the deal. If you need anything translated from Japanese, Lucid will do it for free forever. That's the deal that was just brokered here at Richter Overtime Co. So make sure to pop into the UFR Discord to take full advantage of that. And ruin
Is he botting out for anyone else?
Oh, I was about to adjust my antenna. I thought that was me. He's botting out for me.
My internet has been like shit lately.
Oh no, Discord shit is better for me too.
Okay.
Oh,
this is a. Let's try and change the server, the channel.
What you want me to send us to Singapore or something?
Yeah, send us to like Singapore and
Hold
see if
on.
that works.
Where's the thing?
You can do that, right?
I should be able to. You used to be able to.
I don't see the setting, but
I don't see it. Yeah, no, I think it's gone. I don't think you could do it anymore.
Someone will tell us that we're wrong, and it's right there.
Someone said that's an EFAP reference. Probably. That's probably where I got it. I wish I could send our server to Nineveh.
Are they
YouTube video for 3 hours again? Yes, son, we are. Now shut the fuck up and stay in your seat.
I barely understood what he said. Why is the US getting EMP'd? Is that what's happening?
It's sabotage. The election's coming.
It's
ruining the internet.
It's the election.
Oh, might be the biggest disaster ever.
That cannot be the biggest disaster ever.
It might be the biggest disaster ever that Zesty Jesus can't talk on your podcast.
Crowd strike.
Okay.
It's happening again.
All is well again. It's fixed itself. This is good.
Okay, dope.
For now.
For now, until they attack again. Until they attack once more.
No, come knocking down my door. I don't know. Why would the FBI knock down my door? What have I done? What is my most notorious crime? I shit you not. I think the only crime I've ever committed was running a stop sign on my bicycle.
Pretty heinous.
Is that a crime?
Yes, it is. So short story. When I was going to college, I would ride my bike from my dorm to the class I would teach in the morning, and I would and campus at like 6 in the morning was fucking empty. No one was there, and my lectures would start at 7. And so I would get there early and prepare and what have you. And so I'm blazing through campus on my bike, and I'm running through stop signs because I don't give a fuck. There's nobody there. Doesn't matter. And one day there just happened to be a bicycle cop, not a motorcycle cop, a bicycle cop just chilling. And I blaze through without paying attention. And he follows me all the way to my building for like a half a mile because I didn't notice him. And he wasn't saying anything. He wasn't like shouting, like trying to get my attention. And then I pull my bike up into the rack, and then I turn around. He fucking jump scares me, like, fuck, what is this guy doing? He was like, you know you ran a stop sign, right? I'm like, yeah, sorry. And I told him because it's like, dude, it's 6 in the morning. I'm getting ready to teach a class. There's nobody around. And the cop's like, okay, yeah, just don't let me see you doing it again. And he left me alone, so.
And the cop threw you in jail.
He threw me in prison.
Yeah, I've done much worse, Zesty. We've committed real crimes over at Richter Overtime Co. We stole a laptop from school once. The ultimate crime you could ever commit.
That's true. It's the worst thing you could ever do.
I didn't even actually what happened is I took it out of my class and I gave it to another kid and then he stole it. So
it's more of like a crime of accessory than anything else.
Yeah, well the thing is, like, I was scared because I was in like 7th grade or something that there would be like a computer tracking government chip in it and they would just like IP locate it to my house. So once I stole it, I was like, actually, I don't want to deal with that. So let me see if I can just like give this to some like kid. and so he like took it, and then he took it home.
Wow.
Hopefully, he never got IP government track chipped. Otherwise, it'd be kind of evil.
I think I've got you both beat. I got caught. I got the police called on me because I was on the roof of my high school.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I was in classic me fashion. I was not doing drugs. I wasn't graffitiing anything. I was filming a personal project, and I needed a shot of the roof of the school for one of the things I was filming.
That's awesome.
Wow.
And I got away with it for a while. We were going up there pretty regularly, and then I got seen because the building across from our school, like the annex building, had like an upward tilting window, and a teacher looked out his window at that building, saw the reflection of the window, and could see us on the roof of the building he was in.
Nice.
Yeah.
Great. Dude, can I tell you a funny story?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
I got a funny story. So, another high school story. I was a fat fuck nerd, and I was in my robotics club because I didn't do sports. And so like we would do like robotics competitions where we would build a robot and have it like play a game against each other. Some people in here might be familiar with FIRST Robotics. It's a pretty big like American thing. We would do that. One day after school, like in the off season when we weren't building a robot, we got bored. And when you combine bored high schoolers with power tools in a back room with nothing to do, the recipe for disaster. We found an old computer microchip from like a fucking Gateway 1999 box. We ripped that out of the motherboard. We put it on the table. We're like, we're gonna melt the gold off this silicon chip using a heat gun. Well, yeah, that's gonna be a great idea, right? So we set this fucker on the table. We point the heat gun at it, and our dumb retard brains didn't realize the plastic would catch fire first before the gold would melt. And so this thing just ignites on the table and fills the room with smoke. And it smelled like death. Burnt silicon smells awful. And we run out of that room and we flee to the basement of our building. We don't want to get caught. And I shit you not, the entire building smelled like burnt for like a week because we set that silicon chip on fire. And so we're like hiding in the basement for like 30 minutes, like freaking out because we're afraid we're gonna get caught. And then, like we slowly
arson.
We like slowly make like, thank God no fire alarms went off, and we like slowly make our way back up to our club room, and like we see teachers looking around the hallways trying to find the source. And we did, but to this day, nobody knows. We didn't tell a fucking soul what we did, and no one found out.
Wow,
it was great.
You got us beat, I think.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Listen,
TF2. TF2 is a scary, sad story, right?
That's a brilliant transition.
It's
they don't know
it's a scary, sad story. Stuff happening to a game.
Well,
and people not caring.
Richter, you are going to love what I've been writing for the past day. I think you're gonna take.
Is it stealing any of the thunder from what I want to make, Zesty?
Nope. I think you are going to take great delight because it highlights. I have managed to directly pinpoint, moment by moment, what Valve did to ruin TF2. And exactly why exactly why they did it. Yeah, and I am so excited to have this video done.
Does it involve the departure of DeBiang, Moby Frankie, and
nope, it has nothing to do with cosmetics. It has everything to do with Meet Your Match.
Okay.
Nice.
See, now this sounds a lot like that video by that one fella.
He's wrong.
Really?
Oh boy.
So he's not wrong in that what matchmaking or what Meet Your Match took away from the game and how infinitely worse than quick play it is, but he got the reason wrong. Very wrong. And very few people understand it fully why Valve did what they did.
Well, I guess we'll have to see that. I'm looking forward.
Very exciting.
I'm not sure what the next frontier is for TF2 discourse. Now that the bot stuff is sort of resolved, do we zero in on the art style discussion, or do we zero in on the matchmaking?
Well, did you see that
discussion?
Did you see that tweet that that Weezy made asking that exact question?
I don't know if I did, but it's got to be
Yeah,
one of the two, right?
apparently,
Those are the only two
here,
things that matter.
I'll pull it up.
If people primarily care about unmuting free-to-plays, which is a valiant cause, I think they should be unmuted because the mute was stupid and did nothing.
Yeah, hold on. Let me.
That feels like such a small thing to focus your the entire efforts of the community on, though. To me,
I think it is indicative of a larger problem, and if that larger problem is what's focused on, I think it's good. But yeah, here I'll throw this up. This was a poll conducted with 2,219 votes by Weezy.
I could host a much better poll. Let it be known, I could host a much better poll. The people would show out more.
It was a pretty even split between the other three options, which I think is interesting. But there was a wide gap for unmuting free-to-plays being the next big TF2 discourse topic.
Matchmaking next. Matchmaking next after that, though.
I thought so this is like not a what people want to talk about as much as it is a what do people think people will talk about, which I think is interesting. Because of the way the question's phrased. Because I don't think it should be discussed much more. It's kind of hard to discuss it any more than it has been. But I voted for the Death of the Art Style follow-up discussion because I feel like people have begun to hone in more and more on it, and it's kind of like it's become like in YouTube videos I've noticed from members of the community mentioning how bad the art style is getting, or how much it's being tainted has become like a thing to mention as a joke offhand by a lot of people, in the same way that the bots often were in times past. So that's why I thought, hey, this might be a predecessor for something more.
Thing is, I also agree that I think this is going to become a bigger focus. Unfortunately, the majority of people who are playing TF2 nowadays are more modern players, and they just don't care. They are the tourists of gaming, where they just kind of play with something because they have fun with it and they kind of move on. They consume video games like food, right? They eat the food, they enjoy the food, they move on to the next meal. They don't give a fuck, right? And so I think the most people who are like the surface level enjoyers, where most of the noise and discourse surrounding TF2 comes from these people that don't have a really strong investment in the game and a strong investment in like the art style and all the charm that comes with it. They don't give a fuck. I just posted that tweet here where it's like, oh, so many people are unable to differentiate between TF2's art style and its theme and setting. If a dumb banana hat existed in TF2, this is what it would look like. Therefore, it's okay. It's like, it's so
Great point.
stupid.
You're so right. You might not be molesting the game's art style. You're instead molesting the game's theme and what was the language? The theme and setting.
Theme and setting.
Yeah, that's so much better that you're. That's funny.
I got into an argument with Squim on Twitter over this. It was not a lot. I didn't spend too much time on it.
What's been going on with this guy? I thought this guy was really cool, but he's been tweeting.
Yeah, I thought this guy was a member of the old guard. I don't know what caused him to just 180 so quickly. It's really weird.
Yeah, it. I don't know what it is either. It was very interesting.
It's probably the same trap that I've fallen into a lot of times when I'm on Twitter, which is just like trying to be a part of a conversation. Like you can sort of like force yourself into saying stuff that maybe you don't necessarily believe in, just to like, hey, I've got an account, I want to promote my stuff. It's easy to fall into that trap, like even totally unconsciously. So I wouldn't put it against him.
Yeah, I don't like hold it against him as a person. It's just weird that he's been having so many awful takes lately.
I don't think he's trying to like. Sorry, Lucid. I didn't mean to like shout over you.
No worries. Go for it.
I was gonna say I don't think he's trying to like declare war on art style people with this. I think he's just trying to contribute in his own little tiny way. I don't think he's necessarily even saying that like the art style isn't important. He's just trying to do like actually, which is like fine. You can do that on Twitter. That's like what that platform's for.
Well, it's like
And I completely agree that they're not mutually exclusive. It's like.
Well, it's also like he's pointing at this cosmetic to say this, and I point this out when you just start talking about it in replies. But this cosmetic, most people who say this is bad aren't saying it's bad because it doesn't fit the setting of TF2. Most people, like, because most people wouldn't be stupid enough to say that the hats like this haven't existed since, like, didn't exist in the 70s or the 60s. Like, these hats like this have existed for a very long time. That's not really the problem. The problem is, like, a bunch of other things, which are, like, the tone, the oversaturated use of yellow,
tones, themes,
yeah.
stylization.
Yeah.
These three things all go hand in hand when you create content for the game.
Yeah.
One can no facet of this trifecta can be ignored. all have to be taken into account to make the best content as possible.
Unfortunately, Zesty, all of those nebulous words you just stated get in the way of me being able to just dump like retarded slop onto the game. So it's going to have to be ignored because I need more content in the game because that's what keeps TF2 alive, right?
In many people's eyes, yeah, a lot of people think that way. A lot of people think that more terrible content is really what's keeping the game alive, and not the fact that the game is just good.
Should I show this Overlord lettuce tweet?
No, don't.
All right.
I just posted it in there because it's funny. I mean, if you want to, yeah, sure, fuck it, why not? The dude's a schizo, but it's just funny.
Who is this? Who is Overlord Lettuce? Who is this person?
He's a workshopper he's a workshopper, has content in the game. This is someone who makes your content, people.
Yeah,
so I guess this is someone you must despise, Zesty, for him to be a workshopper.
Oh, I mean, he and I got into a debate on my stream last year. It was quite fun.
I'm trying to think if I've interacted with this person before. I might have.
I don't agree that the word art style is used as a buzzword.
No, it's not.
And it's also
we're directly referencing the game.
It also isn't used as a way to club. Club workshoppers to death is wild. Unironically, that's like wild terminology.
Somebody wrote that.
Lucid, I encourage that if you're really bored one evening, scroll through this guy's Twitter. It is some of the most amazing schizo posting you have ever seen.
I'm perfectly fine, honestly. I'm good. Club workshoppers to death is crazy. I don't even I don't even know what to say to that. That's just a wild thing to say. Like,
well, no, he's angry. The thing is, this guy is upset because people started pointing out the terrible content.
Throw workshoppers into a pit or whatever that meme.
Well, yeah, but like club workshopper, because he's alluding to, or they're alluding to baby seals or seals getting clubbed. That's the terminology. Like when people talk about being clubbed to death,
they're getting beat up.
Yeah, they're like referring. Usually, they're alluding to like the clubbing of the like club. Yeah, like Clubsy the seal. Thank you, chat. Yeah, no, it's just very violent terminology to be used for someone to say, hey, this cosmetic doesn't fit the art style. I don't think that's equivalent to say to I want this person to be dead. Yeah, no.
Well, the thing is, what's that fallacy where you hyper exaggerate something into something that it's not? You know, like
slope.
I guess slippery slope is the right one. Or where it's like where someone comes forward and says, "Hey, I don't like what you're doing." Well, yeah, you're Hitler. Like whatever that fallacy is, right?
Yeah, that's not really slippery slope. That's more. Ah, fuck. I used to know that, but it's extrapolating a conclusion that doesn't fit your point and then arguing upon it. I just don't remember what it's called.
Yeah, whatever that
Everyone's
fallacy
saying
is.
straw man in the chat.
Well, straw man is building up an argument that doesn't exist and then tearing it down.
Yeah,
that's not what he's doing.
That's not. Yeah.
He's deflecting criticism he's deflecting criticism by blowing it up to them being harassed and abused and clubbed by buzzwords.
Chat,
that's what he's doing.
A straw man would be like if someone said, people always criticize the art style, or people always criticize workshoppers for like putting too much blue in the game, and I don't understand that because I don't think why should we have to relegate a certain color to not being in the game? That's a straw man because unless you can find some random person who makes that argument, that's usually not the argument being made. There's an example. Yeah. Also, Pulse Kinesis super chatted $2 to say they're actually talking about Club Penguin. I agree.
Dissonant exaggeration. I think that's a nice way to put it. I don't know if that's an actual label for a fallacy, but dissonant exaggeration is very good.
Yeah.
You know, how many YouTubers are there that actually shit on the workshop creators? It's like you and Monkey, I think. I don't know, like, who else does that?
Well, no one, because that's not good for content. You get a lot more people happy and praising your video if you praise everything that comes your way. I know fish stick on a stick is openly critical of things when he does his workshop streams as well.
Yeah.
But beyond that, I don't know of too many others.
No
one, I know very few people that will outwardly come and say, "Wow, this hat they put in the game fucking sucks."
Only Zesty Jesus.
Yeah, fish does stuff, but I think people don't typically, contrary to what you would believe, people rarely criticize specific workshoppers, even more rarely than they criticize the workshop in general. Like, people rarely point out, like, oh, this person makes bad stuff.
No, generally, it with people
like,
focus on the content itself and not the people.
When I say people,
not
I'm
specific people.
When I say people, I'm obviously not referring to Zesty, who just said that Overlord Lettuce's cosmetics were bad. So that's not I'm talking about like people, like Fish won't usually talk about like, oh, this specific workshopper is bad, or at least I've not heard him say that. It's usually a very broad, like, this cosmetic is bad, or these kinds of cosmetics are bad. But yeah,
I don't know. I know nothing about that. I've never been super invested into the workshop stuff. I just think Zesty's kind of funny.
Yeah, I really do try to separate the art from the artist when it comes to cosmetics in the game, and I think it's important to do it if you're trying to be as objective as possible in discussing things.
Listen, this isn't even a video about workshoppers. That's not even what it is.
The video we're covering.
It's not.
I know. Can you believe it? You could talk about how the art style being tainted without bringing up the people who have contributed to it. It's crazy. I don't know. We can get more into it with the video itself, because I know we're probably going to spend a while on that. But I do have a few things I do want to say before we I have at least one very important announcement to make about next week's UFR. And then I also want to
Lucid is coming out as gay, everybody. Everyone celebrate this moment for him. It's a wonderful time.
My girlfriend would hate that. My girlfriend's
Everybody,
gonna hate that
round
news.
of applause. Congratulations, Lucid.
No. So I have a few, and I'll say a few things. One, a bunch of new people. I'll start with the minor stuff first. A few notable new people have joined the SMP since we announced it last week. The two most notable ones are John Hill has shown that he wants to be on it, so he's going to be there, and two Fort Twerkers. Two Fort Twerkers is going to be on.
Two Fort Twerkers is going to be on fucking Minecraft.
He's going to be on the SMP.
That's insane.
I'm excited.
That means I gotta get on.
Yeah, no, yeah. Richter will be there as well, probably. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be exciting. Me and Alan were just right before stream. We were working on getting the server all ready. We were looking at plugins, trying to have like a scoreboard of some kind, spice things up a little bit. Also, you heard it here first. We did a vote because there were some concerns about a few different things. The main one being lack of content, as well as a bunch of quality of life stuff. So we took a vote in the Discord from all of the people who are going to be in the SMP, and we are going to still do beta 1.7.3, but we are going to use the better than adventure version. That I'm sure many of you know, that makes the game, that kind of adds a lot of quality of life stuff and vanilla additions to the game, to make it a little bit more not modern. Modern isn't the right word, to just give it more content, to give it a little bit more flair, which is gonna be great, because it means that, you know, there's a lot of things that it's gonna give some new experiences to people who might think they know everything about Minecraft. So that's gonna be fun. I'm really excited about it.
But mods aren't the vanilla game.
It's I agree. I agree. But I also
I know everything there is to know about beta 1.7.3, but not the mod. Come on.
It's I hear you, Zesty. See, the issue is right. It was kind of a palatability thing, because I wanted the reason we did originally, I would do beta, I would do better than adventure if given the choice myself, because I've played the mod, or it's not even really a mod. It's kind of a completely separate experience that's been tailor made. It's not, like Zest, you got to think of it much different from like a modified version of Minecraft. It's kind of a completely separate like fork. The whole premise of it is what if Minecraft continued getting updated, but with the original style? So, like, things like hunger and sprinting still aren't in the game, but there are smaller additions that kind of build off of mechanics that were already existing. And I can vouch that it's a really, really faithful version of that.
Listen, I'm an angry boomer, and I already don't like it.
bad.
I implore you to have an open mind.
No,
Yeah.
I'm too old to have an open mind now. I will only eat the same things I did when I was 16. Thank you.
No,
You'll see.
This is so sad.
It'll be great.
No, it's really, really fun. I'm excited about it. And also, so yeah, beta. That's all happening August 16th. Tell your friends. Very excited about that. Also, and this is an announcement that I never thought I'd be able to make, because it's like a one that
Lucid is coming out as gay.
no, it's not. It's
Oh Christ!
no. We next week is going to be a very special UFR. It's going to be It's not going to feature any of the two wonderful people here. Next week we were going to have a different video. I had already picked out the video.
He's just gonna kill us. Lucid's executing me and Zesty next week.
Live on stream.
Live on stream. We're gonna fucking murder us.
Next week we were going to have a completely different video that will probably push back to the week after about why objectivity is bad, and I really hope Zesty's here. As well as like a few other people who care about that, because I really give a shit about that whole discussion. And it was made by, if I remember correctly, it was made by a TF-tuber. So that's going to be an interesting discussion about why objectivity is cringe and shouldn't be a thing. But that video is getting pushed back because next week is going to be an interview. We're kind of going to be covering a video, but not really. With Emperor Lemon, who agreed to be on agreed to be on UFR.
What the fuck? You're gonna not let me be on there with Emp Lemon, bro? You're such a prick.
No. It is just going to be. It's just gonna be.
I get it.
Yeah, it's gonna be just him.
Listen, I used to run a little series where I interviewed people. It was pretty cringe, though. I hope nobody digs it up.
But yeah, no.
That's exciting.
I'm really, really excited about it. I was shocked, honestly.
You got to get a renewal of his comment, the cocksucking pimple-faced weeb thing. You got to get him to say that again. It's really funny.
No, no, I'm really excited about that because apparently he has been watching this show recently, which is also a wild thing, because he is like the YouTuber who inspired me to make content. So
that's really exciting for you.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited to get him on here.
Does that mean he's been seeing like me and Zesty and like Weezy like fucking freak out?
Get so ranting about the fucking game.
Yeah.
Oh shit. I don't like it.
No, Imp Lemon will not join the SMP. I am not pushing my luck. I am glad to just have him on for like an hour to discuss DF2 and discuss the way things are. So yeah. I might get you guys. I might do like a forum where you guys can submit questions, and if there's like some interesting ones, I'll put those in. But yeah, that's what you guys can hope to expect for next week.
That's pretty cool.
I'm really excited about it. So yeah, lots of cool things happening.
You're moving up.
This is very cool.
Lots of cool. I'm doing my best. I don't want to think about it too hard. But yeah, no, I'm excited. I'm really excited to get him on.
What you said you guys are kind of going to be covering a video. What do you mean by that?
Well, I want to go over the things he said in his TF2 video he uploaded on his second channel.
You're going to have him on to talk about TF2 in particular.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, because he's been playing it for a while. He's kind of a boomer, TF2 boomer. So I'm excited to talk to him about it.
Just for me, you gotta ask him if he's seen the fucking tornadoes that have happened on here, because I'm really curious to know. I would never expect that he would watch a show like this, so that's really cool.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to I'm excited to ask him about his thoughts on things. It's gonna be fun. But yeah, no, that's a big announcement for me. I'm really excited about that. Lots of cool things happening for UFR between that, the SMP, and what we've all got cooking on our own solo stuff. So. Yeah.
His video he uploaded was the one about TF2 players being entitled.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched that on my stream. Very, very good video. Made me very happy. Good shit.
Yeah. No, it's yeah. Apparently there were people on TF2 Reddit. I didn't look into this, so this might be completely wrong. But apparently there were people on TF2 Reddit who were giving him shit because they didn't watch the video, but they saw the title and got upset.
Oh, but thinking that he was saying that TF2 players are entitled and didn't watch the video. God, you love the internet.
I love it.
It's Lucid. It is true. This is Reddit. It's absolutely true.
This is Reddit. Yeah. Nah, it's
if you assume the worst, it's absolutely Reddit. It doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah. Also, people in chat are asking about Zesty. What are your thoughts on Fish Sticks Groove video?
I haven't watched it yet. I need to watch it on stream.
Oh, okay. He kind of called you out.
Yeah, I think I think the Gru is completely indefensible in its current form, and I already know some of his arguments in the video, and I can pick them apart like a fucking piece of pulled pork. It's not that hard. It's really like knowing the arguments I know, they're very, very weakly posed. It's so weird how you can kind of twist and justify the current state of that fucking weapon. And think like, oh yeah, that's still perfectly fun and viable compared to its previous version. Oh yeah, the nerf was fine. No, it's not! Makes me so mad.
That's good. I'm glad. Anyways, are you guys ready to jump back into this CasualTF2 video that we ended off last time?
We got 4 hours out of 15 minutes.
Yeah, it was
extracted. I got a comment from Casual about how we extracted every morsel of juice out of the fucking video.
And that is good. That is what we are here to do.
I'm worried that it might be like a little bit of a. I was hoping we'd finish it last time because I'm worried this will be a rerun where we're kind of just talking about. Yeah, it really does suck that the game has fallen to this state and this kind of issue. But
well, you said that he his topic changes over time.
A little bit, yeah. It does progress a little, and he gets a little bit more flamboyant toward the end as well.
What?
You'll see what I mean.
Okay. All right. Alan, are you joining the watch together?
Yeah, I'm working on it. Why the fuck did you send it? Stupid shitter.
No, it's in UFR General. Alan's not on the ball, per usual.
Whatever, hit play.
I'm waiting on you, dude.
Hit play.
No, okay, there we go.
I'm on the ball.
No, we got a super chat. Thank you, the God of Madness, for $2. I appreciate it. Is Zesty blowing your drums like it? I found this is right here. I already got it.
Yeah, but where was the video at? What was he talking about? I mean,
I'll roll it back a little bit so we could hear him.
Hey, give us some context.
Also, Zesty blowing your drums out like it's a Watt Rock concert. That's.
I will do it again.
I'm surprised my noise cancellation didn't like deafen that.
Nah, you're just the right amount of loud.
All right, cool.
Oh, wait, Richter, does he talk about like esports or competitive at all during this?
I don't think any more than he already has. No, I don't think so.
No. Well, I'll find some way to segue. I've been talking with Alan about a thought I had like shortly after our last UFR. I'd be interested to hear your guys' thoughts on it, but I'll see if I can find it.
Don't get me going.
No. I actually really do want both of your thoughts on this this idea that I have, but
don't get me going. Oh boy,
we're gonna get there. Anyways, let's get in here.
A number of disciplines, and especially anything to do with art or media. Now, if I were to go out on a limb here and guess, what is...
Oh yeah, he's talking about Gen Z and their failings.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Hooray!
The source of problems for Zoomers across the board in their struggles. I would say that it's probably that we as Gen Z have very weak foundation and very weak principles. We have such short attention spans. We need bright flashing colors to understand things. We also expect things to happen instantly. And that makes sense because we can instantly interact with the entire world at any given time. Now, the problem with this is that real, meaningful, good things don't happen instantly. They aren't created overnight. They take years. They take dealing with lots of boredom. And
he's referring to art, right? Like art.
Well, not just art, but just things in general, man. Like, for example, whenever you, like, my sister is a teacher, and I get tons of stories about students doing this, where if a child or a younger person doesn't instantly understand something in the classroom, they just throw their hands up and say, "I can't do it. Do it for me. I can't do it."
Or it's not even that. They internalize it, and they say, "I'm not a math person."
Yeah, I was talking about, like, because he was saying that things, like, really meaningful things take years. That's why I was saying, like, is he referring just to art? Because if he's referring to everything, then I don't know if I agree.
I think that if you want to do something meaningful, that generally it takes time. Like, not to say that you can't do meaningful things in the moment, but if you want a lot of meaningful things come out of time, hard work, effort, all that shit, right?
If he was to say that, like, if you were gonna say, and I know this is kind of splitting hairs, but if you were to say like time, like the more time you spend on something, the more meaning it has, kind of proportionally, with probably an exponential fall off at some point, then yeah, I probably agree. I just think like we can't like leave out, there are a lot of really cool things that happen just kind of spontaneously that mean a lot to a lot of people.
Yeah.
In like positive and negative directions. But I felt like it was worth mentioning.
Lots of boredom, and they ask you to really appreciate the small, intricate details that you would otherwise pass by. Modern life and modern entertainment are pretty antithetical to building fundamentals. They encourage you to continue hopping around aimlessly from thing to thing. Think about video games. They used to be just one and done, as in that you buy the game and you can just study it. That's it. That's the game. Now the game is constantly changing because it updates, it gets reworked. So it's...
That was a good caveat. Because, if you're talking about like single player games, of course, it doesn't apply.
Already harder just to go deep into a game. And
that's like, actually, that kind of brings up a good point. Have you guys noticed that single player games have become like less and less like central to in general in gaming? Like,
yeah, they don't generate as much money.
Yeah, because if you only sell one copy, then that's it. You're done, and it's only a temporary pulse.
The single player games that do come out are like $80, so
yeah,
that's the only way you can make that happen with DLCs and stuff.
Yeah, it's and that's kind of sad to me. I think that that's like part of the reason why I don't enjoy like recent titles as much.
Yeah, it's the advent of the subscription service, because why have a pulse of revenue when you can constantly milk your audience for money all the time?
And like that's kind of, I think, why like Nintendo is like Nintendo has a very strong niche, because they're probably the only major first party developer that still makes single player games like regularly, aside from maybe FromSoft.
And with what Casual's saying about fundamentals, they've learned the fundamentals on how to like squeeze as much money out of the games industry, but you've seen I'd say like a downtick in like really passionate, talented people getting hired at big companies to work on games. It's more of a like bidding over like startups, like who can make the next game that like Korean StarCraft players will love. That's like what it's sort of become in the industry, I think.
No, yeah, it's absolutely a whole bunch of people sitting in a think tank, throwing shit at the wall, and then having their one big new golden goose manifest out of whatever the fuck they're working on. The game that's going to last for an indefinite period of time and dump a bunch of money in their laps, thanks to microtransactions and live service subscription models.
And like
that's where most games come from now.
Well, yeah, and like a lot of the games that succeed even there aren't super, like they weren't made like by first party developers. They were often made by those like indie startups. Like Fall Guys was majorly successful, and there's like an interview, it's in the Pyrocynical video about Fall Guys, but there's an interview with the developer where he's like, yeah, we were just going to release it. We kind of released it. We didn't even announce that we released it to just try and like drive up some intrigue naturally. But we decided to give some like early copies to streamers, and that kind of took off faster than we expected it to. And they like didn't expect for it to do nearly as well as it did, but it just kind of happened that way. It was kind of wild. So like a lot of these major multiplayer games that get like go mega viral, they aren't even really being produced or made by big developers. And the ones that are often microtransaction so badly that they're they're not really worth it.
Lucid, can I send you an article that came out 2 days ago? It's kind of interesting.
Well, not even that, Lucid.
Yeah, sure.
It's not that they're microtransaction to hell, so they're not worth it. The problem is that they're in tandem, underdeveloped, under-tested, and just not fun games. Like, if the game is fun at its core, then the microtransactions, they're laced in, but you can ignore them and have fun with the game. But if the game sucks, like that awful, what was it, that Suicide Squad game, which is just fucking abysmal and not fun, they bloated the game with microtransactions and made a terrible game, so no one wanted to play it. Well, that's the problem, is they think they can push out an unfinished game behind an existing IP, so people with hype will buy it, or they can generate enough hype behind it and not finish the game, push it out there, and hope that enough people are going to spend money on it in the short term to get their revenue back, or it's going to or it's just another attempt at throwing it at the wall, and hopefully it's going to stick and get popular and be their next big, live service cash cow.
Yeah. Well, like also like sometimes the microtransactions can be so obtrusive that they like taint or even ruin like a good game. Like some.
Oh, I agree.
Like Overwatch 2. Like for it, like there is fun to be had with Overwatch 2. I might get chastised for saying that, but like the game can be fun. The game can be fun is a hot take. But like even if it were like an amazing game, I still wouldn't call it like good overall, even gameplay wise. But even if it were a good game overall, I think that how intrusive the microtransactions are and how like ever present they are within the game, it just makes the game much less appealing to really get invested in for a significant amount of time. Like Overwatch 1's microtransaction system was so much better, and I hate that they left it.
I mean, it's still loot boxes, but at least you get like a steady drop of free ones. Now it's
Listen,
like,
you
do you
see
want
this,
any skin? Money, please.
Yeah.
You see this thing I sent you? This is the.
You want new
This guy was
characters
the
that change
minister-
gameplay? Money.
This guy was the Minister of Finance in Greece, and he's an economist, and he came out and he made this statement that like TF2 like started this era of what he's calling like techno-feudalism,
Ooh.
and it's like responsible for the decay of like modern game services. It's very interesting to me.
TF2 hats brought us there.
It is pretty amazing how Valve popularizing the live service in-house casino model has had these everlasting, insane ripple effects on the gaming industry as a whole, right?
I like seeing this actual
it all
economist
started.
come out and corroborate what people have been saying online for years. I like to see that.
It all started with fucking MapleStory. It all started with that fucking Korean gacha game. Not a gacha, but a game that had gacha elements. It all started there. But then Valve saw that and went, yes, we can do that, but better.
God of Madness Super Chat 10, thank you very much, and said, let's be honest, I've seen several people actually say, where is Team Fortress 3? Do we actually want TF3, or do we want the mercs from TF2 to not be completely forgotten by their devs? I think when people say they want TF3, they're like, a lot of them, maybe they're like on like the Zoomer, I need a sequel brain, but I think some of them are probably subconsciously saying they want to see what TF2 would be like if it had just come out. Like I get,
People want to see an evolution of
that's
it.
probably
Like we've seen so little like progress in the games industry. I think people want to see an evolution of TF2 to see something meaningful add on to it, which we haven't seen yet.
yeah.
Unless you count Overwatch, which I fucking don't. So,
Anyways,
what was that? Are you eating a cookie or something?
I got blueberry cornbread. It's very good.
blueberry cornbread. Nice.
Truly understand it when it's getting changed in real time, as soon as you got used to the last version of it. To me, really deeply understanding something, a good way to put it is it's like spending a summer with it. At least a summer. For example, go spend a summer just using the levels adjustment in Photoshop. And just use that thing so much that your brain learns how to make these adjustments with the levels thing so intuitively that it's like the way that you speak, you don't have to manually think of saying each word. You just speak to communicate your idea on the fly. And then next summer, you spend it just working with the curves adjustment in Photoshop. And then you keep doing this. You keep stacking on these skills, and you become someone who has the competence to make an image always look great on purpose. And that's the difference too, right? Because you can fuck around and kind of get good results, but to have really good fundamentals is different. And the thing is,
he's absolutely correct. Sorry. He's absolutely right. When it comes to game design, when you have like a tool, I'm so sorry. When you have like a tool.
This fucking muffin eater.
I'm sorry.
He's gotta fucking spit his muffin crumbs everywhere.
Because I know he's like relating this with you know, like TF2, right? Or at least in some way. He's kind of relating, it's kind of a triple entendre where he's talking about literally, you know, Photoshop, but he's also talking about, you know, weapons in TF2 could be seen this way, but he's also talking about like the amount of proficiency that was used to make TF2. It's a really good.
He's just talking about life, to be honest.
I think.
Yeah, he's also. He's tying this back to the whole instant gratification thing with younger people, where they don't want to have to invest the time into something to get good at it. Right? It's the whole idea behind skill building and career building is you gradually build up a set of skills that make you qualified to perform whatever job you desire, or job that you need to do.
So rarely do you see a TF2 video like this that has like actual wisdom in it, I think.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's interesting. I saw I was making my funk video, and I saw he in his video about the problematic skill curve of TF2. He mentioned how depth doesn't equal a good learning curve, and I think that's true. And I think what Casual, if you were to apply this to game design, I think what Casual's touching on here is that if you were to spend a summer learning the curve tool in Photoshop, you would get gradually better at a pretty even pace because there's only so much you can learn, but each thing would take you about the same amount of time probably, or that it would get incrementally more hard. And I think that that's also a good way to look at how TF2's weapons are often designed, whereas like the rocket launcher, you kind of get really good, you got to get a little bit good at it pretty quickly, but then it starts getting harder and harder, like in a pretty gradual curve.
I think this also goes a little bit deeper in that a lot of people engaging with something don't understand why they're getting the results they're getting, and that's why he said the thing, or you can accidentally make something that looks really good, but you don't know why you did it or how you did it. You just fucked around with it, and it kind of squirted out something that looks good. Mm-hmm. This kind of goes back to when I first started learning coding, and when I started using, I used MATLAB primarily, and a lot of the calculations are performed by built-in functions where you can just type in a command and it performs a series of calculations for you without actually showing you what's going on. And so you can kind of get to the end result of your code base without really understanding what's going on in the background. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of a fundamental flaw when it comes to skill building and understanding the basic foundations and really knowing what you're doing to then being able to repeat that skill and understanding to then understand not only how you got to that result, but also be able to recreate it and do it over and over again. That is a skill. Yeah. So once once I dug into these functions and actually learned the math and all the different series of series of commands and what have you that actually gave me this final result, then I understood like, oh, this is what's happening. This is how this works. And I was actually able to improve upon it myself in my own code, et cetera, et cetera. Mm-hmm. That's skill building. That's putting in the time and effort to really reach something meaningful for the individual person, right? To actually build a skill or a deeper understanding of something to really appreciate it and then apply it in their own life.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mean to like buckle it toward a more hot button topic, but it's something I think Zesty would probably want to talk about. I've seen you go into tangents about it before, but it's sort of almost the equivalent of like being able to like type in a prompt and get a pretty good like AI image or something. Versus being able to, like, sit down and like draw it and know how to make it look good consistently. It's like so important. If you want to be good at, like, honestly, this is the case with how you like succeed in life in a lot of cases. I think is like getting really good at something, and if you're really good at something, there's that saying like if you're good at something, like never do it for free. Yeah, and that's like the foundation of what our society is built on in some ways.
Well, I think what's interesting is that in gaming, right, we're kind of trending toward an era of games that aren't very like they don't have very high skill ceilings, so it doesn't take very long to become. Like, you get very competent very quickly, and everyone is at this level of like high competence, and that means that like the really good players are the players who can do all those things just a little bit better than everyone else, and those are very incremental increases. But the difference, like in Overwatch 2, I was talking about this the other day. In Overwatch 2, the difference between like an okay player and a good player is very small, or at least it's much smaller than in a game like TF2 or other games that have a higher competitive skill ceiling where it takes a long time to use those skills. I think this is most reflected in the fact that a lot of Fortnite players, and hate the building system.
You can't talk shit about Fortnite. Take it from me. Take it from me.
I'm not talking shit about. I'm actually going to praise Fortnite, believe it or not. A lot of Fortnite players hate the building. They play the game without building exclusively. And I think the reason for why that is because the building is the part that has the most depth. So a player that's better than you at building will win a 1v1 almost every time. And that's like, that frustrates people who play Fortnite, and people who play Fortnite are probably like more zoomer than the rest of us.
This goes back to the instant gratification thing. They don't want to sink in the time to get good at it.
Yeah, and so they get mad at the people who did sink in the time to get good at it.
You have to sort of think about like the shoes that Fortnite are trying to fill. They're not trying to be an esport necessarily. They're trying to be the most popular action game on the planet. And when you're trying to do that, you can't have like mechanics like that totally gatekeep. Like people who might not be interested in that.
Yeah, you cannot have a high bar for entry.
They probably just want to shoot Nicki Minaj or whatever. They don't want to learn how to do that. So it's sort of a more ties into the game's identity, I think, and how it's evolved as people have realized how how many things it can be, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah,
exactly. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
No, I just hate how, like, that is demonized. Like, you being good at that particular element where it's just mechanical skill. That mechanical skill is like demonized in a lot of circles. I think
it gets demonized by Zesty Jesus, to be fair.
What? Having mechanical skill?
Yeah.
What does Zesty have against Zesty, what do you have against mechanical
You know,
skill?
actually, I don't want to get Zesty in trouble. I was gonna make a joke, but it's not good, so I won't.
I'm being distracted. Say that again. Sorry.
What do you have against mechanical skill? Richter said you had something against mechanical skill.
I don't.
Okay.
Zesty, I'm making a joke about your encounter with a certain scout main.
Oh, you mean the thing that people will not drop that happened
6 years ago. 6 years ago, people still get angry that we banned a guy for being an asshole from a server that wasn't even mine. Get over it.
Don't know what that's
Listen,
about.
He was better. He was probably better at building in Fortnite than you two, Zesty. Let's be real.
Thank God I don't play Fortnite because I think that game's trash.
Man.
That kind of goes unsaid when we look at your birth year that you would have that opinion.
Look at your like we're just like looking at it with a microscope in like an art gallery, like ooh, Zesty's
yeah, that
birth year.
checks out. This guy definitely hates Fortnite. It's
Yeah,
just like obvious.
He was born in 1937.
It's not for me.
Yeah, no, I think I haven't played Fortnite enough to really comment on if it's a good or bad game. I just know that like people who are good at the game mechanically are often demonized because they...
Fortnite is what it needs to be. It needs to be the biggest game on Earth, so it sands off all the edges that will inhibit it from doing that. And if you play it and you just remember it's meant to be like a mindless like slop shooter, and you just play it accordingly, you won't get mad at it, because it's a very refined game. One thing you can't say about Fortnite is that it's not refined. The experience they're giving you is the exact experience they want to give you.
Sorry, Nathaniel Reynolds super chatted $10 and said, "True, this is why I hate online games nowadays, but I love lifting. Yeah, if you do everything right, you can get buff quickly, but grind for 10 years and you will mog that other guy." Also, also last donation, unemployed. Thank you, Nathaniel Reynolds. Very cool. You have brought so much joy with such little words.
Well, so that's the thing that I think people are trying to get at, and lifting is a good example of this. Lifting is very easy to get into. Lifting is very easy to understand. Same thing for something like Team Fortress 2. The game is very easy to get into. It's very easy to understand. The bar for entry is very low, but mechanically, both of these things have a very, very high ceiling where there's always room for improvement. You can keep growing and growing and growing and getting better at these things. And developers don't want that to happen. They want you to hit that cap a lot more quickly, so that higher level of engaging play is more accessible to more people, and that's what keeps people playing your game longer and spending money on it longer.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. I think that games with high skill ceilings are kind of a lost art, and most of the ones that people even know today are like either they're geared to be esports, or they are not geared to be esports, but they have been hyper competitivized by their developers. Or on the off chance that you're like a Minecraft or a Team Fortress 2, you were just designed to really fucking good from a movement, gameplay, combat perspective from the start. And
well, because like those games were designed to be fun first. Back when games needed to be fun first in order to sell. Like if you go back and look at the development history and design philosophy behind TF, not like the art style shit, but just how the game plays. And like the very intentional decisions that Valve made to make TF2 the most fun you can have online. I'm quoting the fucking Game Journal on that one. It's absolutely insane, the level of depth of thought they had on curating a good experience for the individual player.
You know what, Zesty? I would go so far as to say it's a testament to the game's quality. Its influence is like totally understated, I think, because if you look into it, the guys who posed the TF2 characters, like, you know, the iconic picture with the 9 mercenaries on the background with the pyro with his flamethrower up in the NG with the toolbox, the guy who posed that now works on Fortnite because obviously he's a fucking hot commodity. Everybody who worked on the game is a hot commodity. We all know the art director went to go work on League of Legends and fucking Valorant and all these other games, and we know that the TF2 silhouettes were a point of reference for the Overwatch developers. So when you look at it, some of the biggest games of the last, I don't know, like 10 years, all have like very direct, you can tell that the people who are making them were trying to emulate Team Fortress 2 in a way that I don't think people give credit to. Like, this game was massively influential, on a level that I don't think you or I will ever like understand.
Well, yeah, we can
and
never
so that's what's so bothersome is when you have that vision that was so delicately crafted that everybody in the industry was like, holy fuck, look at this, we got to do this. To then be like, actually, that doesn't matter. Let's just fucking add bananas and seals. That's insulting to me, I think.
Yeah, that's I feel the exact same way, where you can look at what they created, this insanely fun game with all of its, delicacies and intricacies, both gameplay-wise and visually, to then take that and say, yeah, sure, we'll give presents for shoes. That's a great idea. Yeah, let's put a fucking little teddy bear on the shoulder. That's a great idea. How about a pair of mittens catching a snowball on your head? That's a great idea. Yeah, how about we try to shoehorn this into a competitive format? That's a great idea. Let's do everything that was completely antithetical to the game's original design for the sake of profit. Surely nothing will go wrong.
Yeah.
It's not that nothing will go wrong. It's like, well, who cares if the game becomes trash? I like playing in trash.
Well, that's from the perspective of the tourists, the people who are the newer people who engage with games like they engage with food, because they just don't care. They're not invested.
Well, it's also, like, to use your food analogy, people often say that, like, taste is subjective when it comes to food. And I think that that there is a growing sentiment in the modern generation of gamers, we'll say, who they believe that all art is subjective and all quality is up to the person. So when someone brings up an issue with a game, there is no value there. There is nothing. Their opinion is as irrelevant as everyone else's, because everything's subjective. So everyone's opinion is of equal value, and the result of that is that people don't really have quality expectations for a game, so they go into it expecting it'll be the same slop they consumed with the last game, and they're not thinking like, oh, this is worse, or oh, this is just as bad as it was before, and also that other thing was bad. They're just thinking about like the dopamine they feel when they play the game, and nothing else about its construction or everything that went into making it. And I think that's really
lucid, because
you can't divorce a game. You can't liberate a game like Team Fortress 2 from the qualities that made it good. It's like evil.
Yes,
in my opinion. But it's like actually evil.
But Richter, the thing is, like, if you talk to a lot of newer people, and this isn't just a TF2 thing. This is generational. Like, this is my broad sweeping statement about my generation, quote unquote. But like, if you talk to a lot of people in Gen Z and you say, oh, like, so many people just don't understand what made TF2 good, they'll respond with, oh, what do you think made it good? And then you might say, well, no, there are things that are good about its construction. There are ways you might respond with the ways in which the art style or ways in which different weapons were designed, and they'll look at you with like you grew a third head, because to them, that's just what you enjoy about the game from an emotional perspective. There's nothing technical or objective about it, and to me, that's really, really sad.
No, yeah, because lucid, what you're touching at is a greater problem that younger generations are facing, and it is the rise of individualism, where the happiness and the dopamine response of the individual is prioritized over everything else, where games are being designed to appeal to as many people as possible and rope in as many customers as possible. And it's been said by many, when you make something that appeals to everyone, it appeals to no one, and it becomes slop. So they engage with it in the short term, they find the things that they specifically enjoy about it, and then move on to the next meal, move on to the next piece of food. But before that, you had games that were tailored to meet specific audiences, that were much more special, much more heavily curated, designed with greater intention, artistic direction, better mechanics, deeper mechanics, things that were designed to hit on a specific target core audience. And that's when these games were fucking fantastic, because they appealed to a specific group of people that could really get involved and, really get invested in these things.
Yeah.
But then once game companies realized, oh, the more we generalize something for a wider and wider and wider and wider audience, the more money you're going to get.
Well, yeah.
And that's also the downfall of the single player game experience, where instead of curating something for a specific audience, let's just have a live service game that can bring in as many people as possible.
Yeah, and the other downside of this sort of like everything's subjective sort of everything is feelsy wheelsy, it's down to the way you feel, is that when someone has an opinion and another person, this happens a lot on Twitter and other online spaces, if someone has an opinion, someone else doesn't like that opinion, rather than deconstructing why that opinion makes them feel bad, either emotionally or like objectively, if they have an opinion that's poorly substantiated, what often happens is they look for the reason why the person has that opinion, like in a meta sense. So, for instance, they'll be like, Zesty's like, this TF2 cosmetic is bad because the colors are too saturated. And then someone goes, oh, the only reason he thinks that is because he's been playing TF2 for a while. And it's like, that isn't a refutation of anything. That doesn't change what Zesty said. It doesn't change his criticisms. Doesn't make them any more. Or
it doesn't. It doesn't even address. It doesn't address. It doesn't
address anything. But it might. It would if you're only thinking about how Zesty feels about the game, then that is genuinely might be why he feels that way. But it doesn't change what he said from an objective, this is what I think about the standards that are being broken point of view. And I don't like that. Because that's why I try to avoid motivation farming when we do cover videos on UFR, of like saying, oh, this person believes this because he's a new player, which is like, that could be true, but it's not really relevant to what they're saying, and it also could just be wrong. Like, we have no way of knowing.
I think that anybody's like insight is valuable in some way. Even like a new player for TF2, it's valuable to know like what their impression of the game is.
Oh,
even
absolutely.
If you don't agree with it.
Yeah, 100%.
Just like and when I hear like, oh, well, Zesty only feels that way because he's been playing for X amount of years, I feel like that's almost like, that adds substance to his opinion. I don't know why that's like why does that detract from it? I don't get that.
I think it's just substance neutral. You should just take what he says. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, if me and Zesty have the same opinion, my opinion isn't less valuable because of my hour count. That's not how this conversation doesn't work this way. You have to address the actual words that I said.
Well,
and what they mean.
There's different things that can contribute to like what somebody can contribute to a conversation. Like there's different factors. It's not an end all be all, right? That's what you're trying to say? Yeah,
no, it like, the reason for why a person has an opinion can't be used to like inflate or refute their opinion. You should just talk about what they said. At least in my opinion, or at least from my perspective, that I don't think that. Yeah,
I think I'd agree with that.
Yeah, I don't like it when in any direction someone's thoughts on a game get dismissed, because rather than them being like, okay, so this is why you're wrong, or this is why I think you're incorrect, or whatever, this is why I disagree with you. You got to say.
Yeah, to be fair, part of that is like pattern recognition. Like, oh, people who just started playing TF2 yesterday generally don't care about the art style. Like that's that's like a pattern worth noticing.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine when you're making a statement about like a group of people. I'm not saying that. I'm saying like when you're talking about, like, if someone were to come up to you and say, well, I don't really care about the art style, and you were just like, well, it's only because you're a new player, or you. So it's like
someone brought up an interesting comment that I want to touch on. BR says, to say that TF2 wasn't made for more than a niche audience is odd to me. Sure, you got to have taste for it, but TF in general had some accessibility in mind, like DevCom setting, like the DevCom design of engineering power. And you're absolutely correct. TF2 was designed with accessibility in mind, but the accessibility was designed to appeal to as many different levels of engagement as desired, and to as many different skill levels as possible, right? Where you had a very low bar for access, but then different classes had different skill caps and different levels of engagement. You want the game to play for you, you play engineer. You want something more easily accessible, you play pyro. You want something more direct and engaging, you play scout, you play soldier, you play demo man, right? You want to help your team, you play medic. But if you're not immediately interested in the tones, the themes, the stylization of the game, the way you feel the way you feel as you move around in the game, the way the guns shoot, all of that stuff, if that doesn't appeal to you, and if also you're not interested in the FPS genre in general, then that game's not going to appeal to you, right? It's not necessary that the game was made for a niche audience, but it was made with direct intention, and not a super general thing to appeal to as many people as possible.
Yeah, there's a difference between being made for a niche and being made for a niche audience. And what I mean is being made. TF2 is clearly made for a very specific demographic. That specific demographic encompasses a lot of people, but it is made for a specific demographic of gamer. It's not made for literally every gamer. Like, I for instance, I don't actually like most FPS games. I've played a decent amount of COD and Halo, and I enjoyed the time that I played, but mostly because of the people I was playing with and not because of the mechanics of the game itself. And so FPS games just don't.
Is the translation? He's a noob.
Shut up. FPS games just don't really appeal to me. TF2 is the exception. TF2 is the outlier because of the way in which it's designed and how it accommodates.
That's the beautiful thing, right? Is that you don't have to be somebody who wants to play Quake or like plays the Quake guy, or who wants to play as the sneaky spy James Bond guy. You can just be drawn in by the world, and that's the beauty of the art of Team Fortress 2 is it just kind of brings you in, regardless of what you're interested in playing.
Yeah.
And
also,
it sounds like you're describing something similar to what Casual is saying, which is like you kind of get entranced by this game because of its art, not necessarily because you're super into the type of game it's presenting. Which is like
and also
you started in the video.
Also, accessibility does not mean that it's made for everyone. Thank you for that comment in chat. Just because the game has a low bar for entry doesn't mean that it was designed to appeal to everyone.
Yeah. And games can have poor games can be designed for everyone and still have poor accessibility. Case in point, Minecraft has been out for like 15 years almost, and it doesn't have a sort inventory button. That is a crime. That is a travesty, and it should have been remedied 10 years ago. That is an issue with accessibility. That is an issue with that scared me really bad. That is an issue with the accessibility of the game, but Minecraft is clearly designed to appeal to basically anyone. It doesn't. So good accessibility is not equal to the demographic that you're trying to appeal to. Arrange stuff yourself is crazy. Oh my god, I am not. Oh my gosh, I
love inventory management simulators.
Oh man, I just can't wait to move everything so it looks organic on my screen rather than having a button that I can push for it to just be that way. Oh my gosh, I need to. If I start, my blood pressure is going to
start a Minecraft podcast, Lucid. It sounds like that's where your heart is.
This is the content review podcast, and there will be an arc of this podcast where I talk about like Minecraft videos. I saw a tweet the other day about someone said there is no vector or no, I forget what they said. No, there is no valid perspective that says that old Minecraft is better than new Minecraft. It's all just nostalgia, and that made me really fucking sad. Oh man, that made me oof.
That's just like your opinion, man.
I can't wait to talk about it. I can't wait to talk about objectivity and why it's important in 2 weeks. It's gonna be so good.
That's gonna be a fun time.
You could probably use an AI to translate like half of this video and apply it to Minecraft, except maybe I guess the art style stuff. Although I mean Minecraft's art style has changed too.
Yeah, no, I could make a video about Minecraft's art style, because ooh baby, that shit is sad. I do not like the way the modern game looks for a multitude of reasons, but most people just change it anyways. So who gives a shit, I guess.
Let's continue this video.
I have to read super chats, but then yes, we will. God of Madness super chat $2. Just say banana. Shout out to that. Pulse Kinesis super chat 10, thank you very much, and said best fix to the Zoomer crisis, get Zoomers to watch Dragon Ball Z again. Goku does the same thing, going beyond his limits through training, and Zoomers love Goku. Boom, generation saved.
There you go.
Yeah, we need the government to institute everyone to watch Dragon Ball Z before they're a certain age.
Lucid, the problem is that Dragon Ball Z episodes aren't 19-second long TikToks, so they're not gonna watch it.
I saw a clip of, this is related. I saw a clip of a CS:GO streamer
You can't play this game without downloading Giant Boob mod on. I'm tired of you slandering my kind. You can't.
What do you mean? What are you talking? How does this have anything to do with Goku and TikTok?
You're attacking my generation, and to some extent I agree. But you're getting a little too comfortable when you're the guy who can only play TF2 if you had the giant boobs woman. You know, you can't.
That's just objectively not true.
You need to humble yourself. Every time you play this game, you have giant boob woman mod added.
So what?
It needs to be addressed. This blatant.
Zesty,
conflict of interest.
Zesty, are you gonna add the giant boob mod to your Minecraft client when we play on the?
Can you do that? Can you do that?
He's already.
He was immediately.
Dude, can you do that?
I am almost certain you can do that, Zesty. I will.
I got some homework tonight.
I gotta find the 1.7.3 boob mod.
I'll figure it out.
Oh man, I wish you luck, Zesty. Genuinely, I hope you have a good time looking for that.
Oh god.
I know. I was gonna say I saw a clip of a CS:GO streamer or a CS2 streamer the other day where they made their crosshair. They made the 4 lines of their crosshair each a different kind of like TikTok zoomer brain rot.
Oh my
attention
god.
grab. So like the top one was Subway Surfers. The one on the right was like soap cutting. The one on the bottom was like the power washing, and the one on the left was something else. And it was just it was just like the maximum, and it covered like most of the screen, so it was completely unusable for actual gameplay, but it was really funny.
That's fucking great.
Yeah. Oh man, that's great.
See, when it comes to Fem Pyro, at least it still looks like the Pyro and is like artistically designed, but just curvy.
You're insane. You're fucking nuts.
I think Fem Pyro
Is that your actual position? Is that Fem Pyro doesn't change the timbre of the game?
Oh, it absolutely changes the tempo of the game, because now there's boobs on my screen, and boobs make me happy.
Jesus Christ.
Zesty's fine with the art style being ruined when he gets to ruin it in his own special way.
I will say, unironically, the original draft of the Vampiro probably fits the game's art style better than a lot of things that have been added to the game within the last like 5 years.
Thank you, Richter. Thank you.
Do you guys a genuine question? Would you guys do you think the game would be worse if in 2007, when the game was released, there was an option for each of the classes to be female?
It would make the game worse unequivocally.
I know it would be really hard to pull off, because that would immediately violate the silhouette problem, and having each of the classes be instantly recognizable.
It would immediately
so they would
diminish
have to...
the thing that makes the game so good, which is the fact that you can instantly tell what everything is at every angle, and it's very easy to pick up on. It would
they would have to be like, the female models would have to be very, very carefully designed to be as close as possible to the male models. Pyro would be the same, obviously, but
not in your game. He wouldn't.
Not in my game, no. But yeah, it would be tricky to pull off. I actually had this conversation before with somebody, and it's probably ultimately why they scrapped the idea of having a female option, because they would immediately violate that design principle of being able to identify what a class is from any angle and at any distance.
Yeah, I would be interested. I would be interested to see it, like what.
I mean, Overwatch kind of suffers from that problem, where a whole bunch of the female characters all have the same build and frame.
That's not. I think the Overwatch. Weirdly enough, I don't think Overwatch suffers from the silhouette problem. I think it suffers from the silhouette problem. Is like the silhouette problem becomes much less of an issue when all of the characters have outlines, anyways. And yes, by their outline through the wall, I can identify what my It's like
outlines are bad. Bad game design.
I feel like I'm the only TF2 player left in the entire fucking world who just if I had the choice to never hear about Overwatch ever again, I don't want to hear about how much better it is than TF2. I don't want to hear about it ever. I didn't want to hear about it when it came out. And now 10 years later, I still have to hear about it constantly, invading my spaces where I should be able to talk about this actual good game I play.
Richter. I'm
sorry. Every single element, TF2 shouldn't be being compared to Overwatch. It should still be being compared to the games that came out contemporarily at the same time. It should be compared to Modern Warfare. Why the fuck do I why? Why is this what everything always comes out to? Is you have to compare it to Overwatch?
Richter,
it's so annoying.
I'm so sorry that
it makes me want to fucking kill myself.
I'm so sorry that UFR is not a safe space where we never mention Overwatch under it.
It's evil. It's absolutely evil. Every single element of video game discourse would be better if we just never had to acknowledge Overwatch ever again.
I kind of agree, honestly. A little bit. Throw Fortnite in there too.
I had to. I watched earlier today. Me and Alan were treated to some Marvel Rivals gameplay, and I saw Venom. I saw Venom. And Venom was in his classic, he kind of had his more classic comic look, so he was tinted blue. And for a second, I got really excited because I thought that they made blue and red variants for each character, so they didn't have to do the outlines thing. And then I looked a little closer and saw that every character had an outline, and I was so sad. And
because it's easy.
I was just so depressed.
Easy. Why bother with intuitive character design when you can just slap a nameplate and an outline on everything?
Yeah, man. Ooh,
Hate
baby.
that shit.
It sucked. It was sad. It was sad to see because I was like, you could have done something cool because
You know
like
what's
each
a
of
really
the red
good
and
game
blue
that
variants
doesn't
could
have
be
that
their...
problem? Team Fortress 2, which is a really good game, and that is a lot more fun to talk about than Overwatch.
Hey, we're talking about Marvel Rivals.
Oh, I don't even know what that is.
That's probably a good thing. It's fine. No, it's not a. It's not a comic outline even. It's just like Overwatch where it has like the regular outline.
Do the squids in Splatoon have outlines?
No, because the game is
feel
good.
like,
No, because
they're
the game is
team-colored.
good. Ah,
Every time that you like utter like
Splatoon is
Overwatch
so
and
good.
TF2 in the same breath, it's the equivalent of like making.
We could talk about Splatoon
like Muhammad
instead.
Ali, like Muhammad Ali when he had like Parkinson's and he was obviously like not the same fighter, and now you're making him go up against like Jake Paul. Like just because he loses to Jake Paul doesn't mean he wasn't better than Jake Paul at one point. Like it's such unfair.
Rigged.
playing
It's
ground.
rigged. It's all none of that's real. All those fights are not real. Just know that.
You're just wrong, Zesty.
I love Splatoon so much. Oh my
Zesty,
gosh.
we had
Can
an
talk
argument about
Splatoon?
you know
We
what?
did,
Fuck
and
this
you
is a
know
fucking-
you
this
know
is a
that those
fucking-
fights are
this is
not
a fucking
real.
Jake Paul
They're all
podcast.
staged
Jake
for
Paul
pay-per-view
is a-
money.
Jake Paul makes $50 million a fight, and Zesty Jesus doesn't believe that after $50 million every single fight, spending every waking day of doing boxing training, that Jake Paul might be decent at boxing. Like it's.
I'm
it's
not saying he's not
ridiculous.
decent at boxing, but it's all absolutely staged bullshit. It's all
Yeah,
fake.
how do
None
you
of it's
stage
real.
it? It's literally like a fucking federal crime to stage those. Like he's just beating
Because
up
he
old people. It's not
specifically
even,
picks people
like,
that he
it's
knows
not
he's
even
going to
that
win
insane.
against.
Then that's completely different.
That
than
is
saying it's
staging a
actively
fight.
rigged.
That is
When you
staging a
say-
fight.
When you say they're staging a fight, that sounds like you're saying they're taking a fall. They're committing fraud. That's
Yes,
not
because
what
the
people think.
winner is already decided before the fight even happens.
Okay, so you're saying it is fixed.
Yes.
You're
They're
wrong.
fixing
That's a
fights
crime.
they're fixing fights without explicitly fixing them. Because
So
they're not
basically what
they're
that
not
means is
because
you're
they're
mad
not
that Jake
telling
Paul
listen
is knocking people out and you're
Richter
mad
they're
about
not
it.
telling one fighter to explicitly win or lose. They pick an inferior fighter and place him against a better fighter, and they guarantee the outcome by having a better fighter beat the weaker one.
You know what's really funny is that all kinds of low-level fighters in MMA and boxing do the same exact thing, and people only get mad when Jake Paul does it. And he's
Because
fighting
he's-
people who are way, 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 way like out of his like league in terms of like what normal people that at that stage in their boxing career would be doing.
Yeah, Zesty, for the record, you can have an issue with it, but scheduling fights where the winner is obviously going to be one person and not the other is not fixing. That's just how sports work. That happens all the time.
No.
Yes.
I don't like it. 'cause
Every-
it's all
I'd like you to
every
face off
year-
against Jake Paul.
every
Zesty.
year-
You got the height advantage, you got
I-
the reach advantage. Let's see what you can do.
I'm not a fighter.
Every year in
That actually makes you the perfect pick for his next boxing match. That's like perfect.
Yeah, true.
What do you mean?
every year in the NBA is required, like different teams are required to face off against face off in exhibition matches before the season starts against like club teams that aren't in any capacity going to beat the NBA teams, but they are required and they get a shot at it even though it's so obvious that they're going to lose, and it's mandated by the NBA that this happens. It's not like that's not fixing a fight. That's just the way that sports work sometimes.
It's an entertainment industry.
I don't even know if those fights are those matches are entertaining. It's more of like a sports thing for the fans of those very small club teams. Also, can we talk about how good this shit is? Because like,
Oh
I don't
my
know-
god,
no,
this guy's gonna fucking jerk off to Splatoon. Everybody leave this fucking podcast.
no, because it actually is relevant. Splatoon. No, wait. Splatoon developers talked about why they changed they were gonna originally go with rabbits instead of squids. For the characters, but they wanted there to be some sort of color element. So when they thought of ink being sprayed everywhere, or when they would replace the paint with ink and then equated it to squids, they could then add the color recognition element to the characters themselves, which allowed them to change like everything. And that shit's so fucking good. God, I love Nintendo when they do things like that. It's so cool that they put so
Speaking
much.
of Nintendo, it's so unfortunate that PurpleColonel couldn't be here. He's the biggest Nintendo
I'll be
fan.
back.
I'm sure he
I
would
need
love
some water.
discussing Splatoon with you.
I saw him respond to someone said I'm glad Lucid was here to respond to PurpleColonel's straw man about Mahler, and he responded to that and said maybe one day I will have to sift through hours of the worst content on YouTube to find out what I actually don't like about that man.
That's pretty funny.
He's such a fucking
Purple
hater.
Colonel's pretty funny.
What did Purple Colonel? What did Mahler do to him? What happened to him?
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Oh man. Also, I'll speed through these next 3 super chats real quick. God of Madden has super chatted another 10. Thank you, and said, "Oh wait, no, sorry, I skipped one." Nathaniel Reynolds super chat $10 and said, "Actual last dono. That was a lie. Neoliberalism taking out the collective community of conservatism while amping completion artificially and limiting social mobility was a big mistake."
Can we have Ben Shapiro on UFR?
Shut
Is that ever happening?
Shut the fuck up, dude. I don't know what any of that means, but I'm gonna just move on if that's all right with everyone here. The God of Madden is super chatted $10 and said, "The more you offer to everyone, the less you offer to what people actually want. Do not be blinded by the temptation of having more players in the short end when in the long run everything dies faster." That's kind of like our entire philosophy with this conversation we've been having. It's pretty good. Nathaniel Reynolds super chatted 2 and said, "Batman couldn't get this out of me," in reference to the Fem Pyro thing. And Philic super chatted 50 check something. I know it's the Czech one. Win Splatoon stream, and what did you choose for the next Splatfest? I am boycotting Nintendo because they treat their consumers badly. I can't
somebody in your
answer
chat
either of those
says
questions.
bring Germ on. They don't even know that Germ is already scheduled to come on.
Shut the fuck up. Richter's getting bored because he wants us to play the video. I see your game, Richter. We're here, okay?
No. I just think Overwatch is really fucking lame.
That's
the real situation. And also, Zesty is wrong about what a fixed fight is. He seems to not understand.
I'm objectively correct. Sorry, I win.
Chad, I'm glad you enjoyed the funk video.
I reject your reality and substitute my own.
Dream on, buddy.
Just working with the curves adjustment in Photoshop. And then you keep doing this. You keep stacking on these skills, and you become someone who has the competence to make an image always look great on purpose. And that's the difference too, right? Because you can fuck around and kind of get good results, but to have really good fundamentals is different. And the thing is, there isn't really a reason to prove that you have.
Oh, hey.
Hey, Paulo.
We should talk about loadout? No, we shouldn't. Loadout.
What happened to loadout?
I think it died within a year. Doesn't
Richter,
don't you have a video about it? Richter?
He's gone.
He's dead.
Richter's dead.
I guess we'll never know.
Yeah, he fell asleep.
I guess
Richter.
Hello?
Richter,
Can you hear me?
don't you have a video about loadout?
No. What the fuck is loadout?
Wait, you don't know what loadout is?
He doesn't know.
Like a spin-off TF2 thing? I don't know.
It was a game that was coming out around the same time as Battleborn and Overwatch. It came out a little bit before, I think, but it was like
I don't have a video on whatever this is.
I assumed not. But yeah, no, it died very quickly. It's very unfortunate. It has a much less. It's almost like when a game like TF2 comes out that isn't backed by a mega corporation, it doesn't do very well because TF2 is like kind of a one of a kind thing. You know, can't be replicated that easily.
Yep.
Have great fundamentals anymore. It doesn't actually get you much externally. There's so many people out there, and wonderfully so, who go through their jobs without really knowing that much, despite having a very prestigious.
God, fuck! That shit makes me so mad in academia.
What the fuck are you eating, bro? What are you crumbing everywhere?
Eating a protein bar. Be quiet. So, my God.
Zesty at the top.
You finished chewing. Sorry. This shit makes me so mad, dude. Because especially in the modern day, because now you can succeed by just committing an action without really understanding what you're doing. You can do what is known as failing upwards through your company and getting into higher and higher positions, where then you're placed into a position where you have someone that has no idea what the fuck they're doing, controlling people underneath them that know what the fuck they're doing. And they will listen to no one because they think their role makes them better than everybody else, even though they're an incompetent prick. And I hate that shit. It's getting worse as time goes on. It makes me so mad.
It made you so mad you had to interrupt chewing that fucking nutrition bar or whatever it was to get that out.
Like, holy shit, dude. Like, for example, this is a huge problem.
Fucking Christ, bro! All these
Sorry,
eating
what?
orders is like insane.
This is a huge problem in academia right now. It's one of the main reasons that made me leave, is because what's happening right now is in higher education, you're having professors and course programs ushering students along without actually testing whether or not they understand what they've been given in the classroom. All they care about is the number on the piece of paper and then move them along. They don't test to know if they understand something or if they can apply whatever skills, quote unquote, they've been taught into the real world. They have no fucking idea. So whenever you get out of the undergraduate degree program in a lot of places, and they either move on into a master's program or go out into a job, they have zero developed skills. They have no idea what the fuck they're doing. Mm-hmm. They only remember shit that they've had to regurgitate back onto a piece of paper, and they are clueless. And then they go and engage in whatever their higher up tells them to do, and they somehow barely succeed, and that's written off as something to be paid for, and they just keep moving along up and up in the ranks until they get into a position where they have no idea what the fuck they're doing, and they screw over everyone underneath them that knows what the fuck. I'm speaking from experience. It sucks. It's makes me so mad.
This is only kind of adjacent, but in like me being an English teacher, the person I work for doesn't know how English teaching works. And what I mean by that is, until he had like essentially my coworker tell him off about why you can't teach English the way he wants to teach it. I was just forced to teach English in like the worst way possible, and then I got reprimanded for the kids not doing well when I wasn't allowed to teach English in a way that actually helps the kids learn it. And
yes,
it filled me with a very similar rage to the one you are saying right now.
Exactly what I experienced. I had to teach a class exactly to the T of the head professor's demand, and the way that his shit was outlined was horrible. Nobody understood what the fuck was going on. I had to lie and make my own lesson plans and teach the kids the material, and the kids, they're teenagers or young adults, and teach them the material in a completely different way just so they passed. It was horrible. And it's like, oh, I've been using these lesson plans since the 70s. How many people have you failed?
Yeah, it's very similar when it comes to the Japanese teaching of English, at least from what I hear from other people who teach English in Japan. Like their perception, they try to teach English like they teach Japanese, which is essentially like root memorization, drill it into their heads. But you kind of can't teach English because it's very contextual, like even more so than Japanese is.
Dude, Spanish class in my high school, I shit you not, was 3 straight years of verb conjugation. That's all they made you do, was conjugate every fucking verb under the sun ever to exist in all of human language. They don't teach you how to write in Spanish. They don't teach you how to speak in Spanish. They don't put you in real-world scenarios. They don't even quiz you. But if you can memorize how to write a conjugated verb 50 times, you pass the fucking class. Do I know a lick of Spanish after taking Spanish for years? Fuck no, I don't. I don't know how to speak Spanish. I know how to say uno cerveza, por favor, but that's all I fucking know how to say.
Wow, I'm glad to hear. Yeah, they just made us watch movies in Spanish class, so they didn't even teach us. They didn't even teach us Spanish.
We just watched novellas. Also, like if the teacher didn't want to teach that day, we just watched a novella, and nobody had any idea what was being said. I guess it was hilarious.
I think for us, the teacher never wanted to teach, so we just always watched a movie. It wasn't even a Spanish movie most of the time. It was just a movie.
Watching fucking like Star Wars or something.
Yeah, no, it was just a movie. It had nothing to do with anything. Yeah, no, it was.
Then you compare that with like the language school I went to, where they teach you Japanese in Japanese, and you are not allowed to speak any other language in class.
Yeah,
and
that's how I was taught English. That's how I was. Well, that's kind of more or less how I was taught Japanese as well.
Dude.
Yeah.
And then you go down the hall in my high school, and the Japanese class, and this is going to what you said. Anytime you walked by that room, They were only speaking Japanese. They never spoke English in there. And I'm like, man, I want that experience. But guess what my fucking Spanish assignment is this week? Look up a Spanish dish with Spanish cooking instructions, make it at home, and then feed the class. That's not teaching me Spanish. It's teaching me how to cook. Fuck! It makes me so mad. 3 years of my life wasted when I could have learned a language.
I never noticed how much Zesty sounds like Ego Raptor.
That's really on point. Holy shit!
I don't know what Ego Raptor is.
You don't know who Ego Raptor is? Really?
I'm kidding. I know who he is.
I was about to.
I just don't remember what he sounds like.
I was gonna fucking lose my mind. A fucking old ass boomer YouTuber Zesty doesn't know who Ego Raptor is.
Metal Gear, yeah.
I was gonna fucking lose my mind, dude. Holy shit! So someone in chat said fake boomer. That's what I was about to say.
Fake boomer.
Zesty actually, it's all a lie. Zesty is gonna log off. He's gonna go play Fortnite. It's like his favorite game.
I remember like little pieces of like cryptic metaphor, like shit like that was really funny back in the day when he did like funny
lemons,
animations.
like Mega Man shooting lemons. You don't remember that?
Yes.
This job, they just kind of BS their way through it, and they get away with it. And you know, for all you people that are actually smart listening to this, who are freaking out, going, "Wait, Casual, no, I do know what I'm doing at my job." That's because I'm not talking about you. You probably do. I'm talking about your coworker that you complain about, that you're like, how are they even here? This is crazy. And my point here is that all of the possible worldly rewards that you could have, they're not an incentive when it comes to understanding one thing very deeply. So you can live a comfortable life. You can have a good...
This is... Okay, I agree with everything that was just said. Holy shit, that resonated with me fucking deeply. Have any of you seen the movie Whiplash? Because it's about this idea.
Yes.
It is.
I love Whiplash. Great movie.
Whiplash is like 1B for my favorite movie behind Baby Driver. It's like very close to. It's like they're neck and neck with each other. People have when that movie came out, it like made a difference in a lot of people's lives, I think. And when I saw it for the first time, it made me feel the same way. Where it is basically about the idea that there is no inherent reason why you should learn something and become the best at it, or become one of the best at it. There's no reason why you should do that inherently. It's all about... The movie Soul, by the way, is also about this, but it's not as good. There is no inherent reason why someone should be really, really good at Photoshop, because no job will ever require them to do that. If someone wants to be the best at something and they're going to achieve that, they have to find it within themselves. They have to find some internal drive to do it. And that's like really special.
Yes. And this goes back to the point he made 45 seconds ago in the video that meaningful things come out of hard work and time and commitment.
Toil is the word I like to use.
Yeah. Yeah. Nah, and the weirdest thing about this, Zesty, I don't know if you know this, but that movie has become twisted in the past, like, 3 years or so.
Yes, people are mocking it now. I don't. Why?
People genuinely believe that... Someone in chat has proven my point. Chat, the point of Whiplash, or at least if you view okay, I should say this because I agree that art is interpretable, and for Whiplash there is an argument to be made that it is a tragic story about a person who sucks, but I think if you view the movie that way, that's really sad. It just makes me upset because from my read of the movie, the whole point of the film is that you should want to do something for yourself, and because there is a desire within you to do it, not out of spite of someone else or to overcome some greater system or to want something. If you watch, I don't want to spoil the movie for people who haven't seen it, but the ending of the movie is about him liberating himself and doing the thing he loves, not because he's trying to overcome someone else or earn the respect of someone else or get some hoity-toity position. He's doing it just because he thinks it is cool and thinks it is the right thing to do. And that is what I believe the movie is about. If you'd have a different read of the movie, there is probably an argument for it. I just think it's incredibly sad. That is all.
And also shallow.
But he didn't just. Oh, okay. We're not gonna talk. We're not gonna have an argument about Whiplash. I'm about to
Lucid,
like.
did you see my DM I sent you, Lucid?
No, I have no. Hold on. Yes, I would. Absolutely.
Okay.
It is just a really good movie. I recently rewatched it. It's just
so sexy. Holy shit, that movie is gorgeous to look at. I think all right. We're not turning this into a Whiplash podcast. I'll fucking lose my mind.
What's that actor's name? Fuck, I always forget his name.
J.K. Simmons.
The voice.
Yes, J.K. Simmons. Thank you.
The voice of Cave Johnson, and also the lion from Zootopia.
Yeah, J.K. Simmons, fuck, did such a good job in that movie. My God.
Did you know it was originally a short film, and J.K. Simmons he funded it to become a full movie because of how passionate he was in like.
I had no idea.
Yeah, it's something. It might be butchering it, but it's something like that. Like he participated in it when it was a short film, and he was like, "No, this has to be a movie."
This guy's spamming stuff about how evil I am in your chat, and then banning him forever, Lucid, because I'm evil.
Oh, okay, cool.
Mod abuse.
Don't ban him forever, please.
He's banned forever. It's over for him.
No. I want pictures of Spider-Man. Gosh, he did so many good things. I love J.K. Simmons.
I know, he's so great.
He's like one of the best actors in Hollywood, unironically.
My point here is that all of the possible worldly rewards that you could have, they're not an incentive when it comes to understanding one thing very deeply. So you can live a comfortable life, you can have a good job, you can provide value to people, maybe even get some fame here and there without actually needing super strong fundamentals in something.
Very
and this
true.
is in part because it's hard to convey strong fundamentals to someone else consciously unless they also have very strong fundamentals in that thing.
This is what I struggle with whenever I'm talking about content for TF2, because trying to convey why a piece of content is in violation of the very deliberate design choices, very deliberate direction with the game's tones, themes, and stylization, trying to convey that intention to someone who is a surface level enjoyer of the game and does not care is borderline impossible. And it is immensely frustrating to just have someone look at that and go, I think the seal shoes are pretty cool. Yeah, I think that's pretty nice. And then they just move on. Like, yeah.
Yeah, no, it makes me sad. This is also like this goes back to the whole objectivity. This whole stream is like a setup for the subjectivity stream in 2 weeks. But the amount of people who just believe that like everything is up in the air, it's about how you feel, there's no standard to anything. It's like a disturbingly large amount of people, and the mentality that leads to is the fact that if an artist believes that everything is subjective, they can't improve. Like, if they genuinely believe and act on that belief, it's impossible for them to improve. Because if they improve, they have to say what improvement is. And then if someone comes to them and says, oh, you said that this is improvement, but you're not doing this, they can't agree with that person because they have to believe that person has just a subjective opinion that's different from theirs. And it leads to this like wild mindset where you can't like decide on anything artistically. You can't ever determine anything. It's all up in the air. It's all this hoity-toity nonsense.
Where everything is simultaneously okay and not okay. Therefore, it doesn't matter. Throw it in.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
It doesn't matter because I think it's okay. Therefore, that's like the most common sentiment I see when it comes to putting content in TF2 or any video game. I think it's okay. Therefore, I think it's okay for everybody else.
Yeah, and that's cringe.
It represents me. It makes me happy. This goes back to the experience, the individual, and the individualism that a lot of people have, thinking that if they like it, therefore everyone else should, and therefore it's appropriate for everything. Because I like it, therefore put it in the game. It's just, I hate that shit.
I think some people project like a sense of pretentiousness to it when that's really not what it's supposed to be.
Yeah,
it's not supposed to be like, oh, I understand this better than you. That's not really the angle.
Well,
it's
that's what happens.
What the identity of this thing is valuable, and I want to protect it. It has nothing to do with me trying to insult you or insinuate that you don't get it. That's not what it is.
Yeah, I also want to address what someone said in chat. you can believe everything is subjective but have your own values. If you genuinely, wholeheartedly believe that everything is interpretable, there is no way you can have your own standards and values for things. Because objectivity is created, it is defined by the existence of a standard. Values are your standards for life. And you can prove this. If you tell me murder is wrong, and then we have a detailed discussion about what murder is, and then
okay.
What
if they called my hat bad? You know?
Hey, shush. If me and Alan agree that murder is wrong, then Alan murders someone. He has objectively done something wrong. But at least between the standard that we have set from the two of us, that is why if you believe everything's subjective, there should be no issue with Alan murdering someone, because if he thinks murder is wrong, well, that's just his opinion. Or if I think murder is wrong, that's just my opinion. It has no more or less value than he does. That is what you are asserting when you say everything is subjective. You're basically saying nothing matters, everything is of equal value. There is no inherent value that is given to anyone trying to argue something versus just saying it and then moving on with your day. Okay. Psychor. Oh,
Give
man.
this man a medal.
I need to stop.
Make notes. Chat. Make notes for this video that you're very eager to cover in a couple of weeks.
I have had these thoughts for a while. It is. Yeah. Man. Because people don't know what the words subjective and objective mean. They just get thrown around to mean something that is objective is true, and something that is subjective is opinionated. But that's not what the words mean, and it's just it throws me out the fucking window because people don't understand this shit.
Objectivity comes from the physical reality, not the human mind. That's also false, because it's based upon a set of standards that don't have to be perceivable in physical reality.
Chat, when you went to school, you had rubrics. That is an objective standard. It doesn't mean someone had to decide it. Someone had to say, when we write the paper, we value the fact that the grammar's correct. Someone had to say that was a thing. But once you've said it, you can then say whether it or not it meets the standard. That is objectivity. Objectivity doesn't mean it's provable by some imaginary objective standard that humans believe in across the board. It means that a standard exists somewhere, and it is provable based on a standard that exists. Whether or not you agree with the standard or not is a different discussion entirely. If I say that every painting that has blue in it is bad, you can disagree with me and my standard, but based off of the standard I have set, every painting with blue in it is provably bad whether or not it has blue. That is how things work.
Think about it this way. Lucid is subjectively gay.
Damn it, Richter.
Oh, I am subjectively broke. Yeah, money is a concept. Well, no, it's not real.
I'm not even. I'll even take it on. You could be subjectively broke. Broke for some people is having $5. Broke for some other people is having no money. Broke for rich people is probably having 10K. 10K for me is a lot. That's all different. But it's because the standards are different for each person. If a rich person were to talk to another rich person, they could. This is how conversations work.
So true, bestie.
Where's my GIF? Where's my GIF?
Anyways.
He had me at bada.
There it is.
Anyways, yeah, you guys, we're gonna get into it more later, okay? I just gotta explain to you guys, because people don't really know what these words mean that they're saying. Oh man. Anyways, as I was saying, let's continue with the video.
Let alone the fact that our media and our information is so transient and quick these days, right? What can you even convey in a 60-second TikTok that can't be perfectly surgically put together anyway? And then even if you do convey strong fundamentals, is it necessary when we're already on to the next thing 5 minutes later? Do we really need to do that good a job of anything anymore?
I'm sorry. Wait, I'm so sorry. I need to say one more thing. Subjectivity matters, chat. It's just that it matters as much as you care about the person themselves, or how much you value that person's opinion or their feelings without any substantiation at all. For instance, if Zesty tells me that a movie is bad, that is I will take his subjective thoughts on the movie and say and then maybe not watch it. But if me and him both walk out of the movie theater and we both talk about the movie and he says, I think that it was really bad when X happened, and I go, well, that didn't happen. It wasn't in the film. Also, you went to take a bathroom break for an hour and 30 minutes, so I'm not sure how you even came to that conclusion. Like, that's an objective conversation we can have. These are all differences. I promise I'll stop autistically ranting about it. But, anyways. So.
Like, why should you put that much energy into art if you know it's going to be replaced in a few days anyways, because things are just moving so quickly? But the answer to all these questions, where I'm like, is it even worth it, is it's only worth it if you want to pursue that, if you care. Because you're not going to get any more hoes or cash or worship for being...
What the fuck?
I mean, he's not
no,
wrong.
No, wait. I'm not saying he's wrong. I was like woken from a coma. I was woken from my objectivity-subjectivity debate coma by the words hose.
I mean, he's just factually correct, because if you want to get like the dopamine hits of getting nicer food or boobs and sex, right? You don't need to invest that much time into a skill or something that satisfies you. You can just go out and engage in a surface level thing to get you the money or the reputation, and you can have those things handed to you.
Yeah.
Or you can search it on Google. Like, I am in the mood for
hose.
I'm not gonna
hose.
I am in. Today I am in the mood for hose. I'm gonna Google some bodacious babes. And you get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you
didn't have to work for it. Back in the day, you have to work for it. You want to see a pair of boobs, you got to take her out.
Shut up, dude.
That's real, though. No,
that's real.
They hated him because he said the truth.
No, Zesty, you were still able to go look up porno when you were playing Halo 3. Let's not kid ourselves. This isn't a
but you had to wait for the image to load.
So it's a very different time loading an image on dial-up, sir, than it was than having instant access to anything you want on your phone.
I guess that's pretty true.
I remember when it took like 10 minutes to load a single JPEG. I remember those days.
And you get that tantalizing next line of the image. Ooh, what's the next one going to be?
Oh, there's a clavicle. There it is,
yes. Someone in chat asked if boobs are objective.
They're not real.
I mean, they might be the objective. It's a little different.
They're not real, Zesty. What the fuck do you mean by that?
Joe, Richter, relax.
What did you mean by that?
What do you mean by that?
Pursue that if you care. Because you're not going to get any more hoes or cash or worship for being an expert in curves and levels in Photoshop. In fact, most people won't have any idea that you possess this ability. You're not going to even be able to relate to people with that skill, right? You're going to be shopping for cereal and you'll see a cereal box and you'll want to adjust the midtones on the cover image. And you can't explain that to someone. But the perk of this, of having this skill, is that you're going...
Pause. I mean, you can. It's just a much smaller group of people within your field that you'll be able to relate to. Yeah. And ultimately, that's how you make meaningful relationships with people, is you find common ground with your passions and interests.
Yeah. This is like when we're walking around on the street and Levi's like, you see that sign over there, Alan? You know what font that is?
Yes.
Every time it's
Cooper
Black.
Yes, it is. This is exactly how I feel when I point out correctly identify the typography of a sign from across the street. That is exactly how I feel for having this niche ability that no one can relate to me on. Yeah, no, he's correct though. Unironically, he's right. The value in learning in being ultra specialized in a skill is very internal and intrinsic to that. You can't do it for any other reason. This is why I respect skateboarders. You know, skateboarders, people who are good at skateboarding are only good at skateboarding because they want to be. There's no other reason to do it. Because it's too.
Well, you can definitely get some hoes skateboarding. Let's
No,
not kid
but
ourselves.
Richter,
Maybe in like
No,
92
Richter,
you could.
Richter,
Now
think about it. The amount of pain you have to go through to be good at skateboarding. This is why posers and poser culture is a thing. The amount of pain you have to go through to be actually good at skateboarding is not worth the hose. Most people do not need to go through that to get a girlfriend. That's not how any of this works. So I respect the shit out of skateboarders because they are willing to put their body on the line for literally nothing else than the love of the game. And that shit's fucking awesome, and I love it so much. Yeah. But yeah, no, he's correct. I agree.
To really understand in a meaningful way a part of what is going on when an image looks quote unquote good or right or something like this. However, if you just want reactions, if you just want views, some worldly success, literally, this is my advice, just make things sexy. Bait with anime imagery, make everything more pornographic, because that will get attention.
Oh yeah, that's how you got here, Zesty.
Or more generally, just make it appeal to one's dopamine receptors. Like that he's just objectively is correct. You want to get as much engagement as possible. That's why clickbait exists, right? Make the dopamine receptors fire off in someone's brain, and for men, generally, it's tits.
Notice he ignored my criticism, chat. Can you believe it?
Wait, what'd you say?
I said he was talking about you, Zesty.
He is. It works. It works on me. It's why I am now violently obsessed with VTubers.
Like
he's talking about me as well. I made Half-Life and Sex. I made the vampire video that Zesty's in.
Funk made his YouTuber career.
Yeah, anything related to tits and ass, I am unequivocally involved in.
I love
I don't like that my presence is being reduced to boobs. That's not all I'm here for.
Guys, remember, if you like Zest, I can't finish this joke. It's not worth it.
Say it.
I was gonna say,
pussy. Say it.
Chat, if you like Zesty because of his anime profile picture, you are a chud. Real men like Zesty for his arguments and intellectual thoughts on Team Fortress 2.
I think it's kind of funny when he gets mad at a video game. I think that's entertaining.
It's actually kind of crazy how I have a small cult following specifically around my character. It's a little wild. That's where I am now.
Yeah.
I should probably embrace my little character more, but it's
I like when you had him.
weird.
You had him do the Gmod dance in your recent video. That was kind of cool.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's just it's like very marketable, but in some extent, I feel like it's like not actually who I am. But then again, I sound like a fucking drooling moron, being like the tape guy. That's not actually me. Like, duh, are you fucking stupid? Like, I don't know. It's interesting. Rat Lobber was telling me he believes in like what he calls like fucking like profile picture like physiognomy. Like you can tell a lot about someone based on how they present themselves online. And it's like
he's not wrong. He's not wrong. You can tell a lot about a person based on their profile pictures. That's very true.
I agree, but why does he describe it as physiognomy?
Because it's an accurate word.
Oh god.
Here, Richter, I got you covered, buddy. Here's your profile picture.
What are you sending me?
I sent it in the general.
Oh my god, you gotta die for that.
I held on to this motherfucker. I am not letting this leave my folders. It is good.
You know what? Actually, I want to look at every profile picture on the panel right now and address the physiognomy. We got to talk about how Zesty clearly wants to be a woman based on his.
So many people think that too.
There's no other explanation for that.
There's no other explanation. That's true.
What about Lucid? He takes L's all the time. He's a loser, obviously, from the L.
That's
pretty
surface level.
It actually stands for large, and large is
large.
What
does the L stand for?
No, the L. He loves licking lollipops. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's pretty true. Alan loves to eat a sandwich as an anime girl.
He's a Yui fan.
I feel like I look fucking evil based on my picture, but
it's a little more ominous than the rest. Yeah.
L equals lard.
Lard.
That's fucked up, chat.
It's not nice. It's not nice.
But if you want to make art, you have to do it because you want to. Because you need to make something beautiful.
I would assume we differ on the word art, but I understand what he means.
They're saying LDL is actually legend.
Let's fucking go, dude.
So there are two types of artists. I'm gonna get crucified for making such a sweeping generalization. I'm ready to like get lambasted for this. But there's two types of artists because I reside on Twitter a lot. There are the artists who draw what they love, and then you have the commission cows that will draw literally anything and everything for money. Don't know if they enjoy doing it or not. I know some that don't. But you can certainly create art and not have the drive to want to do it for yourself.
No, I agree. That's what I agree. I'm just assuming he would say that's not art, which is why I said I think we differ on the definition.
Yes.
So,
hence why I bring up, that.
The boob show.
So when it comes to TF2, I think maybe half or so of TF2 players are people who just happen to be playing TF2, and if they were given charge to recreate it and really understand and do justice to the original essence of the game, they probably would fail because they just aren't paying enough attention to the details of it.
Yes.
The insane part, they have failed. TF2 Classic has failed at keeping a coherent identity as strong as the original TF2 did. And I say that as someone who loves TF2 Classic. It has become a small identity crisis in a similar way that the actual TF2 has. You have these like Overwatch influence looking weapons seeping their way into the game. You have these like, they bring back stuff from the beta for some reason. It's not really aligning itself in that way. And it's because you can only do so much with like a fan team, right? Like I'm not trying to knock the people who work on it. I very much enjoy the game, but it is telling that the one major effort to bring back the essence of the game, in my opinion, is sort of dwindling on that a little bit, or it's failing a little bit. I don't know how Zesty feels about it, but
I was going to say I think that if you told me, Levi, I am God in this. I am God, and I'm giving you the right to remake TF2 in your own image. I would reject the opportunity, because I don't really believe that even as much as I know about the game, I would feel incapable of recreating it in a way that is faithful to how it was originally formed. Like, I would essentially just be like, is there a way I could just revert it back to, like, 2012? Is that a potential? And if you were like, no, you have to make it from the ground up, I'd be like, I just don't feel comfortable doing that.
That's the same answer I would give. It's like, can I just put it back to a time when it was better in my eyes? And because I don't have the skills, I don't have the artistic prowess, I don't have that type of cognitive ability.
Vision. You don't have the original influences.
And that's my point. Is I don't have that type of cognitive ability to create or even come up with that type of artistic vision, because inherently I'm not an artist. I'm a scientist. My brain does not function in the realm of being able to birth creative works from my own original thoughts. All of the things I do are derivative of other things people have done. Like, I can't generate something truly unique and individual on my own. That's just not how my brain works. I don't have that brain. So if someone tasked me with saying, create TF2 again from the ground up, I would be incapable of doing so fundamentally because of how I am as a person.
I think that if you told me, like, make a game that uses TF2's design philosophy, but it's not TF2, I think I could do that, hypothetically. Like, I think I could use what TF2, like, what I know about TF2, like, from a design perspective, and make something else. But I don't think I could remake TF2, like, if given the opportunity. I don't think I would want to. I would just be like, just to take it. Like, I'm not touching that.
I would if I like had to do something, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing it unless I could bring in the original people who were involved. I would want to bring in the original artists who worked on the game, because I think that's that combination of heads like bumping together is what created the game, and anything less is a compromise or like an imitation to my mind.
Yeah.
Your silence is deafening, Alan. We need you to address the problem at hand.
But what does Alan think?
I was zoned out. Sorry, I was reading something else.
Accurate.
He was reading.
Correct answer.
He was reading The Art of War from Sun Tzu.
Do justice to the original essence of the game, they probably would fail because they just aren't paying enough attention to the details of it. And it's probably not just in TF2, but probably in the rest of the world as well. Now, there's this other half of the TF2 players, however, who I think they're playing TF2 more for a specific reason. They have the TF2 soul gene. They feel exactly what I'm talking about when I say wanting to hang out on 2 Fort alone.
He's addressing me and Zesty mainly. Me and Zesty and Lucid. And,
people like us.
These viewers.
There's a lot of people out there.
You can see where these people have cultivated, and I think a lot of them are in Zesty's audience. I don't think that's unfair to say.
I think it's accurate because I think I'm one of the few people that appeal to like treating TF2 as something precious and something truly unique and important instead of just something to engage with because it appeals to me in the moment and I personally find it fun because cute little wolfy head or something. I don't know.
I think that I also think that like, and not to like this is not to shit on anyone in chat or Zesty even himself. I think a lot of the people who watch Zesty's videos don't necessarily fall under that like 50% or whatever percentage of it is. And I think that it's a similar thing with TF2 with anything else where like you have to understand Zesty's argument, and I think a lot of people don't necessarily understand it, but they agree with the conclusion of it, and they don't really understand how they got there. And I kind of see that a lot, and I don't know if those people would necessarily be in that like that 50% or whatever.
No, yeah, and that's also just inevitable with making stuff online and putting opinions out there is you'll have people agreeing with the end result and not understanding the steps you took to get there and understanding, like the individual pieces that formulate the opinion. They'll just go like, oh, yes, I agree that 2 + 2 is 4, but don't understand mechanically like how you got there.
Yeah, no, and
I do get that quite a bit, and especially so with like my team recognition video, like they agree, yeah, I should be able to tell between red and blue apart and have no issues. But then, like going through the meticulous design philosophies that Valve did to make the game, they can't really grasp at that,
Yeah, and I think that there's also a degree. I wouldn't say this is like a 50-50 split. I'd probably just describe it as a gas spectrum, because I think different people. Like before doing this show and talking about the art style on such a regular basis, I would say that I understood TF2's weapon design and like a character design and how the characters connect with one another. I think I could say I understand that, but I wouldn't understand the visual appeal until I had to do research and talk about it for hours on end as part of the show. So I think I'd like fall somewhere in the middle at that time, whereas I think I'm closer to like, I kind of understand that innate charm more so now than I did, however long ago. So I think it kind of varies.
Zesty, someday, you and me, Zesty, we've got to declare. I don't want to say declare. But I might have just been about to use some language that'll get me in trouble. I'm sorry. But, you and me, Zesty, we need to, pull up that comment chain you had with Funk and just ruin Lucid's day. That's what I think we need to do.
I read it already.
I know, but we need to air it out in front of him on his platform and ruin his day.
We can do it now.
There's so much that needs to be said.
I read it.
Yeah, pull it up. I want to talk about it. It's so.
I'm gonna need some water if we're gonna do that.
It's so interesting. It's so interesting to me to watch somebody walk back what might be one of the most like important videos ever made for the game and just basically say, "Well, I don't have a serious perspective anymore because I don't want to get in trouble." I think that's insane.
I read this for my video.
Somebody says declare war on apathy. That's not what I was going to say, but we can pretend that's what I was going to say.
Zesty,
are you actually pulling it up?
Yeah, I'm actually pulling it up.
Okay, we're doing this now. All right.
Let's do it. I want to do it. It's so interesting to me. I wish Funk could be here to defend himself. Truly, I want to pick his brain on why he came to these conclusions that he did. Because I feel like Zesty set forward such a this so cogent point, and the only reflection was, well, I just don't care, which to me is insane. It's nuts.
How do you want to do this? Do you want me to be Funk and Zesty can read his own words, or?
Yeah, I don't care. That's fine.
You're just gonna narrate this discourse, okay?
Here, hold on. I just want to. This was 9 months ago.
All right, this video is what 7, 8 years old now.
Yeah. Yes. This was.
Now you should do a brief recap of what this video was, Lucid. I know you're a big Funk fan.
I wouldn't even whatever. This video was essentially Funk explaining how the original vision that the developers had for cosmetics being added to the game has been gradually morphed and changed to the point where it no longer fits the original desire that the developers had for cosmetics in the game. And he uses a bunch of examples to prove that, and then goes into further examples on why that is a bad thing, past the point of it just being an issue with the art style.
Right. And then what did he do in this this pinned comment here? What does he do?
Well, but also to not just the art style, but also the themes and the tone of the game as well. He talked about tonal appropriateness, thematic appropriateness, not just visual appropriateness for something that looks like it sticks out like a sore thumb, right?
Yes.
All very important things that are not mutually exclusive.
Richter, I don't know if you're aware, this video was in the first video we covered, or no, we covered this video on the first episode of UFR.
Did we? Did you? I mean, I wasn't there.
Yeah, was
Zesty there? Was Zesty there?
Well, yeah, Zesty. That was
later.
Infamously, Zesty joined during his own video because we covered Uncle Dane talking about irresponsibly created videos, and then we went over the two examples he gave of irresponsibly created videos.
So have you guys already gone over this?
No, we haven't. Not
this comment chain.
No, not this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I think this is so fascinating.
Yeah, I will be Funk. Zest, you can read your shit.
Sure.
Since this is,
how do you want to do this? Do you want does Richter want to interject with things he wants to add, or are we just gonna
narrate this? As it goes. Just
we'll feel it out. We'll improv it, you know. Since this is popular again, I still agree with this video. I don't regret making it. In hindsight, I think the modern art style is a mix of both Valve poorly planning things and Valve intentionally lifting their own restrictions for the sake of player expression. I don't like that people see this video and forget that second part, mostly because I hadn't considered it when making the video. I don't walk back any of my points. I just find awful loadouts more funny than upsetting today.
I'll read my comment in a moment. I hate the point of it's for the sake of player expression. No, it was for the sake of money. It was not for the sake of appealing to player expression. It was for the sake of putting more shit in the game for people to buy.
Well, I had a great conversation with a I guess you could say a fucking TF2 archaeologist. He digs through files and stuff, and he made this remark to me about how saying the TF2's art style has progressed is insane because it's diseases progress too. Diseases can progress. That's like saying that because you're developing cancer that your body is evolving. It's insane. That is an insane perspective to have.
Well, yeah, that's why I don't think saying someone's a progressivist is inherently good, as someone said.
So, Zesty, for the sake of argument, if no one ever made any money on any cosmetics, would it be a good thing, assuming that all of the same cosmetics were added, would it be a good thing that they increase player expression?
I made a video about this on my second channel, that player expression is a good thing so long as it's rooted in the tones and themes and stylization of the game in question.
Yeah.
Because when you start violating these things, it starts violating what makes that piece of media special. It makes that piece of media engaging and important to people who truly enjoy it. And when you start blurring the lines or removing those barriers entirely, it goes back to that argument that I've said before, where if you start trying to make something that appeals to everyone, it starts to appeal to no one.
Mm. So is the main issue the money or the tone?
So the money is I'm not talking about the money. I'm purely talking about violating the tones, themes, and stylization of the game. Okay. That's all this is about. And my point was that Valve did not do this for the sake of player expression. They did this for the sake of increasing revenue. It was not to make the player happy, it was to make their wallets fatter. And they realized they could do that by putting more junk in the game that would appeal to even more people that don't actually care for the game they're engaging with.
So it's more saying that they're doing a thing that you think is bad, and they're also doing it for a bad reason.
I think that's a more appropriate way of saying it, yes.
Okay.
Should I read my comment now?
Yeah, go for it.
I guess.
Yes.
Ugh. You do walk back on the video, at least in some capacity, by dismissing unbefitting cosmetics as funny, or the objective problems some cause as arbitrary or subjective. Some nuance and subjectivity lies in determining what is and is not befitting for the game, but certain lines were crossed long ago that should have never been. I think most people could agree that a giant hot pink banana head isn't something that belongs, for example. Your video remains spot on, and seeing you, and many others, become complacent with Valve sacrificing what made TF2 unique for the sake of player expression saddens me. Don't be fooled. Valve may have intentionally lifted their restrictions, but they did this with money in mind, and not with care for the game nor player expression. That's for damn sure. You may not care anymore, and that's fine, you've moved on to other things, but many others still do, and reducing concerns with content selections to, it's funny, puts a sour taste in a lot of people's mouths. I'll always stand by players being allowed to express themselves within the confines of a game's style and tone, but to not open the floodgates to anything they desire simply because they like it, and it expresses who they are.
And this is something I gained so much respect for Weezy from when he came on last time we were talking about this video, and he said, hey, I don't really care about the art style. That's not what I think I'm here for. But because I can tell there's people who do revere it, I think that people like me should like step aside. And it seems like Funk is taking this position where he's like almost scared to come across as being on the same aisle as Zesty. And so he's kind of backing away from it because he doesn't want to be a part of the TF2 community anymore. And I think it's a shame. It's very sad. And I like Funk's videos. I like them a lot.
So, like, and I'm not going to put words in his mouth. I don't know his intentions, but to me, in my opinion, it seems like he walked this video back simply because I became the one spearheading the discourse around keeping the game's, tones and themes and art style in check with content additions. And because I have the notoriety surrounding my name, he could no longer be seen associating with that. That's what I got from this. Whether or not he actually behaved this way,
I wish he could be here to explain his impulse better, because there's only so much you can do in like a YouTube comment chain, and it sort of leaves people to create their own impressions of what they think the motivation were or stuff like that. But to me, it really feels like he wants nothing to do with TF2 anymore, and now this video is now controversial in the TF2 community, like 8 years later. And so retroactively, he just says, "Sorry guys, I'm not a part of that conversation. Leave me alone." But to me, it's in a very dismissive way that I just don't agree with.
I fail to see how this is narcissism. I'm not being narcissistic at all. I'm simply explaining my reasoning for why he decided to disassociate from his own opinions, because he doesn't want to be associated with something that would land him in hot water.
Are we going to act like Zesty is not the reason this conversation reignited? Or are we going to pretend that that's narcissism to acknowledge that as like a fact, like it just is?
I don't. Zesty, I will go out on a limb. I don't think that's it. And my reasoning for why is because I feel like he would have worded it very differently if his point was, because like, okay, in an alternate universe where that was his intention, I see the comment here not being, I agree with this, I just have slightly different perspectives now. I see the comment being phrased much more as, hey, this has been used to harass some people, and I don't agree with any of that, and I distance myself from anyone trying to do any of that. This video isn't something I hold anymore at all. It's not. That's how I see this being phrased, if that were his intention. I think he genuinely just had a change, like his perspective changed. And I would agree for the worse if
What was the impetus for his perspective changing, Lucid? What do you make of that? What do you think it is?
I mean, the video being 7 years old and him watching things change more and more. I mean, like, I have had people talk to me about... You
think he just gave up on the fight, then?
I think he just saw it as not mattering as much anymore. Or at least it didn't matter.
He gave up on the fight. He gave up on the fight. He doesn't think it's... He just walked it back, essentially.
Well, I'm not saying...
He's not walking it back, but I feel like he definitely is.
No. I agree that he is... I agree that he is walking it back. I don't disagree with that. I absolutely agree this is him softly walking back what he said in a lot of these clips. Or in this video. I'm not saying that, right? I'm saying that I just don't think it's because Zesty is controversial. I don't think that has anything to do with it. Now, Zesty bringing it up and it becoming a topic that is now relevant, and therefore this video being talked about more, sure. But I don't think that I don't think Zesty's controversiality has anything to do with this response. I think this is
a word, controversial.
And we don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah, and also we don't know. But I just feel that he would have worded this differently and approached it differently if that were what he were worried about. But yeah, anyways, I
mean, Zesty's the one here who's actually had this interaction and got his feeling out at Funk, so I guess it's probably more important to hear, like, what he thinks about it.
Oh, well, I guess. I just thought I'd throw it in there.
No, I mean, to me, it's very hand wavy to then just go back and then reduce all of his points in the video, and like he used to very clearly have such a high level of care for the game in terms of its visuals and gameplay and all of the stuff, right? And like that's also expressed in his I Miss TF2 video. But then to come back to this and then just hand wave it all away of like, oh, it's just good for player expression. Like, whoa, that's a massive reduction of these points he used to hold. What happened?
Yeah,
like that's a massive turnaround.
And we can only be left to like speculate, right? Like me, I assume that it's just not like with my knowledge of the ecosystem of TF2, it's just not great to be in the position that Funk's in and have to atone for your like TF2 sins, because obviously people make money off of like the TF2 items, and there's like a whole ecosystem around that, and those people are, you know, I'm sure they're not like bad people or anything. That's not what I'm trying to say, but those people are probably friends with Funk, and so there's sort of a level of atonement he has to do to be like, I don't support whatever like harassment Zesty's sending to these people. I think that's mainly what he's getting at, and what he's trying to walk back in that essence. I don't know if I'm fucking making any sense, but
I want to read what Funk said here, because I think it's very interesting in this comment. Like I like it kind of backs off. It kind of backs up what both of you said. One could argue that the unrestrained level of player expression available in TF2 is fundamentally what makes the game unique, not just the underlying principles of visual readability. I think it's both. I think it's both, but plenty of people consider the absurdist approach to loadouts an element of the game's charm. And quote,
what?
I'll let you
go. Wild thing to say, that the unrestrained level of player expression is what fundamentally makes the game unique. When so many other games let you do this, to hold that up as the reason
it's an element that the game didn't even launch with also.
Yes, as a fundamental reason why the game is unique is absolutely insane to say.
Yeah, no, I think that I calling cosmetics like the banana hat absurdist is kind of like you're giving them too much credit. Like there are absurdist cosmetics, the counterfeit billycock being one of them, that fit the game's art style. I don't think,
and the tone and the themes, it
all of
works.
it. Yes,
it's his own example.
Yes, I don't know. Yeah, and all of these arguments are arguments that I want 2023 Funk to have a conversation with 2016 Funk, because I don't know if these people would like each other based off this interaction. Like these two positions are very different from each other, and it's fine to have them be changed, but it's very different from, I still believe everything I said in this video, but also here's a bunch of things that contradict everything I said in this video, you know?
I think it's weird that he says that, oh, well, they're both, like, the meticulously crafted thing, the meticulously crafted world of TF2 is just as valuable as the fact that I can make my guy have a crab on his hat. It's like, well, maybe both of those things are, you know, in fact, things that have drawn people to TF2. Maybe that's true. But are we going to ignore that there's clearly a disparity of how much value those two things are bringing? Do we not think that the original world is more valuable than the ability to put a crab on your hat? Because you can do that in like any game. You can do that in Fortnite. I know Zesty already kind of said that, but it's a weird argument to me.
I think that one of the things that, because I was thinking about other games that allow you to customize your character but are limited, and most of them have much better visual recognition than any game that is all over the place, like a Fortnite, for instance. Like Smash Brothers, right? If Smash Brothers has skins, and like for each of the characters, like palette swaps or different outfits that they wear, but all of those outfits that they wear are outfits they wore in other iterations of themselves in other games for each of the video game characters, right? And therefore they don't look like visually correct. They look like something that character would wear. Or because it is literally something that character wore, or based off something that character wore. And I think that if you had the option to change Mario's hat to not be Mario's hat anymore, that would be a problem. Like unironically, I think it would be an issue with the game, because you're starting to change what makes Mario Mario. Not to say that he never has had his hat off, but if you like replaced it with something else, there are limits to how you can do that, and you get to the point where it becomes so unrestricted that it loses all inherent meaning, because it's just all over the place.
You know,
But it doesn't matter because if you have unrestrained player expression, it's okay. Just.
I was gonna say it might be unfair to paint Funk's like motivations in the way that like I guess we've been kind of doing, because I guess I admire at least that he was willing to go into the comments and reply and kind of argue a little bit, right? Like that at least means that it's a statement a statement he's standing on, right? Versus he could have just not even left this comment at all. So I guess I appreciate that at least a little bit, but it's just a very befuddling position, I guess.
Yeah, I don't understand it. Also, Polskinesis super chat $10 and said, I think to an extent the recent discussion might have sparked him to reevaluate his opinion, but I think it boils down to him not caring about TF2 much anymore, as much as he did back then. Excuse me. Yeah,
and that is probably the main reason. He just does not care.
He realized that at a certain point you're the I hate to use this analogy for the 500th time, but you are the guy in the clean part of the pool getting laughed at by all the people swimming in pee. Like at a certain point you're that guy, and it's just not worth it socially.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't understand. I would wonder what.
Which comment are we on, by the way? I fucking forget.
Oh, we're still on the top one. I would wonder what he would say if he, like, I know this is a really weird hypothetical, but I don't know. I could imagine him saying multiple things from who I know Funk to be, but I want if he gave, because a lot of people laud his current art style in his modern videos. If someone took his art style, like, and changed it dramatically, I feel like he would have issue with it. I could be wrong. He might, maybe if that person were given the opportunity to do it, he'd be just like, well, I guess they did that. But I feel like he'd care. But who knows? Maybe I'm just. Anyways, the top comment.
See, this is why I picked this, is because I knew this would break Lucid. It would destroy his mental and spirit. He's over. It's over for Lucid Bros.
I'm not. Okay. I'm not a Funk. Alan, how do I explain my relationship with Funk?
You made a video about him.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
You talked very well of him, and that means you're a fanboy.
I respect Funk as a creator. That doesn't mean I agree with everything he says.
Yeah, surprisingly enough.
Same way that I respect Zesty Jesus is. I respect Zesty Jesus as a creator, but I don't agree with literally everything he's ever said about everyone.
You don't? How dare you? God, we can't be friends anymore.
You don't agree with every word that's come out of my mouth? Damn.
Yeah, I thought I knew you. I still think that the MF Doom hat is good, aside from the fact that it looks weird. It looks weird.
Not.
It's like for a time period perspective, it's perfectly fine. Yeah. No, I maintain that Funk is one of the most impressive, if not the most impressive, YouTube channels on the platform. But that doesn't mean I literally have to agree with everything he says. So.
Speaking of what he says.
Yeah. And complacency, quote-unquote, is a large assumption to make. I can still care about a game while feeling that certain changes have largely benefited the game long-term, like the removal of Halloween restrictions. Even if that has directly resulted in a lot of negative effects, too. If you care about 100 things and then decide 5 of them are arbitrary, that doesn't mean you're now complacent in the other 95 things you cared about. Which I agree, but I don't think that that's really what Zesty is saying at all.
No.
Complacency doesn't. It's kind of a straw man. It's not really, or a straw man argument, because it doesn't really address what Zesty said about complacency. If anything, or I guess he's just saying I'm not complacent. I just don't. My opinion has changed about this one thing, which isn't really a straw man. It's just like Zesty saying that it shouldn't have changed. It's gotten worse. If anything, the lauding a 20-year-old retired design philosophy is complacency, not progress.
God, there it is. The progress argument.
Which is the acceptance of beneficial change. Obviously, that's devil's advocate and easy to poke holes into, too. Just saying, maybe don't assume things.
Before reading into the next comment, what benefit did we get for getting presents as shoes? A banana on your fucking head. A wolfy head that you can dye hot pink. What? Genuinely, what benefit do we get from that being put in the game aside from I like the way it looks? What benefit is there?
I got no answer for you.
It's very selfish in that it makes the people who like that very specific kind of thing very happy and provides nothing to anybody else.
What would you say to this question if it were about like the what the fuck is the
I mean, and inherently, all cosmetics and microtransactions can fall under the same umbrella. What inherent benefit do they bring to the game experience?
Yeah, I was gonna ask like if about like the war pig or something else that fits the game better.
Essentially, none.
Yeah,
they don't. None of it does.
Yeah, so I guess it's a bad argument in any direction. Like there is the beneficial change. There isn't really beneficial change. Funk's perspective is that there's beneficial change just because there is more stuff in the game, I think. At least that's like the most generous interpretation.
That's such a horrible position to take, though. That like anything you add to the game is good because it's adding
more is
content.
good. New is good.
Well, I'm trying to find a more charitable way to take the acceptance of beneficial change, which is that more people can express themselves in more ways because there's more options, and that is good because there is just more options.
It seems like he's also making like an all or nothing like argument. Like you can only have the modern TF2 where we have some good changes, or the shitty 2007 one, which is like not the case. We can evaluate each edition on their own. There's no need to be like that just like dilutes the conversation for no reason.
Well, yeah, if we were,
but then like, go ahead. Sorry,
I was just this is kind of a wild hypothetical, but let's say we had like Mario Galaxy. It came out in 2007, and but like there was only 5 galaxies, and then every year or every 6 months there was a new community created galaxy added to the game, and then 12 years later they added a galaxy where you just played Call of Duty, and then someone went, "Hey, that's bad." Like, that's nothing like the game that's not looking like the first 20 galaxies that got added to the game. It's like completely different. Why is this here? It's not even good. And then someone that goes, well, it's progress, you know? And like people who like Call of Duty can play this game now.
And this goes to the point of like crossing the line, right? Like at what point do the negatives outweigh the benefits? Because the benefit to a point gets only to the point where like, oh, well, people like it, therefore it's okay. But then all the negatives that it brings with it monumentally outweigh the positives it brings. It makes the individual person engaging with that piece of content happy in the moment, but then it completely tears down everything the game was built to be. Its own thematically unique, stylistically unique, and tonally unique experience gets destroyed, which, in my opinion, is infinitely worse than making the person who likes hot pink banana hats happy.
Yeah, I agree. Funk went on to respond to someone else. I can care about the art style while still maintaining a personal opinion on what quote-unquote parts of that art style are meaningful to preserve and what parts are fine or even beneficial to let be changed. I think some ugly hats are funny, and some of them were mistakes. I think slate paint was a mistake, and if they changed it, I'd be happy. But I also still find entertainment in the situation where it's exploited, because ultimately it's subjectively funny to me, and because I think TF2's core design principles still function even in extreme scenarios. You have to actively, methodically go out of your way to exploit any of the game's leniencies, and that concentrated effort alone is what I find entertaining about bad loadouts. It's not complacency to find positives in an unpreferable situation. It's human nature. Isn't
that insane to say?
Well, this is
that
okay. Wait,
it's okay to violate the fundamental gameplay design of being able to tell who is and is not in your team, and he reduces that to being subjectively funny.
Well, here's what I think, because I interpret this statement differently. I think he's saying there is nothing I can do about it, and therefore I can, because he said he said it's not complacency to find positives in an unpreferable situation, right? I think he's saying I think these things are bad, but there's nothing I can do about them, so I don't want to complain anymore.
I just so disagree with that, though. Like, do you really like Zesty on his own has had an impact on the like?
I'm not saying that's I'm not saying
you don't think that like if Funk and like Uncle Dane or somebody like made a like champion for something to change with the game that it wouldn't have the potential to change something.
I'm not saying I believe that. I'm just saying that's what I think he's saying. I don't think he's saying that it's a good thing that it's changed. Yeah, sorry.
I want to address something in chat. He says, Zesty, I know for a fact you can count on one hand the amount of times this has actually affected you in game. It should not happen ever. It should not happen ever in the game. There should not be a single moment inside of Team Fortress 2 where you cannot tell what team someone is on.
that is violating the bare bones basic fundamental design of engaging with a team-based game. If you cannot tell what team someone is on, you cannot play the game properly, and it gives the person violating that design principle an inherent advantage over you, and it should not happen regardless of how infrequently it does. It is immensely fucked to hand wave that away just to say, oh, it doesn't happen very often. It shouldn't happen ever.
There's a reason why, like, soccer...
Your mother just got her head broken open on the pavement, but it doesn't really happen that often, so it's probably not worth caring about, to be honest.
Right.
So
I was gonna
have to move on.
We're not talking about Battlefield. We're talking about Team Fortress 2.
There's a reason why, like, soccer and basketball, they have home jerseys and away jerseys, and the away jerseys are often light colors and the home jersey are often dark colors, because if you have two people wearing even if they are jerseys that are in the same color family, they will confuse each other, and that will fuck up a game. There are reasons why, like, there are reasons why this stuff matters. Even if you wanted to make the competitive argument, this stuff matters. Like, if you wanted to be Uncle Dane or someone else who cares about the game's competitive viability, this shit spits in the face of its competitive viability. Like, it ain't good.
And here's something else. Someone just brought up. Hold on, where's that comment? It's not like this only happens once. This will just build up and become a bigger problem. The more cosmetics that break these rules will get added. And we just got one this summer. That spy cosmetic we just got that repaints a third of his player model to a color that it can be not team colored. Guess what? I already have 3 solid minutes of clips of me fooling people using that brand new spy cosmetic. I'm making a video about it because of how easily you can fool someone by having a cosmetic that repaints half your fucking model. It's insane. It's like, oh yeah, it only happens a few times, but the fact that we just keep hand waving that away allows for it to keep happening. And we have another cosmetic that lets you do this that was just added, and it shouldn't happen at all.
The second, not the last time, but the time before that, where I was playing TF2, I mentioned this last UFR. I saw a spy and thought it was on my team and got backstabbed as a result because of the objects the spy was wearing. That happened to me. So
yes, and it should never happen ever.
Yep.
Oh fuck! Makes me so mad. It's not, and the fact that people can even refute that point at all and think that it's an acceptable thing to do, that in any way they can make an argument for in any situation that it's okay if you cannot tell what team someone is on. That's insanity to me.
I think Funk doubled down on what I said. I think that he has accepted that there is nothing he can do about it, so he has stopped caring about it as a result.
That's very depressing. If you're someone who values art, that's like a very depressing thing to do. It's just like, well, I give up. It basically does like communicate that he doesn't care about the game anymore. Or am I like crazy?
Well, no, it communicates he doesn't care about this part of the game anymore. But yes,
he just doesn't care. Like, it's not a serious perspective. He just doesn't care. Which is like, that's man, that's depressing.
Were we still reading this, or are we gonna
we can go back to the video. That was the important part. I think he just reiterates himself, which is just like, hey, I'm not complacent. It's just I don't care.
I'm not
anymore.
Complacent. I just don't care about what's happening, which is complacency. I don't really.
Which is how so many people engage with the game. They don't care. Until they do, when you say that you don't like the hat that they do and that it doesn't belong, then they care because they personally like it. Therefore, they think it's okay.
Nice. Anyways, we got 10 more minutes of this video.
What? Who knows?
What?
We might be able to finish it. Who knows?
Who knows?
Only way that we can hope to create something so great again as TF2, we have to hone a deep appreciation for fundamentals, and we have to try to LARP what it was like to be alive as an adult 20 years ago. And we have to do that because that's what the people who made this game were living in, right? The people who made this game were adults 20 years ago.
Okay, I don't know if I agree with that.
I think it's certainly harder to get at, but it's not like you have to pretend you were alive in the 90s.
I don't
Well,
think
let him elaborate what he means. He hasn't even explained what he means by that yet.
Okay. You know, Richter, just for you.
To try to LARP what it was like to be alive as an adult 20 years ago. And we have to do that because that's what the people who made this game were living in, right? The people who made this game were adults 20 years ago. And there were so many premises about that time that they were in, which allowed them to create TF2, that made this all possible. It was a different world, right? They weren't in this progressive rollout, already thinking about the future updates kind of mindset of creating a game. They tried to make it coherent and complete for release, getting everything they needed to be on a CD, a compact disc. It also wasn't made by...
Okay, so...
That's just how games used to be in general, and I've said this a million times. They had to have a complete, fleshed out, and good product out of the gate, otherwise it wouldn't sell.
There was no day one patch.
Yeah.
No.
So Richter, my criticism of that statement isn't that if you wanted to make TF2 specifically again, he's probably correct. But if you wanted to make a game as good as TF2, I don't know if I agree with his statement that you have to basically pretend that you were.
I think that's all people are doing now is trying to emulate what people were doing 20 years ago in gaming. All you see is people rebooting like 90s projects and fucking like making like Doom ripoffs. Like, let's do Doom, but we make it in 2024. I think that's that's all they're doing.
Yeah, but I don't know if that makes something as good as TF2, which is his point.
Like, maybe not, but I get what he's trying to say though.
No, I understand too. I understand what he's saying, and I agree with it kind of broadly, but I don't know if he worded it right. Because I think that switching a mindset. I think you can emulate the mindset of the people who made TF2 without, and apply it to the modern day, and I think you can merge the two. I don't think they're antithetical to one another. Which might be, I don't know, contentious with you and Casual, but I think that you could find a way to take, to compromise or to marry these two mindsets within each other. And have the mindset
you
of these
obviously can't literally turn the time back to the 90s, so anything you do is going to be a compromise.
Well, yeah, like you gotta marry the ideas not the ideas, the mindset of the people who made TF2, but you have to find a way to work them into the modern day and the way that the industry works today. And I think that's possible. I just think it requires a lot of effort, and a lot of people aren't willing to do that. Also, there's a lot of homoerotic tension that is being illustrated by the chat every time we interact with each other, Richter.
Me and you?
Me and you, me and Zesty.
They do it with me and everybody. They say oh, you Richter and Weezy are gay. I wonder who fucked the other one in the butt. I wouldn't know. You guys are weird. You guys they do this for everyone I interact with. They do this with you. They do this with Zesty. They do this with Weezy. It's and they do it with Radlobber too. They do it with me and Radlobber. It's I don't know if I just give off fucking flaming homo vibes or something, but for some reason it just follows me. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I think Zesty's definitely the top though.
He tops you, buddy.
In subscribers.
He tops you. He tops you in the butthole as well, as we established earlier that you were gay.
No. Why did Alan leave?
I misclicked. It was a misinput. It was a misinput.
The God of Madness said yes, and he spent $20 to say yes, so I guess I'm gay now.
You're gay. It's established.
I'm gay. My girlfriend is heartbroken by this information. Just want everyone to know. She very dramatically grabbed her chest. It was very unfortunate.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Hello.
You missed the worst part, so you missed nothing at all, basically.
Yeah. I can't.
Oh, okay. I had to piss and get water.
Someone paid $20 and now I'm gay.
You are? Oh, congrats.
A gaming industry that was as large as it is today. It wasn't as sophisticated a structure of corporations who have, complicated hiring processes, and they get cushy video game degree graduates showing up. It was a risk career-wise to go into that industry back then. It was also a risk stylistically for them to make a game like TF2. It went against the grain. And it also was probably a big burden financially because it took them so long. The meme of 9 years in development. Was it worth the wait? It was. They took that time to keep pushing and keep grinding just to make sure it was exactly what it came to be. But we don't really have the patience to do this for much of anything these days. Can you imagine spending, so let's start with 9 months on a project.
You know what I think had the same amount of art, time and effort put into the art style and visual presentation as TF2? That came
I think
out.
I know your answer, but I'll let you answer.
I'm curious. No, I want you to know. What do you think I'm going to say?
No, I want you to answer because I'm probably wrong now that I think about it.
Cuphead.
No, I wasn't thinking of that one, but you're absolutely correct.
Cuphead is the modern example of a team putting the same amount of love, passion, and time into the way the visuals look.
I thought I brought up
that is a perfect example.
Last stream. Did I not?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe I'm crazy. No, it is an example though.
Yeah, Cuphead's probably the only example I can think of, aside from like I really like the way this might be the last time I mentioned it. I really like the way Splatoon looks, and I think it does a really good job. But it's not as
somebody in chat says, Moby Frankie, please come back. I got in contact with him. I want to talk to him, but he's an email only guy, and it's very sad. I don't know when I'll hear back from him, but I want him to come back so bad. He's the heart and soul of this game, in my opinion. What are you
giggling at?
Someone in chat made the official UFR ship rating, and it's Rizzy, and then it's Lusty for me and Zesty.
I hate that so much.
Also, and then also just Alan.
Yeah,
just by himself. I love Rizzy and Lusty and Alan. Those are great. Thank you.
Awful.
Oh man. I really like Splatoon's art style, but I think it's like a slight tier below TF2 and what the fuck Cuphead in terms of artistic consistency.
I guess this isn't
close.
like nearly on the same degree of like emulating like a bygone style, but I really like the art style like Castle Crashers.
Oh, that's true too. That's pretty good. It's kind of I think Castle Crashers like doesn't take as big of a swing though as TF2 and Cuphead does. If that makes sense.
Probably not, but I like it a lot.
No, I like it too.
I'm trying to think of any game that has enthralled me as much as TF2 has that's been released after 2010.
Yeah, also DeBlob, but I could talk about DeBlob for fucking forever.
I can't think of any at all.
I need to send DeBlob concept art in the chat. I'll do that in a second. Hold on.
I still have my copy of DeBlob that I've owned since like it first came out in my room, my Wii disc.
Zesty, are we friends on Steam?
Are we?
I think we need to be friends on Steam so I can buy you DeBlob.
If you insist.
I'll buy you it as soon as it goes on sale.
We should just be friends on Steam anyway, but if you want to buy me DeBlob, sure.
Yay. Okay, anyways.
Seriously, could you do that? And then let alone 9 years, having no idea how if it's going to pay off or get finished in the right way that you want.
Richter, apparently there was an update to Castle Crashers, according to someone in chat, where you can add your own custom content.
I heard about that.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a big fan of that. I don't know. It feels wrong to go back like so long later and just inject new stuff. But I haven't played the update yet, so I'm just speaking off my gut.
So I can also speak from experience where you put years of effort into something without knowing if it's going to manifest or be good by the time you're done.
Yeah.
I've had 2 instances, only 2 in my career up until this point, where I've put years of work into something, and I've had one instance where the years of work didn't manifest into anything, and then another instance where years of work has finally manifested into a publication that is going to be put out soon for my work. And on one end, it's like, and you just don't know. You have to do it because you're passionate about what you're doing, and you don't know if the end result's going to go your way, but you're doing it because you love what you do and you want to do something meaningful and put it out there into the world, either for yourself or for others to enjoy. And I feel like in the modern time, a lot of that drive is gone thanks to that instant gratification that people seek out because they don't want to put the effort into something. They just want to get the dopamine. They don't like it's hard to explain, but like it's when you're in the moment and working on something, you feel like raw ass, but then after months or years of toil, when you're done and it's put together, you put it out there into the world and it's good, you feel really good that you've done it and it's there and you can remember that you did it
other people will enjoy it, or you yourself just enjoys it for your own
Yeah,
personal reasons.
That word toil, I just in
Well,
real
yeah,
time.
toil. Yeah,
Checked into
toil.
Zesty's vocabulary. Real time, I just like a CIA mind beam put that in his head.
Oh yeah, it's all.
Saying it. It's a really good word. It's a really good word. I keep finding myself using the words toil and reverence when I talk about TF2's art.
Yeah, and there has been there's been a huge disconnect from that fundamentally for a lot of young people, and it's a shame. I think people I think it's starting to come around more so now. I think the next young generation after Gen Alpha is going to be coming into a world where they're going back to the importance of principles and the importance of putting or having a commitment to something you care about. I think it's starting to come back around. Because now that people, and like I said this last time, now that we have people in my age bracket that are growing up and are like seeing the repercussions and feeling the repercussions of people not committing themselves to something important, or not being competent or skilled or able to do the jobs that they're being hired to do, then it's like, oh shit, we need to course correct really fucking fast, or things are just going to get worse.
Mm.
What do you think, Alan?
I agree completely, and that's something I'm kind of learning to get better at, is actually like putting in time in one thing and honing it over a longer period of time.
That's exactly what this video we're watching is about.
No, I know it's great.
Christ.
Good stuff. It's a good video.
Really
and I think the problem, and something else I noticed as well, is that we have a lot of people that don't know what they want to do. And they take the immediate defeatist approach where like, oh, I don't know what I want to do with my life at age 18, therefore my entire life is over and I'm a failure because I haven't mastered or perfected something so early on, and the world's not going to care and I'm going to fall behind, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I try to say this as often as I can. I'm not like, I feel like I'm speaking about myself too much. I apologize.
Yeah,
but I try to convey this thought as much as I can. People need to understand that your whole life you're not going to understand what you're doing entirely. Like you're going to get better and better as you get older.
It's kind of the point.
Yeah. You're always only ever improving. You're never going to reach your peak. You're always and only ever getting better. And it's okay that you're coming out of high school and you have no fucking clue what you're doing. It's okay that you're in the middle of a college degree that you kind of haphazardly stumbled into because you were told it's the right thing to do and you don't like it or you don't know what you're doing. You're still young. You have time. People need to understand that you have time to sink into something, to figure out whether or not you like it, and either you like it and stick with it or you don't and move on to the next thing and find out what you're passionate about. And I think people need to refocus on that instead of hopscotching from thing to thing and seeking that instant gratification. And that's a huge problem that I think a lot of young people need to surpass, especially right now. So, yeah.
Zesty, check your DMs.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that, man.
No worries.
Did you add me on Steam? Add me on Steam.
Yeah, Lucid just sent Zesty a picture of his penis, by the way.
Yes.
It just happened.
I could have done that,
any
actually. Now that
confusion.
you mentioned it, I could have absolutely
We
done
still
that.
could.
Shut up.
I will cherish a picture of your freshly shaved shaft for eternity.
Freshly shaved.
Freshly shaved, I can tell. You use a Bic razor? I know it's all about.
I use a fucking I use a saw
Could
blade.
you imagine taking a Bic to your cock? Oh god.
Death wish.
I use a saw blade.
Ugh.
Get finished in the right way that you want. It's insane. In a broader perspective, however, the main thing that has really changed about how art is made, now compared to back then, is that so much of building these technical skills you need to create things has gone from being a mysterious, difficult skill that you just had to spend a lot of time doing to hope to understand. That's how it was in the past. To now, you can, in 30 seconds with a Google search, get bite-sized expert insight that's going to help you accomplish whatever you need to do in the short term, but it's not really going to challenge you to think or engage and try to really understand what you're doing on a deeper level.
Something I want to add to this is most of the people who are considered the greatest of all time at whatever they do, like, I don't know, Michael Jordan, LeBron James with basketball, or like Albert Einstein and Thomas Edison with like science and stuff like that, right? All of those people, or the majority, not all, but the majority of them are self-taught. And the reason for that is because if you teach yourself something, it means it is necessary that you learn it much more thoroughly than if someone else teaches it to you. Because if you teach it yourself, you're getting your information from a variety of different places in order to learn the thing that you need to learn. You get a little bit from here, a little bit from here. If you are taught something, then you only learn it from one perspective. And that means you will only know the one way the person taught you to do something, rather than if you had figured it out yourself, which means that you probably know the ins and outs of how it all works.
Thing is, I kind of somewhat disagree with him here, because there is inherent value to looking up how to do something, but the important difference is dumping it out of your memory after you've gotten your use out of it, and then retaining it and keeping it in your skill set, and then using that newly founded ability or thing over and over and over again, and refining your ability to use it, and knowing when to use it, and recalling it when you need it.
Mm-hmm.
That's important to incorporate as well.
Yeah.
Because that's something a lot of coders fall into. It's like, oh, I don't know how to achieve this loop that makes me make a clock timer or something. I'm going to Google that, and I'm going to copy and paste this block of code that was posted on Stack Exchange 15 years ago and throw it in my code base, and then I'm done. But then if you don't retain that to memory and know how to write it yourself, then you're always going to have to go back and reference it and copy and paste, and you've not learned anything. Yes. Or you can learn what those 5 lines of code do, retain it to your memory, not only be able to recreate it yourself, but then also know how to enhance it, adapt it, improve it, or evolve it into some other new application further down the line that you're going to need. And that's something that I've personally experienced as well, where I learned a small piece of code, I Google it, I find it on, a forum post, like, oh yeah, I copy and paste it in the moment, it's like, boom, it's done. But then I go back and reference my own code, it's like, oh yeah, I did this before. I go back and look at my own code, pull it out of there, plop it into what I'm doing then, and then I'm like, oh yeah, okay, now I need to adapt it, I need to change it to my current project, add things to it, expand upon it, because if you don't fundamentally understand the thing you're pulling from, then it's never going to be of long-term use for you.
Yeah.
And unless you're engaging in that long-term purpose and project, then absolutely, you're not going to retain it, right? And this goes back to his whole argument of, long-term commitment into something to make yourself feel good.
Yeah. No, I agree entirely. And to clarify what I meant, because there's someone in chat who's confused, I don't mean that, like, if you were taught something, it means you don't understand anything about it at all. I'm saying that if a good teacher, in my opinion, is a teacher who allows you who gives you the tool, it teaches you how to fish, to use the analogy. They give you the tools necessary to come to the conclusions and overcome the problems yourself. And they guide you along the way, rather than simply telling you, this is the way that you get the answer, and there is no other way. You don't need to know how any of this works from a functionality perspective, you just need to know the steps, and that's it. That's not but that is unfortunately the latter way to teach, is the efficient way, quote unquote. It's the way in which you were able to teach things the quickest, to get through things as fast as humanly possible. If you want to get
to the result quickest, I would say as well.
Well, if you want to get to if you want to get through the lesson and move on, it takes much less time to teach the steps rather than teach the steps and explain why the steps work the way they do, so that someone can modify the steps to get a different result that makes sense more.
No, absolutely. And something else I want to add is we very much live in a black box world now, where we're given the result of the steps without even knowing what the steps are. And that's what he's also getting at in this video, Casual, is that we have an entire, I keep saying an entire generation of young people, but even a lot of older people are experiencing this now with the way technology is moving and the way we get our information and the way we learn about things. We're just given the end result because we push button, get result. We don't know what happens in between. And that facilitates instant gratification, because we're so used to that, we're not knowing the steps in between. And when we're faced with a situation where we need to know the steps in between, we shut down and give up. It's like it's not worth it to us, because we've been so coddled by this dopamine response we get, that when we get something instantly, it's like, oh, okay, then why bother?
Yeah, I agree.
It's going to give you more of a general overall competence. And this is part of why boomers look at our generation and go, man, you guys have it so easy. Back in my day, we had to read the manual. We had to hope that we had anybody in town who knew what they were doing, so you could bug the shit out of them so that you could learn even an ounce of what they know. And I hear them, for as painful as that must have been, that's also why there were so many visionaries in the 90s and the 2000s, because they were these people who came from a background of not a lot of accessibility to this information of how to create games or music or video with technology. But at the same time, this access to the technology was starting to become more regular, right?
I want to throw something out there, and I want you guys to tell me if you agree. I think the amount of people... Okay, actually, I'll start with seeing if we can agree on a premise. Do you guys agree that there is a certain mindset that you develop over time, or you are born with, whichever you believe, that's like the visionary mindset, or the visionary perspective on life, or there's some it factor kind of intangibly that people who are quote-unquote visionaries all share? Do you guys agree with that?
I think I understand what you're trying to say.
Like, there's some intangible... it's hard to explain, but
so you're asking if we believe in fate, basically.
No. It's like a characteristic that people have about themselves. Because I'm not saying these people will be visionaries, but when you talk to them, or when you see them talk, there's some way in which they perceive the world that's different from average, and it kind of clues you into... like, they have that, like, it factor or something that's, like, intangible to them.
I guess it's like being able to perceive a long-term goal and like where they want to and what they want to reach in the long term. Like some people can do that and others can't. Is that what you're trying to get at?
It's really hard for me to articulate. Because I don't like calling these people visionaries. I typically call them creatives. And I like... you'll find different people get classified in this differently, right? And it's not just successful people, right? Because a lot of people are successful in the world, but there are a certain set of people who... There are a certain amount of people who are successful in a very unique way, and the way they got there seems completely illogical, and yet they somehow made it work simply because of some unique part of them that they were able to harness against the world. I don't really know how else to put it. Because when
some people can,
yeah,
and not everyone.
Not everyone.
I do fundamentally believe that you have. It's also like a spectrum, right? Some people are super creative and they can do this easily, and for some people they have to like really work at it, and then they can kind of burst into that. But then you have a lot of people who just lack internal dialogue and go from external stimuli to external stimuli that will never achieve that type of self-actualization, right?
And I'm talking about like very specific kinds of people. Like the people I think of are like Tyler the Creator and Bo Burnham are like the first two that come to mind, where the way in which they view the kind of art that they make is very different from how all of their peers see it, and yet they're incredibly successful despite that, even though they break all of the rules that people say, no, you should never do that if you want to be successful in the art world, and yet they made it happen despite it. And it's kind of there's something about them that appeals to people that isn't the common denominator. Like there's those lowest common denominator things that everybody has, and they don't have those, and yet they appeal to that group of people. And it's kind of like, why, I was just gonna say that I don't think that that's specific to any era, because he was talking about...
No, it's not.
Yeah, I think that I like to believe personally on like a philosophical level, I guess, that those kinds of people exist no matter what era there is. Their era might empower them in a different way than other eras did.
It's also very nature and nurture, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just kind of a thing that I've thought of for a while, of like there's just certain people where you can tell there's something else going on, and they just don't see things the way everyone else does. But yeah, I don't know. I think
you're just describing like eccentric people.
I wouldn't call.
I think eccentric people through
someone said autism.
Circumstances.
I mean, both of them probably are.
Can become visionaries. I think that's generally the rule of thumb.
Yeah, but
I don't think every eccentric person is a visionary.
Yeah, it's not just that though. There are eccentric people who are eccentric for the sake of it, or there are people who have this kind of like. I don't know how to explain it. I'll write something about it one day, but it's really hard for me to like put into words exactly. Also, no, I don't know what a Fantasia is. I don't know if that's how you say that. Anyways, it's not relevant. I was just curious.
didn't grow up being able to torrent Adobe Premiere. But maybe by the time that they'd really scratched their head and tried to do things with scuffed equipment and low information, by the time they finally got some of the technology, they had the strong fundamentals and now some great tools to use those fundamentals on. If you look at young people nowadays, most Zoomers don't have any knowledge of the old school way of doing things. But in contrast, we have all this incredible technology right at our fingertips. And for the most part, there is no great new art being created. We are left continually worshiping and re-worshiping old creations in video essay format like this. This is the content.
I would disagree that there's not any new good art. I think there's been a lot. Is
that what he said? Sorry, I was typing.
That's not what he said, Zesty. That's not what he said at all.
Wait,
he said
no, rolling back.
For the most part, not new great IPs coming out, that sort of thing.
Wait, no, I want to hear what he said.
Sure, we're seeing a lot of. Okay.
They had the strong fundamentals and now some great tools to use those fundamentals on. If you look at young people nowadays, most Zoomers don't have any knowledge of the old school way of doing things. But in contrast, we have all this incredible technology right at our fingertips. And for the most part, there is no great new art being created.
For the most part.
Yeah, for the most part, there is no great new art. I disagree. I think there's a lot of great new art being made all the time.
I also disagree.
But does that make it to the forefront of our culture?
I don't think.
No, because the forefront of our culture doesn't reward that. The forefront of our culture doesn't reward things that take immense time commitment and things that take time to think about and contemplate. That's not what people are interested in. That's the
point he's been making for like 15 minutes.
But I don't think it's ever. That's
not the point he just made.
Yeah, no, he said for the most part there is no good art in the modern day, and if he means like in pop culture, then it has always been that way. Like the amount of good art in pop culture. If anything, I would argue that in pop culture, especially in things like music, good art is more common than it used to be in like the mid 2000s or the late 2000s, early 2010s, where pop was very, very centralized and streaming hadn't really taken off yet. In the age of where you can blow up on TikTok by having a good song that resonates with a lot of people, and that can get radio play, I think that popular culture is more filled with quote-unquote good art now than it was forever ago.
You just told me you can't think of a game that's electrified you like TF2 has since it came out.
But that's just TF2. Whatever. Sorry.
I think, well, no, I've yet to find another game that has sucked me in.
It's Zesty's favorite game. That's kind of hard.
No, so yeah, it's hard to like beat your favorite, but
I could say the same thing about the Blob. That doesn't mean every game since
I don't
the
know
Blob
what that is.
isn't good.
You guys have been talking about that. I have no idea what the fuck that is.
It's a game. It's a fucking masterpiece of a platformer that I need you to play right now. But unfortunately,
go ahead. Sorry.
No, you go. Sorry.
Well, someone brings up DRG. Like, I like DRG, but I'm not nearly as.
Is it great like Team Fortress 2 is?
No, it's not. It's not at all.
That's the point that Casual is making, is there's not great art coming out for the most part. Not in the
thing is, but for somebody else, DRG is like as captivating, if not more, than Team Fortress 2 would be for them.
I think that DRG and Team Fortress 2 are in the same tier of quality.
I don't know what DRG is. I don't know what
Deep Rock Galactic.
You're starting with so much stuff I don't fucking talk about.
You don't know what Deep Rock Galactic is, really?
Deep Rock Galactic is a very good game.
I think it is.
This game.
I think it is in the same tier of quality as TF2. As in, like, I think
maybe I'll have to play it then.
I think
it's very fun. And someone brings up Metroid Dread. Metroid Dread was a fantastic game, but it was good, and I had fun playing it, and it was just, the best Metroid game we've received in the decade, because it's like it's one of 3 we got, and the other 2 were terrible. Aside from Samus Returns and the other one for the DS, those were good, but it still did not meet the level of like engagement and excitement, and like I was not nearly as pulled into Dread as I was Zero Mission, as I was Metroid 2, as I was the Prime trilogy. It's like there's been a paradigm shift in development somewhere where it's like I'm not as enthralled by newer stuff, and I don't know what that is, and I can't articulate as to why.
If Omori had better gameplay, it would probably be in the same tier as quality of quality. This gameplay is fine, but it's not like it's not as complete of a package.
Actually, someone brings up Elden Ring. That might be the only game within the past decade that I'm like, wow, this is phenomenal. I have not been wowed by another game in a long time.
You guys are
aside
repeatedly
from Elden
conceding that the state of things with art is just bad, and like you're not getting wowed by art like you were in the 2000s. Like that's exactly what he said.
Richter, I need you to understand. If Team Fortress 2 came out, like we are naming games that have come out since TF2. But during TF2's release cycle, there weren't games like TF2 coming out either. TF2 is one of a kind. It's a masterpiece of design. Like in its time, after its time, before its time, in any time period, you're gonna struggle to find games that live up to it. It's not like in the early 2000s, games were coming out every day that were really, really good, like Team Fortress 2. Like,
and so another
like Halo 3 and shit. Like you were getting good games back then.
Halo 3 is not. Halo 3 isn't in the same
quantity.
Yeah, but they're not nearly.
You can't compare Halo 3 to TF2. It's a
great game.
It's a completely different experience. But like another piece of art you can reference that is just objectively an amazing, unique, and passion-filled piece of art is Cuphead. That came out in 2017. You know, that's a perfect example of a modern artwork piece that is just objectively phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just too nostalgic, but I agree with Casual's assessment of what's going on.
I think the problem is one problem is that there's so much shit thrust into our faces that we often miss the art that like it very obviously had a lot of time put into it. It's a hard time surfacing because when so much is being thrown at you all the time, it gets muddied. And it's hard to kind of pull out like the really good shit.
Says Halo is a great game, so let's put Halo into TF2. That's totally a good idea and totally would work out well. Is this person trying? I imagine this person's trying to mock me, but when the
he's being sarcastic. He's being sarcastic. Like the joke is that if I enjoy it and it's fun and it's cool, therefore it belongs in TF2. That's the joke.
That's the joke.
It's like the prop hunt mentality. Prop hunt is fun. People enjoy prop hunt. Put it in TF2.
Yeah.
That's not even what we're talking about, though. We're talking about the state of art for the last 15 years.
Someone in chat, Me So Stupid in chat mentioned Sea of Stars. That is an excellent game. I do recommend it. It is not in the same tier of quality to me as TF2 or the other game, Deep Rock Galactic. It's probably the tier below that, but yes, it's really good. Yeah, I don't agree with this notion that art has gotten progressively worse over time. I don't think that's true.
I also disagree with the notion that you can't get at fundamentals with new tools. Because let's say you have a drawing pad and a pen, right? Mm-hmm. You still need to understand what a stroke is, what line weights are, what color shades are. A lot of the same fundamentals go into using digital art as traditional art, right? It's just the medium by which it's being conveyed is entirely different, but you still have to build up the fundamentals in order for you to create a good piece of artwork, right? And those skill sets and those fundamentals translate between one to the other. At the extreme end, like when you get to something like AI, where you just type in a prompt and it squirts it out for you, that is no longer understanding fundamentals or tools. It's just putting input, getting output, black box, you don't care what comes in between. I generated a giant pair of furry titties, I'm happy, I get my dopamine, right? But I think it's a bit reductive to say that modern tools don't... he kind of implies that modern tools don't enable one to understand fundamentals, but you still very much need them to engage with those new tools.
Yeah.
We are left continually worshiping and re-worshiping old creations in video essay format like this. This is the content of our generation is meta content, talking about what people have already done. And half of the things that you might think are great new art are just reinterpretations or rehashings of previous visionaries that you're too young to know about.
I don't like this argument because I feel like you could do this with anything. Like,
also, I would say all artwork is derivative of everything that came before it.
Zesty, with all due respect, that is what I just said. That is what I just said.
Is that not the point that Casual is making, though? That everything.
No, he's
saying that that's a new thing. I'm saying it's always been that way.
Yeah.
No, I think what he means is we're entering an era of like internet content where people watch reviews and like video essays. That's like a new thing.
No,
he also just now is commenting that everything is sort of derivative, so he's walking it back a little bit. At least that's what I interpreted.
I got the... Okay, hold on. Let me rewind him so I make sure I quote him correctly.
might think are great new
Sorry.
essay format like this. This is the content of our generation is meta content, talking about what people have already done. And half of the things that you might think are great new art are just reinterpretations or rehashings of previous visionaries that you're too young to know about.
Yeah, so I don't agree. I don't agree, or
I don't agree.
I don't agree with that at all. If you were going to say that, then you have to apply it to every basically every piece of art ever made could fall under that category. That isn't a new thing. That isn't a criticism you can even levy at new art. Is that it's all derivative of a previous visionary? Because I think all art is in some we're all standing on the shoulders of giants, and those giants are standing on the shoulders of more giants, and those giants are standing on the shoulders of cavemen who did wall paintings once upon a time. That's how art works. I don't think that's true. I think
I'm not sure we've even gotten to his full point yet, though.
Okay. I'm just saying he's finished his sentence, and that's why I'm saying that I'm just saying I don't agree with that assertion that he made.
I agree with what Top Hat Lad said in the
well, so like what's that game Fez? Like, for example, the game Fez is a pixel art 2D platformer, and that's derivative of other 2D pixel art platformers, but they had to create a new and engaging experience. They evolved that art form by having the world turn in 3 dimensions and introducing you to a new plane of platforms and shit like that, right? So that's a great piece of unique and original piece of artwork that's derivative of things that came before it.
Yeah. Also,
and to kind of write that off as not as saying like this is a good piece of artwork is not good because it's just something that's been done before. It's like that's the implication. It's like I think that's derivative. It's reductive. I don't think it's a fair argument.
Also, Richter, what Top Hat Lad said is what Casual said before the statement I'm talking about. He said like a lot of the content we're consuming is meta content that's talking about what other people have already done. I agree with that, and I agree that is more prevalent now. What he said after that was, and most of the things that you probably think are new great art are just oh gosh, what word did he say? Are just parroting things or based off of things another visionary made that you're too young to know about. I'm saying that has always been true. That's not a valid critique of today's art because it has always been that way.
Absolutely.
That is what I'm saying.
I guess I think he's just commenting on it in general. I think it's true. Regardless, you can apply it to other things as well, but it's still true in the case of what he's talking about.
I think if you can apply it to all art of all time, I don't think
you can say it's a redundant point, sure. You can say that.
Okay.
But you also have to remember he's doing notes. This video isn't like heavily scripted.
All right. I'm just saying I'm just going to push back against that cuz it bothers me when people say that.
Like this. This is the content of our generation is meta content, talking about what people have already done. And half of the things that you might think are great new art are just reinterpretations or rehashings of previous visionaries that you're too young to know about. But let's not be totally sad about this. We are just as capable, the younger generation. Gen Z is just Gen X or Gen Y or whoever in a different time period.
So no, AI art is not okay because it's not derivative. It is a copycat. Because what is AI art? AI art is a series of convolutional neural networks that analyze pixel placement on an image, and it attempts to recreate that as best as possible. It completely annihilates the human element of evolution and creativity, and makes a computer simply copy where the zeros and ones are and spit them back out based off of another series of zeros and ones that it tries to match. So no, AI art is not derivative. It is a copy. Sorry, had to point that out.
It's okay. No worries.
Right? We just have different environmental circumstances that shape our generation, that make us who we are. And I'm giving a lot of credit to people from the past, for developing these fundamentals that we don't do as much. But they did it out of necessity. They did it because they didn't have stuff distracting them. They didn't have social media and instant gratification and overnight fame. So what else are you going to do? It's not like they made some ultra calculated effort of like, oh yeah, we should definitely build strong.
I also feel like this is a very insulated opinion, because when you're in the head and in the clouds of social media, and that's where you spend a lot of your time, you don't see how the rest of the world operates. You don't see how the majority of people function. The majority of people function outside of these spheres and outside of social media and the instant gratification, overnight fame. Most people still, out of necessity,
have to learn the fundamentals of something in order to support themselves through life, right? Not everyone is a YouTuber. Not everyone's going to be on social media. You still have people in their late teens, early 20s learning how to be a mechanic, learning how to be an electrician, learning how to, mow lawns or trim trees or something, right, that requires an inherent set of skills and understanding in order for them to be successful. So
also, I think that there are a lot of disciplines where you have to learn the fundamentals before you can blow up. And if you do blow up, you better learn the fundamentals quickly because you won't stick around once people realize. The rapper Blueface is an example where the whole reason he blew up was because he could not rap on the beat. And it was funny, but it was then realized that he wasn't really in on the joke as much as everyone kind of thought that he was, because he couldn't rap on the beat either. He wasn't capable of it. He didn't know how to do it. So he isn't really a thing anymore.
It's flash in the pan
He figured out
fame.
what he was doing, though. He figured out that what people wanted was the show and the glitz and the glam. Now he's basically runs like a little circus show. That's what he does now with his crazy baby mama.
But would you say that
you
still
don't know
doesn't
your
require?
you don't know your Blueface lore, Lucid. You don't know.
But wouldn't you? But you could still make the argument that would still require some set of fundamentals and understanding of the entertainment industry and knowing what needs to be done in order to maximize retention and engagement, so you can make a career out of it.
Yeah. I think whenever
Inherently unskilled people cannot maintain themselves.
Yes, this is correct. I agree.
Unless they work shit jobs, like, shoveling shit or flipping burgers.
Also, Blueface was like a massive industry plant, but that's whatever.
Oh my gosh, really?
It's like pretty obvious, I think.
That was
controversial to say.
No, I was being sarcastic.
Like his first single had like Cardi B on it, like whatever.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Definitely build strong fundamentals. No, life was boring back then. It was less distracting, and that lends itself to having to go deeper into things. Because what else are you going to do?
I'm going to say boring is subjective. I know we keep going back to the whole subjective argument, but just because you didn't have something occupying your mind every 13 seconds with something new and different doesn't mean that life was boring back then. You found things to engage with and fill your time and things you enjoyed.
Yeah. I don't like it. When people say when like professional critics say something is boring, I kind of just like disregard the majority of what they say after that, because it's like, what the fuck do you mean? Like, unless you're going to give me a standard, I don't know how you could say something's objectively boring. Sorry. Yeah.
Onwards.
And so in light of all this, when I think about TF2 in my mind these days, I don't really care about new stuff, about getting more new weapons and new maps. In fact, I don't even really want to think about the weapons or maps that have been.
I just pictured Richter standing, like a cartoonish caricature of Richter standing on his table and yelling "so true" at his monitor.
So true. Everything he's saying.
But Richter, why do you agree that you don't want more content? I'm curious as to why you don't want more content.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing he's about to say, which is that it's not made by the same people who created the original piece, and it's just kind of filler, whatever content. He has a tweet that's like. Actually, fuck. Let me find it. Let me find Casual's tweet. It's so good, Lucid. You have to pull it up, please. You guys, asked me.
And that's my stance as well. And my stance as well is I don't want new content. I don't want cosmetics or maps because they don't match or even come close to matching the original vision of the game and the feeling of the game. It's just random derivative stuff that is either completely inappropriate and doesn't match it at all, or it gets kind of close but not quite there. Again, largely
I
because
I have a friend who's watching this podcast right now, and I just exclaimed that he knew exactly what tweet I was talking about and sent me it for me. So thank you to Jasper who's watching right now. I just sent you the tweet, Lucid.
Oh, okay.
This tweet is so good because this encapsulates it all. Is what the fuck? Why do I care that they added 500 Halloween maps? That's not what I started playing TF2 for. That's not what anyone started playing TF2 for. If I can say so, like I don't know anybody who was specifically brought here because they loved the Marasmus in particular.
No, I know. I've seen some people that explicitly started playing because they saw a funny meme or like the Wolfie head cosmetic on the workshop or something, and they played the game and got a completely different experience and stuck around. But they definitely got their foot in the door from goofy shit.
I'll read this. TF2 will never die. In fact, there will be 300 to 500 more Halloween and Smithmas maps added. Yeah. It's kind of like nihilistic. It's kind of like
no, it's true.
It's
how many maps do we get per summer? 6, 7, 8?
It's like
seriously, is this what you would define TF2 as? Is it's the game where they add 300 Halloween maps every year? I don't fucking care about that. If that's how the game survives, then I don't fucking care. Like that's why I feel that way, is because it's obviously this isn't what they would be making if they had the original art team trying to meaningfully expand. And that's the entire point, is none of what's getting added to the game is meaningful. It's just fucking slop to take people's money.
Exactly, and that's also, I think, now more so starting to be reflective, at least as recent as this update. This summer update, a lot of people just didn't really care. No one's playing the new maps. Mediocre responses across the board from all the cosmetics and shit they added, because it's just more of the same slop. And no one is coming for the slop. No one is sticking around for the slop. They're sticking around because the game is good and the game is fun.
Yeah, I agree.
So why do you care if it's not meaningfully building off what made the game fun or interesting in the first place? That's my position.
So why would I care about the content being added?
Exactly. Why would it? Why is that like?
Because if they're still going to shove shit in the game, I would at least
Zesty,
want it to be good.
it's a rhetorical question. I'm sorry. That's not what I did. I wasn't literally trying to grill you.
I thought he was about. I was about to say. I thought we were grilling Funk for that like 20 an hour ago. For like,
No,
I mean, that is what we should be doing, is grilling Funk for that position. It's like, oh, why would I care? It's like, if they're still going to add shit that can further erode and destroy.
I wasn't
the
asking like
fundamentals that make
Zesty,
the
why
game
do you
good.
care? Why do you care about fixing it? I mean,
Well,
like,
I'm
why
answering
should I care about that content? Why should I be interested in it, or why should that like define like the game to me or be interesting to me when it's not the original whatever? Like that's what I was trying to say.
I understand.
Okay, thanks.
I understand
Lucid,
as well,
I feel a
but-
little fucking insane right now.
No, I understand what you're getting at as well, but I just feel like
Zesty's been asked that question so many times, like genuinely, that he's probably like sick of it. If I had to guess.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
like, well, yeah, the whole why would I care? I dislike that someone could think that way. Like, why would I care?
Why would anyone care about Super Mario Galaxy? That game came out like 21 years ago. What the fuck?
Yeah, the game is old. Who cares?
Who gives a shit?
Added in the last 10 years. And that's because I still feel like I don't fully understand.
Wait, you gotta go back a little bit because you missed a very important. Makes me very happy.
Okay.
It's not like they made some ultra calculated effort of like, oh yeah, we should definitely build strong fundamentals. No, life was boring back then. It was less distracting, and that lends itself to having to go deeper into things, because what else are you going to do? And so in light of all this, when I think about TF2 in my mind these days, I don't really care about new stuff, about getting more new weapons and new maps. In fact, I don't even really want to think about the weapons or maps that have been added in the last 10 years. And that's because I still feel like I don't fully understand what they added from launch. And this is the same philosophy I have behind why I would make a video like 12 Hours of Bad Water. It's my confession of saying this thing is so deep and intricate and nuanced, and I really want to understand it. So I'm going to have to take the time to slow down and focus on just this, because if I don't, I'll never understand it deeply. And
that's based as fuck. Holy shit. Yes. Yes.
I told you.
That's based
I told you
as
good
fuck.
Video.
That is people. Oh my gosh. Yes. That but applied to everything. That but applied to everything ever. Not just TF2, just life. People would be so much less bored across the board. People would be so much less miserable in life if they had that mentality when it came to everything. Like if they
sit down and appreciate something instead of being a service level tourist.
Have you guys ever sat at a bench and looked at a house and then been like, how the fuck did that get there? And you just think about it in your head for a while, or you go to a Starbucks and like a couple walks in and they're arguing about something, but by the time they leave they're happy again, and you're like, how did that get resolved? Has that ever happened to you? Because that shit gets my mind going crazy. Like, I wish more people had this exact mentality about everything. Fuck.
Happens with certain things, not everything.
I think you could life becomes much more interesting when you think about the intricacies that went into everything that was constructed within it. Even with things that are like badly constructed. like, and I know this isn't giving like this. Obviously, we're talking about crediting TF2, and it's good when your time spent pondering something is mostly about how it's positive and how well constructed it is. But you can think about like anything and think about like how could they have made this mistake, or where did this go wrong, and I wish that people. Sorry, I read something in chat. I wish that people could have this mentality about things across the board without like suffocating themselves with the no, I can't care about that. That's cringe. That's cringe and autistic. I can't care about that.
So I think for many people, they have to be selective with what they do this with, because at a certain point, if you try to analyze every facet of life through that lens, then it becomes overwhelming. Like sometimes I sit down and contemplate like the way the world is going and the way the place I live is going, and like it I can't contemplate it for long before I start freaking myself out, and it becomes too much, and then I have to like dial myself back and like focus on smaller things, just like kind of ignore it.
Wait, PurpleColonel's in chat. No, it's only right. Please.
No. Wait. I okay. First of all, I yes, we can. If PurpleColonel wants to come in and defend that garbage ass opinion, he can do it himself. But I want to address what Zesty said, because I didn't really convey what I mean. Zesty, when I say I wish that people could think this way about things, I'm talking about considering their relevance to like art, or how they are as art, considering their quality and the way they and how they how do I explain, how like considering their beauty even in their imperfection. I'm not talking about the future of the world or things in a big picture sense or things like that is very different, and that's not really what I mean. I'm talking about like if I for instance, if I see the small town that I used to grow up in, there's like that small part of the town that's been around since like the early 1900s, but it's being surrounded by like more and more corporate stuff, right? I don't want to look at the big corporate stuff. I don't want to think about that. But I could look at the small town part and think about how like old that must have been, how much history that's gone through. And I can think about that for 12 hours. I could talk about that for 12 hours.
Oh, somebody just wrote purple cornball. That's like the most devastating.
Right, no,
and Lucid, I also experience what you do, but with different things. And I think that part of someone's brain gets unlocked for certain things in life based on like how they grow up and what their interests are, right? Like for me, I'm a geologist. I can sit down and look at a hill or a road cut and just look at that shit and think about what it took to have that form over millions of years, right? I can do that for every piece of nature I look at, because that's just one something that interests me, and two, I've developed the fundamentals, the understanding of how the mechanics of the world work and function that have enabled me to look at that and ponder how did that get there, right? And really think about it.
And
a lot. I think and everyone has the potential to do this. It's just the issue of how are they raised, how are they nurtured, how they live their life. Did they experience the things that enable them to think this way?
Well, yeah, but I want to encourage people to try and like within reason, because I agree that people should be selective about what they do this with. That's what I mean when I say like you shouldn't. If there are ways in which some people could think about like the corporate side of America, and they could be deeply enthralled by that in a way that enriches their life, and I would encourage those people to think about that. But I don't want to encourage literally everyone to think about everything this way, because there's only so many hours in the day, and things
should go for what they care about. Right?
Yeah,
encourage people to really contemplate why they enjoy the things they do.
And
it'll hopefully enable them to develop a deeper understanding and appreciation for the things that they likely take for granted.
Yeah, that's yes. Because I swear, people. I grew up in when I went to high school. I went to high school on a military base. I talked about this on different UFR, I think, but I was dumbfounded by how many like people who lived in Japan on a U.S. military installation. Most of the people I knew complained it was too boring. And that shit was fucking crazy. Because I would spend hours just walking around and looking at shit. Like I could sit in one place and I could sit in like one part of the base and watch people just walk in and out, or look at like the decorations around and listen to music, and I'd be enthralled because I could just think about like why these things got here and how they were the way they were. And that unlocked so much joy for me in life. And I think that a lot of people just neglect that because it takes too much effort, or they think it's like kid shit that they should never do. And I think that that's really sad. And I want to encourage people to do that more. That's all.
It's a great way to enjoy life. Also, Lucid, I just sent you another tweet that I think is so fucking funny. I don't know if you want to pull this one up, but I just saw that one.
And also, I think
very,
the issue
very
is that
funny
when you get older, you have less time to slow down and engage in that activity because you just don't have the time. You can't, because of life responsibilities and things you have to do.
Mm-hmm. No, I understand.
So like I'm thankful that I'm in a position where I have the luxury to do that. And everyone should cherish those moments that are offered to you, and you can.
Who the fuck is saying that I've only been in Japan 3 days? What is bro talking about? Am I missing something? Whatever, it's fine. Also, it is a funny tweet. I'm not going to put it on screen, though.
Send it to me. I want to see it.
I'll read it. I just don't want to go through the trouble of like getting it back on screen. If someone had to get their arm amputated, they'd shamefully admit, "I know it's just nostalgia, but I really do miss back when I had my arm."
Oh shit!
It's a good tweet. Also, is it PurpleColonel? Are you coming on? Or are you just here to like?
I don't think he's coming on. I think he's just here to cause problems, and he's a bit of a troublemaker.
I don't know why you value what he has to say, anyways, because he clearly does not care about Team Fortress 2 in the same way we do. He is an orbiter.
He's fun to argue with.
Well,
okay?
You're asking and contemplating the thoughts of a surface level enjoyer that does not care about something in the same way we do. It's a waste of time.
Well, I'm sure he can talk with Lucid about Star Wars, and it'll be really annoying for both of us, Zesty, and that's like great content.
Anyways.
And that's universal. If I never slow down and really focus on just one thing and spend the summer on curves, I'm never going to understand anything that deeply. And the world just keeps spinning at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and it wants to pull me along with it. It doesn't want me to just stay still and think about Badwater for 12 hours.
You know, one of my favorite things about Alan, and I swear this is relevant to the conversation at hand, just bear with me. One of my favorite things about Alan is that we'll be walking down the street, right? And moments earlier, I pointed out that the sign, the sign across the street used Helvetica, and he was like, "Wow, you're so autistic for that, right?" And then moments later, Alan will then point at a building and go, "That's kind of crazy that it was built that way. Like, how did they do that?" And then we'll talk about it for like 20 minutes. And this is why me and Alan are friends, because me and Alan encapsulate this part of this aspect of life that CasualTF2 is identifying at the moment. And I just would like to, you know, spread peace and love and positivity in the podcast.
Acknowledge that.
Yeah.
How humiliating! The PurpleColonel got demolished in Scrabble by me last episode, and now he's refusing to come on out of fear and.
I don't want to get into a Star Wars argument for an hour.
I don't either, but I want to argue with PurpleColonel about TF2. It's fun. He won't come on.
You just like arguing with PurpleColonel about TF2 is like. Never mind. Actually, I'm gonna just continue the video. My bad.
And I know for some people, this fixation on old TF2 and the old maps and the stock weapons seems a little silly and sort of like, come on, man, get with the times. What's so bad about the new stuff? The thing I like about the original TF2 build and the old stuff in general is that that's the stuff that was created with a clear vision in mind.
So true.
And that's where everything after it is put in reference to. So if we think about the black box, the connivers kunai.
I could be just a cheerleader for this video. I believe in every single thing he says in this video. Seriously.
I can tell.
Richter, get off your knees, okay?
Bro.
Two of my favorite items that I've used so much in pubs. You can't describe these items as their own thing. They only make...
Did he just say is the black box of the connivers? Whatever, it's fine. I'm just gonna move on, actually.
Favorite items that I've used so much in pubs. You can't describe these items as their own thing. They only make sense as reference to the stock items. What is the black box? Well, it's like a rocket launcher, but it has one less rocket. It gives you health. So much of the other items that exist post-launch can only really be understood as a reference or modification to the original game, to the original items. And sure, you could say, well, come on, man, all knowledge is built on existing stuff to some degree. And that's true, right? I know that a rocket launcher or a shotgun have existed in thousands of games before TF2. However, the version of the rocket launcher and shotgun that were set into stone from launch have now become that significant reference point that represent the ideal baseline form of what that weapon slot is.
Can someone make him? Sorry, I want to comment on what he said. Zesty, I will let you say something. Someone make a meme, and it's the arms clasping meme, and it's just me and Richter's arms clasping, and then the middle is hating on PurpleColonel for having bad opinions. Okay, that is all. Continue. Zesty, what were you gonna say?
So I agree with his point, but the fact that most weapons in the game are derivative of others was a very intentional decision on Valve's part, lest they throw the game's balance into disarray and confuse players into giving them something that is not expected of the base game. And there's very few exceptions to this. Mm-hmm. For example, Huntsman, Short Circuit, Bison, right, Thompson, things like that, right? But even then, the Thompson, Bison effectively function as glorified rocket launchers, except it just shoots a smaller projectile, right? Yeah. And they're all, and that's a very intentional decision on Valve's part, lest they yank TF2 away from the game it was supposed to be. Because if they just gave, for example, people tell Heavy, give Heavy a shield, give Heavy a mortar. It's no, he uses miniguns, and all of his primaries are derivative of miniguns. Mm-hmm. So giving him a mortar or something that doesn't function like his inherent class design would disrupt what the game was intended to be and how the game's classes interact with each other.
Yeah, Demo Night kind of opened the floodgates for people to ask questions like that.
But not even then, because all it is, it's just melee. It's just taking Demo Man's weapons away and only letting him use his melee. It really doesn't change anything. It's just here, only use your bottle, except now with longer reach.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, the only truly unique things that take a class away from all the other things it normally uses would be something, well, really just the Huntsman, honestly. Because the Huntsman is just so far removed from what the Sniper normally does. It's an entirely different weapon fundamentally and mechanically. That's the only thing I can think of. You can make, and also I guess you could say the Short Circuit, because that's a very different thing as well. But really everything else is fully derivative of something that exists in the vanilla game.
Wrangler.
Yeah, Wrangler. Yeah, there are others that are not coming to mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, Crossbow. Yeah, thank you.
Supposed to be.
I agree.
And it was decided purposely that way. Another argument I can make is that even if all of my favorite stuff from TF2 was added after launch in the later years, I should still be inclined to study launch TF2 and that first gen of TF2 devs and their choices, because they created the foundation for everything that came after it.
Hold on, I just need to show something.
Also, yes, Base Jumper, because Base Jumper introduced, well, it really didn't even take anything away. It just made you fall slower, right?
Yeah, I like the base jumper conceptually, because it kind of.
This is a fascinating spelling of PurpleColonel. This is a fascinating way to spell that.
Coronal.
Thank you, Aoxy, in the Discord for making this. Really appreciate it. See, I can weaponize my fan base to make me to lash.
Isn't it amazing that someone made a paint over of that scene in that movie that Arnie is in? That's not even
true.
that's not even the original picture. Someone made a paint over of that. I love that.
Yeah, it's just that good.
CP process, the map. As an isolated idea, CP process is impossible. It, like any other new map, is conceived within this thought experiment of, okay, what kind of place would I like to create that could be expressed through the existing universe of Team Fortress 2? So when you look at a map like this, the props, the flow of the control points, the ramps, the placement of numbers on...
You know what's sad, Richter? I feel like the 12-hour Badwater video is the ultimate expression of what this video is trying to say, the artistic result, and yet people often just use it as a meme. Even though it's genuinely saying something really profound. and I think that's lost on a lot of people.
Well, I don't think Casual is even particularly a big fan of the Badwater video, though. I feel like he said something to me about that. Like he views it as one of his less like focused videos. It's less cogent.
Well, yeah, but I think that like the point that it's trying to make as an existing product or piece of art is lost on many people who just thinks it's like a funny meme that a TF2 players, they're just so dedicated, you know, when it's genuinely trying to make a point that like looking at the little things and you can analyze anything for a very long amount of time. And I think that if anyone tried to say like, oh, Badwater's a really good map, look at all of these really interesting points that someone could make, and they pointed to that video, the response to that video would be like, oh, he definitely couldn't have said anything important in that 12-hour span. Like
someone needs to make a reaction video, then people will watch it.
That sounds like a job for us, huh?
Yes.
Episode 100.
The wall, the barrels, the boxes. For a man who has no conception of Team Fortress 2 to vividly dream up CP process is just so impossible. It's the equivalent of a monkey on a typewriter spelling out the phrase, "Fate is the homie." And my final rant here is that if anyone is claiming this is all nostalgia cope, I literally want you to go jump out your window and fall 10,000 feet, okay?
What? I mean, yeah.
What? That was
true.
Yeah, if you thumb through the comments, there's a lot of people in there like trying to like dismiss this entire video as like, oh, you just hate new things.
Yeah,
it's so true.
It was literally it was literally the thing it was what I just said.
Fate is the homie.
That was fucking crazy. It's just that was almost as out of pockets as the hose and money comment from earlier. I didn't expect to hear that. That was crazy. Okay, someone.
And my final
wait,
is...
Richter. Someone in chat said, "Okay, but he does hate new things." Okay, he hates new things, but he has like reasons for it. It's not him just hating.
Sorry, quote unquote newer thing that I absolutely love from the TF2 community. Have any of you guys seen that Agent Gun movie?
No.
No? See, and that's the insane thing. The Agent Gun Vulcanite that won that Saxy. It's basically a miniature short film made in the TF2 universe, starring this like new character, and it's like a parody of the old Bond films that influenced TF2. And it's fucking amazing. It fits in the world completely perfectly, and I'll send it to all of you guys because it's fucking great, and I'm posting it in the general right now. If you want to watch a piece of TF2 media that genuinely honors the source material in a beautiful way, this is a great example of that, and it's from a more recent time. It's from still 6 years ago, but still 2018, you know, which is really on the newer end for TF2 content, I think.
Nice. I will try and look at it when I get a chance. Yeah, no,
so I don't think it's everything that is new has to necessarily be bad. And we went over the new a couple episodes ago. We went over the new cosmetic case, and there were some items that me and Zesty picked out that we really liked.
Yeah, I agree. It's more like there are reasons why he likes, even if he does hate all of the newer things. It's not, oh, he just hates new things, because that makes it sound like that's all he does. It's just like he hates them arbitrarily because they're new. He has
That's a lot of people write off my opinions for doing exactly that. Yeah, it's very frustrating.
But there are reasons, there are concrete, objectively defined reasons for why these things are bad and why he does not like these things. And that's what he's identifying.
That goes back to what you were talking about at the start, where you just don't like these things because you're new to the game.
I just did a fucking 2-hour-long video about Emesis Blue. What are we talking about?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess you were talking about new things in the game, but also, yeah, I agree with you, Alan. Guys, Richter Allen said something for the first time in his fucking life, and you talked over him.
And I shouted over him. I'm very sorry, Alan. I would like to give you a personal apology.
I will never speak again.
No!
I can't believe I did this.
Guys,
no, you're good.
Make fun of Richter in chat.
So I love
make fun of Purple
the
Colonel. Make fun of Purple Colonel, not me. He's.
I love the comment from Pickle Duck. I hate them because all in my mind it wants to do is focus on old things. No, I want to focus on things that adhere to the tones, themes, and stylization of TF2 in an appropriate manner. It doesn't matter how old these things are.
How does your mind want something, but like the rest of you doesn't?
What?
Like all his mind wants to do. Like we're separating his mind from.
Purple Colonel says,
I
I
see
take
what you
new
mean.
things over honoring the source material any day. If we're trapped with the same series forever, I just want to see new things done with it.
What the
instead
fuck?
of keeping this one.
He's
Then
gotta
make
be
a new
trolling.
IP,
He's
make a
gotta
new
be trolling.
product.
There's no way
Also,
you
somebody
genuinely
just
believe
wrote
that.
Shouter over Alan. That's really funny.
I refuse to accept that as he's being like.
There's
It's
no
Nintendo
way.
brain.
He doesn't actually think that.
There's
There's no way.
no way you believe that.
It's Nintendo brain. He's applying like what he knows from the Nintendo framework to TF2. It's a completely different thing.
But that's not even true with Nintendo. What are you talking about? Nintendo is.
I can only try to rationalize it for him. If he got in himself, it'd be great to probe his mind on these thoughts.
I was gonna say there's no fucking way that's a Nintendo brain response because Nintendo is really good about honoring their source material, like autistically good about it. I have no fucking clue how he could believe that. That's wild. That is actually crazy.
It's the new is good argument. It doesn't matter what it is so long as it's new. It's just.
I guess I see the argument that it'd be better to create a new piece of content for a game. Or what I mean is, it'd be better to make a new game if you wanted to take TF2 into space. It'd be better to make the TF2 space game and have that be a separate product than to inject space into TF2. I could see that argument, but I don't even think that's what he's trying to say.
No, yeah. He's applying it to the things we're saying. So, yeah.
This is what Star Wars does to your brain.
I imagine if you had, like, the Mona Lisa, and then Purple Colonel comes along and is just like, why is the Mona Lisa still the same after all these years? We should change it. And then he, like, takes, he pisses on it.
No, he takes, like a hot pink felt tip pen and draws, like, cat ears and whiskers.
Yeah.
Listen, leave him alone. He watches Star Wars and he plays Nintendo. That does things to a man's brain. It's not even his fault.
I don't...
It's not even his fault.
He's a good friend.
I don't know why he keeps saying things that are just, like, violently incorrect. I don't know why people do that.
You guys are baiting him so hard to come on.
That's literally not bait. I'm genuinely just responding to things. You can't make new IPs in 2024. You have to shovel the same shit down people's mouths forever. And it would be cooler if they just took them in a new direction. You can make new IP. You could
just make a new IP.
You literally can make a new IP in 2024.
How about you invest in writers, you invest in creatives, and you make them create something new and unique and engaging instead of recycling pre-established IPs to cash in on nostalgia and completely raping them from the inside out and producing something that's terrible.
Shout out to Fagardo in chat, my homie Fagardo. He's a W Rizzler. We love Fagardo.
Just make something new.
Guys,
what's your guys' favorite new?
I was about to say
bigger budget IP then.
Oh, bigger budget. Okay, never mind.
Because you could go like really small and say, "Oh, I really loved Iron Lung."
Well, I was gonna say everyone should go play Friends versus Friends. That's a great game.
Yeah,
Really good art style. Great game.
Thing is, it's not just that new IPs are hard, they're less profitable. Why spend money on artists, character designers, new writers? Why would you pay for a script? Why would you pay for having to create all of these new things when you can simply buy the rights to a pre-established IP and pay and just type a prompt into an AI and have it squirt out a script for you?
Also, for the record, things can be added to TF2 that are new and good. Like,
yes, and that's what I want. That's what I want.
We can have it both ways, where we can have new things. It's just that the new things are bad. It's just like, you know what it's just like? It's just like the Star Wars movies. You know, the new Star Wars movies could be good.
I have to piss.
I'll also be right back.
All right, Purple Colonel, you can get on now. They're gone. You guys can watch Star Wars together.
That was amazing. I did it. Oh man. Oh fuck. That was funny. I didn't.
Giggling.
That was good. I don't even have to finish my thought. Everyone knew. Purple Colonel, you can't just... I know you can't prove it. That's just not true. You're just making stuff up now. If TF2 came out today, Zesty would love it. Well, actually, TF2 is kind of fundamentally shaped who Zesty is, so it'd be kind of hard to say that.
That's an interesting question, actually. Is man versus machine too far outside of the...
No.
Why not? And do you only think that way because...
I haven't even played Man vs. Machine. I'm basing it...
No, but do you only think that way because it's existed for so long, you know?
Well, let me critically analyze it real quick. I mean, okay, so Man vs. Machine is contextualized within TF2's world as an event that takes place for a reason. It's also separate from the base game. It is integrated into the base game pretty well. It was clearly designed with the characters and classes in mind, given like upgrades and stuff. There was a lot of care taken. It's not something like Prop Hunt, which completely breaks and was implemented to TF2 with no care at all to how the characters were designed. So, no, I don't think so. Like, if they added another mode to TF2 tomorrow, and it had as much care and time put into its construction as Man vs. Machine, I think, and assuming it doesn't break art style stuff, I assume that it, I assume that...
What if it's about teleporting bread, though?
Hello?
Zesty, the PurpleColonel said that if Man vs. Machine came out today, you would hate it. And I was arguing that I don't think so because of the amount of time and care that was taken into making sure it was contextually in TF2's world, or it was contextualized in TF2's world, as well as the amount of ways in which the different characters and their roles were accounted for within gameplay. And if another game mode were added tomorrow that were just as well thought out as Man vs. Machine, I don't think any of us on the panel would have an issue.
So I agree with all of that, yes, but also you have to distinguish PvE from PvP. Like, we have the established PvP, and that's what it is, and that's what it always should be. And then Valve rolled out PvE, and that's what they thought the PvE should be, and that's how and that's what it was established to be, rooted in everything that you just said.
Yeah. So
when it comes to game modes, you have one other new option, which would be single player, which is not going to happen. So what are you left with? You're left with PvE and PvP, both of which have been hard set in stone, established by Valve. And if you're going to roll out a new game mode, it has to adhere to the fundamentals that those two abide by.
Yeah. And
simple as that.
Well, yeah, and PurpleColonel said if Prop Hunt had a short film about why the mercs can turn into boxes now, would it magically be good? Which is just a straw man, because that's not what I said. I said it was contextualized. It was contextualized within the story, the environment, and the gameplay. That's also nonsense. The gameplay was designed for the gameplay
established
was designed
PvP.
For the characters. If Prop Hunt were redesigned in a way somehow that made it where TF2 mercs had I'm completely pulling an idea out of my ass. If for some reason different mercs could only transform into different types of props, and those props interacted with each other in a way that fit the mercs themselves, I don't know how you do that, but
they tried to do that with the Prop Hunt mode. They gave each of the individual props a different ability.
Well, I'm trying to find a way to take it a step further, where if you could find a way to make Prop Hunt and the different classes have the same amount of counterplay and interaction within Prop Hunt, and you found a way to make all of that happen and make it all balanced while maintaining the core gameplay of Prop Hunt, then I don't think, and also not making it fucking ridiculous.
PurpleColonel is just trying to make us bicker. He has no serious perspective, and that's why he won't come on.
So, I mean, ultimately, my retort is you don't want to play TF2. You want to play Prop Hunt. So go play Prop Hunt somewhere else.
Unless the Prop Hunt in TF2 is going to be
no, it's like trying to put soccer in TF2. It's like trying to put Halo in TF2. It's like trying to put some other fundamentally defined game with its own rules and behavior inside of TF2 and then saying, yes, this is okay. And it is not.
I know, I understand, Zesty, but I'm saying if there was a way in which, if you put the amount of time and effort into making Prop Hunt work that you did making Man versus Machine work, and you came to a product that was equivalent in quality, none of us would have an issue with it.
Potentially.
Yes.
I think that's too general of a response still. Also, people are pointing out past time. When was the last time any of you touched it. It's been a dead game mode since a year after it released.
You're insane. Zesty Solar Light's making a new video on it. It's gonna get 1 million views.
Oh, I forgot. Solar Light likes it, and it's gonna launch it into relevancy for 2 weeks, and then it's gonna go back to being a dead game mode that no one touches.
Listen, we got like 1.5 minutes left on this video, and it's been 4 hours. We got to finish this.
It's true.
That if anyone is claiming this is all nostalgia cope, I literally want you to go jump out your window and fall 10,000 feet, okay? Because you're going to be like, oh, Casual, you've constructed this huge analysis of TF2 being so special, but that's just because it was the first game that seduced you. This would have happened with any game. You would have rationalized why you love it so much. And I was not supposed to get seduced by any game because I'm not a gamer. So literally, no. And then even beyond that, unlike you, I can tell the difference between things from my youth that suck now, things from my youth that are still great, and then things from my youth that I didn't understand, but now I find great. So this whole, come on guys, things never actually get worse. It's just your nostalgia goggles. This type of thinking, this is really good rhetoric when you want to progressively violate and extort your cult members. All right, that's all I got. Please be...
Man.
Jesus.
Talk about that last comment.
So true.
Is the perspective that so many people in the workshop scene have. And it's disgusting.
To progressively violate your cult members.
Extort.
It's like, it's so raw. And it's real.
It's wild.
It's real.
It's very real.
You know, my third favorite game is a funny little sports Wii Sports thing. I've talked about it before. It's like an open world Wii Sports game called Go Vacation, and I think that game is like genuinely like pretty good. It's not amazing. It's definitely not better than most of the games I have above it, but it's like up there on my favorite games list because I really like it. I would never say it's better than Team Fortress 2 or in any way equivalent. I'd never defend it as such. I defend the aspects of it I think are good, but that's not... I wouldn't defend them against a game that's better. Because, believe it or not, nostalgia doesn't rule the minds of people because they're not robots. They're not fucking empathic responders to their nostalgia they're not slaves to their nostalgia, basically. People don't act that way. If someone says, hey, this person criticizing this thing, this kind of bugs me, or I don't like what they're doing to my favorite game. If that's a response that you have, it's probably not just nostalgia. There's probably something more to it than that, because nostalgia is a pretty surface level emotion. There's usually something more to it.
And for example, I am nostalgic. I'm going to use Star Wars. I'm nostalgic for the prequel trilogy, or I was until I rewatched it.
Me too.
And then I acknowledged that those movies were shit. They were not good.
Yep.
And while as for TF2, I continue to return to this game because it is still consistently good in this present moment. It has nothing to do with nostalgia.
Yeah, I think people like scapegoat nostalgia all the time, and it's really unfortunate because it's not fair. Like, also it's just motivation farming. You don't know why I have this opinion or where it comes from, so I don't know why you're asserting my impetus. Also,
Let's finish the last like 30 seconds of this video, and we can get right into just pure discussion. I think is the angle.
What? I don't understand.
Finish the last 30 seconds.
Be merciful with me.
Sorry.
Okay. If I didn't go as far as you'd like in explaining anything or deep enough, These
do you have the video up? It looks like you don't.
I didn't realize there was more. I'm sorry. That's why I started to talk about tangent off about what I thought.
With me,
No, there's
okay?
a little bit.
If I didn't go as far as you'd like in explaining anything or deep enough, These conversations are endless in a way. There's not enough time to say everything I want in the right, exact, perfect way. And then as soon as you say one thing, it kind of opens up a new branch, and you're like, oh, I'd like to finish that thought, but there's so much, and somebody could come up with an exception, but I cast aside all that idealism so that the video is done. It's uploaded, and you can watch it. I hope this train of thought will influence you to help create a more beautiful world.
Good shit.
So true.
Good shit. Good job, Casual. It's a great video.
Just a good video.
I told you it was a good video, Lucid. It's an all-timer, and that's why we got 8 hours of content out of it.
It's I think it does have a few misses. There are things that it says that I don't agree with generally, but like the
95%.
Yeah, yes. It's like 95% of it is spot on.
You can see why this radicalized me and Zesty.
Radicalized is a strong word.
It radicalized us.
Okay, well,
Inshallah.
It said a bunch of things. It said a bunch of things that I thought were already pretty good, or that I already
the art
believed.
style.
But yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. I don't know. It was just good. I don't know how people can write off the majority of the people in this chat are kind of on the same page when it comes to they feel very strongly about these things, art style related and how the game is changing. I don't know how so many of these people can get written off as just nostalgia blind when most of them probably weren't around to be playing the game to have nostalgia for it. Like me notoriously having Gasp only 600 hours in the game, I could never have nostalgia, and I agree with everything not everything. I agree with 95% of what I just heard. So I don't understand. It's very unfortunate. But I'm glad it was all said. It was a great video.
How do you think this stacks up in your other UFR episodes?
Oh, this is probably the best one we've watched.
Like the best video that we've seen, yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. I really am so glad that I talked you into doing this. I'm also glad Zesty was actually here for both times. It would have sucked if Zesty wasn't able to come.
It was really not you talking me into it. You kind of just showed me the video. I listened to it a bit and then went, "Oh yeah, this is good." But that's fine.
Yeah, Weezy brings up a good point. Like, how can it be nostalgia when you can compare and contrast in real time between old and new?
I think nostalgia is just the ultimate scapegoat whenever someone doesn't agree with someone else.
You should hop on the, we're past the big kid conversation. You should just hop on and have a chat with us, I think. So we can have, just for Lucid, it would be great if we could get PurpleColonel and Weezy both in the call so that we can have the same cast among both the podcast episodes. That'd be great for, consistency. What do you think of that, Lucid?
I'd be fine with getting them both on. I feel bad because we kind of rag on PurpleColonel really hard, but like he also says things that are wildly insane from my perspective. Also, no, it's not so you guys can be in the thumbnail. I know he knows what he's doing. I also just don't like.
He's a grown man.
Yeah, whatever. I agree with everything that was just said, and I like to think about it from the perspective of the broader implications of it in art in general, not just TF2. Even though TF2 is in a very unique case, or in a very unique state in the realm of art, there's not really anything else like it in that regard either. In terms of how it's been being changed gradually by the community and kind of sort of moderated, but not really. I think that looking at it as a sort of a specimen of what can happen when the community outreach goes too far. I think it's very important to look at TF2 in that way. Also, just to look at it as like what can you learn from it as an artist making content yourself, whether that be YouTube videos or drawings.
I don't know. I'm just glad that we could do a podcast to spread the word of this video further. I think it deserves it, to be honest.
No, it's great.
I think it's one of the most, in my opinion, and maybe I'm just being lame with this. It's like one of the most important TF2 videos made in the last 6 years, to my mind.
I think it has a heavy amount of influence, or it should have a heavy amount of influence, and it's very moving, genuinely.
Agreed.
Oh yeah, no, I think that like I said, the only thing I can really hold against it is like that 5% of stuff that I think could be reworded or reworked or is just flat out wrong, and the fact that it's just gameplay. But like in terms of like the things that are said, it's just kind of hard to argue against the fact that it's the best video we've watched.
Jesus, Casual, do you hear this? I don't know if he's gonna go back and listen through these 8 hours of audio, but this is high praise you're getting here.
Well, he clearly put a lot of thought into those things, even though I could tell they weren't scripted per se. They were very, like, they were things he had thought about for a while. He sounds like me talking like almost autistically about the objectivity subjectivity debate earlier, like where you could tell he's been thinking about this. He's been mulling about it in his head for a very long time. So it doesn't really matter that it's not like hardly scripted.
I don't know. I just My life is forfeit to CasualTF2.
All right. Well, I wouldn't go that far.
We're gonna deliver his message, me and Zesty. Well, actually, I don't know if he wants Zesty associated with his message. To be honest, I don't really know if he wants that stink. But he's also just a really nice guy. I talked to him a decent amount in DMs, and he's just a really really nice guy. And I like it. He has this aura. He's like a conscience voice instead of like an actual like person. It's really interesting. And also just naming yourself CasualTF2, like naming yourself after like an essence, is really cool to me.
Yeah, I think it's cool. Also, I don't think he'd mind the quote unquote Zesty stink. I actually like to believe that a lot of Zesty's appearances on UFR or over the past almost a year now, I think they've raised his reputation in a lot of ways. And maybe I'm biased.
Maybe.
But I feel like I see less Zesty stank now than I did a year ago.
No, I'm not that active. I'm not that active, and I haven't intentionally placed myself in a controversy.
If there's anything to take away from this stream, go subscribe to CasualTF2 and go follow him on Twitter.
Yeah, makes good videos. Good shit.
Yep.
I don't know, Zesty.
It's really important.
I don't know.
Everybody do it.
Whatever.
It's so important.
You sound like part of a cult, Richter.
I'm sorry. People say I glaze Zesty. I feel like I got more of my ideas about the game from Casual than I did from Zesty, to be honest.
So like you control everyone else, but
I
Casual
think I've also
controls
been I've done a fair amount of influencing Zesty. People leave that part out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think so you influence everyone else, but Casual influences you.
I don't know what to say. He
We
knows how to
found
be
the
poetic.
real puppet master here.
Yeah,
we found the real
too.
puppeteer.
It's honestly it's a
Source.
divulsion of what I've learned from CasualTF2 and then what Ratlobber tells me, and then I spread that out to everybody. That's the real industrial complex going on here.
That's a good industrial complex for sure. Man, like what do we even have to say? It was just good. It was just really good.
It was a great video,
really
and there's a
good
reason
shit.
I wanted to send it. It's amazing.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you quote unquote convincing me to watch it. Yeah, I don't think we.
Thank you for hearing it out, Lucid. I appreciate that.
It produced probably my two favorite video UFR episodes so far, just because of the variety. I want us to get into more.
Look at that message from Weezy, by the way. Can you pin that?
Yeah, hold on. I think that I really want us to get into more cerebral conversations about like general life stuff. That's my favorite shit on UFR. I just wish that I wish we could do that more. I think it'd be cool.
Gotta make it happen. Just let it flow.
Yeah, if we can stop having guests and or chat members who tell us to shut the fuck up and play the video, that'd be awesome. Love that shit. Love being able to just yap for hours on end. Talk about Star Wars. But yeah, no. What do we got? What do we got coming down the pipeline? We can just close out UFR here. We don't gotta lengthen this longer than it needs to be.
Shout out to CasualTF2. Subscribe to him on YouTube and go follow him on Twitter and go give him a sloppy, you know what, in the parking lot. Is also what you can do.
Sloppy Joe.
Something like that.
Give him a sloppy Joe. He's hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah, do that. I haven't had a sloppy Joe in a long time.
We have special guests next week, likely.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's so exciting.
Yeah, say that again. Announce that again.
Yeah, for those who were not here for me to announce it earlier, next week we are doing a 1-hour interview as a special UFR with none other than the Emperor Lemon. I'm very, very excited. The massive, literally like my main inspiration for most of my content. Very, very excited for that. I think that it's going to be great. I'm very, very excited.
For your platform in general, I think.
I'm just honest. I'm just excited to talk. I'm not really.
He's moving up in the world, boys. Next up, he's gonna get fucking I don't know,
Obama.
I'm gonna try to arrange something for Lucid. I messaged him about. So
yeah.
Maybe if we can do that.
He'll get Obama and then like
Andrew Tate. Oh, look who's here!
During the closeout, really?
Listen. The simple fact is that The Last Jedi is the best fucking
all right, I'm muting
Star Wars thing that's been made in the last like 40 years.
Wait,
the best one.
Okay, no, he's just trolling. How did he even get in here? Who gave him the live role?
He always.
I gave him a lot. You said he can join if he feels like it.
Well, I didn't know he was gonna say that.
That means that 5 seconds is enough for you to put him in the thumbnail.
Yeah, he's in the thumbnail.
Now we just need Weezy here. Now we just need Weezy here to finish it. Finish it out.
5-second appearance.
Put him in the thumbnail. I should put him at the first name that pops up at the time.
Yeah, with PurpleColonel.
People have to watch the entire 4 hours to get like the 2
Where is
minutes
this
very end.
motherfucker?
just to get him to say like The Last Jedi is the best Star Wars thing that's come out. Just saying intentionally.
Weezy's got to get in here so we can have the full panel that it was last time.
It's so bad.
It's so important. It's so important for the branding.
I'm right, and I will not be. This is like when Dr. Derp asked the question about bacon in video games.
No, don't bring that up again. I hate it.
Oh yeah, I'd get Pyrocynical on the show. I'd get. There's no way that happens, but I
dude, we can talk about Fen Pyro for like 3.5 hours. Dude, you better have me on.
That wouldn't even
be there. As the only guy,
nuance.
as the only guy who's actually talked to the guy who made it, I think me, Zesty, and Pyro could do a great female Pyro podcast.
Oh lordy.
No, Weezy, thank you for coming.
There you
on.
go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now you have to put him in the thumbnail.
Nice.
Weezy, what do you got anything you'd like to add, my friend, my brother?
Yeah, I heard we were talking about Star Wars.
No.
Okay, I have a take. I liked the lightsaber fights in Revenge of the Sith.
Me too, dude.
And that's why I love it. I don't give a shit about anything else.
Weezy, I got a question. Up where you live, do they have McChickens? And do you like the McChicken from McDonald's?
Or is this like a?
There's no trick side. It's just a real question.
I don't know. Well, remember like the meme 8 years ago when a dude fucked a McChicken?
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm just asking about an actual.
Why is that the first thing that comes to mind?
Because whenever I think McChicken, I think like why else?
You think
would
about
I have
the guy that put his dick in the bun? What?
Yeah. Yes.
I think McChicken. I think, man, I'm hungry. Not like, penis go here. No.
I've never had a McChicken.
That's good.
PurpleColonel was here. Weezy was here. It's a full reunion. This is the best day of my life. We truly honored CasualTF2.
I just saw one part. I came into the stream when you guys were like fucking going ham on him.
on what, PurpleColonel?
Yeah, like I got like PTSD, you know, from the prior stream, dude, from like a month ago.
Nah, he's definitely trolling. There's no way he believes most of the things he says. I refuse to believe it.
I don't know. Again, I'm someone who doesn't take this kind of stuff seriously, and for that reason, I just let the people who actually care talk about it. I don't understand why, like, if you don't have a strong opinion, I don't see why it matters for you to say anything.
Well, then I know what you do have a strong opinion on, which is, what do you think about Emperor Lemon coming on next week?
Oh, I think that's great.
You excited?
I thought his new video was fucking awesome.
I'm halfway through it. It's really good so far.
I gotta get in. Next time Pyro's live, I'll stop in his chat and ask if he wants to do a Fun Pyro podcast.
If he,
one-time appearance.
No, if you could get unironically, if that could happen, that would be a fucking legendary moment for TF2's history. Like, unironically, no bullshit.
He likes me. He likes me, and he like wishes me well when I post a video. So maybe he likes me. Maybe I can make it happen.
Hey.
He likes Zesty too. He watches Zesty's videos.
He watched one of my videos.
It was the bot one, right? Yeah, he got both the bot ones, I think.
Yeah, we gotta
He consumed my most widely palatable videos for
he was
any.
willing to record something for one of my videos. I had like a cameo of him in one of my videos, so I think maybe he'll do it. I'll reach out to him.
Oh yeah, what do you guys? I put this poll on Twitter.
Oh yeah, we showed it earlier.
We did talk about it. We talked about that poll.
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
I think that the free-to-play ban thing is like such a small detail that maybe that'll be the focus for a little while. But as soon as that gets knocked down, we're right back to talking about matchmaking. I think.
I think the unmuting free-to-play one is just everyone has the same opinion. It's so uniform, and more than that, it's just this fucking most indefensible thing here.
It is, yeah. It's pretty true.
There is no defending it.
I've seen some actual schizo like arguments in favor of muting free to plays where they argue with like, oh yeah, you should have to paywall these communication features, but because why should anyone just be allowed to speak in the game because they could abuse the system?
You have to
Yeah, the
you have
pores
to go
cannot
you have
talk.
to go you have to go through this hurdle. Otherwise, you cannot use the communication features that have always been in the game since day one.
Such bullshit. It is like it is the moment that bot hosters were finding fucking workarounds by like how much did it cost to get like premium accounts? It was like
usually
6 cents.
Yeah, because you can buy stolen Steam accounts, or you can buy you can buy brute forced accounts. You can buy premium made accounts that are being sold on the aftermarket. Usually these are very old. So yeah, you can acquire a handful, if not a shitload, of premium accounts for pennies on the dollar very easily.
Okay, I thought they were like 30 cents each. No, that's way lower than I thought. The moment that happened, fucking shut it down. Okay, they found a workaround. We just fucked over our legitimate player base. There should have been no reason beyond that point to keep free-to-plays muted. It is
well, Valve profits off it.
You have to
pay $5 to call medic. So
yeah, it's so bullshit, dude. It is the scummiest. Like it is just there's no defending it in my opinion.
If you want to start a movement, don't get your weird friends involved. But if you want to start a movement for bringing back free-to-play communications, me and Zesty will be a part of it. I promise.
I probably should not be, because people will immediately refute it simply because I'm there.
Yeah,
so
and that's
if you actually if you want to get something done, then I cannot be.
Indefensible as the
thing is, they will because I'm there. They'll immediately be contrarian because I'm present.
No, but Zesty, think about how funny it would be to hear all of the bad defenses that would come as a result of you being there.
You would be surprised as to how Twitter would twist themselves in knots to keep free-to-plays muted simply because I advocate for them to be unmuted.
I don't think they'd go that far, but I think they would say, "Oh, Zesty just wants like new players to fucking call people slurs and therefore have a more hostile environment."
That's exactly what they would use. That's exactly what they would use as the justification.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, I don't think we're never doing another like movement like this, or at least I'm not.
Listen, guy, I don't care. But if they actually wanted a change to happen, me being present would detract from that. Like at least when it comes to the unmuting free to plays thing.
Unmute free to plays and then bring back quick play, or just reform matchmaking in general. Those are the two that I think are most important for the game's lifespan. The game will live with shitty cosmetics. The game will live with the destroyed art style. It definitely does actively get drained by the shitty matchmaking system, though.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
I think so.
I think that
in a more material way than the art style, even. I think.
And I think that it is a very tangible thing that Valve could fix with a very simple update. So I think it's a good thing to go for.
I don't think they'd rework it back to quick play though. That's the issue.
That's why I say just reworking it. I think bring back quick play is a pipe dream. But
because if they're not even if they aren't willing to fucking revert like basic ass paint regions because everyone bought them, then like having like what percentage of the player base was actually around for quick play right now? Like maybe 60 or sorry,
it's less than
maybe 40. Yeah,
it's less than 50%.
Yeah, like 40% was my guess. That's what I meant. And so like if that's going to happen, there's no way Valve's going to pull that trigger. They're just going to say, all right,
you have to think about it how they already had art made for it. They had these little badges. They sat down and they created these animations. They're not just going to throw it out, but I do think it's possible that with the right, like if you could get like Zesty and Dane and like everybody who was on board for CasualTF2 to make this push and say like, hey, you guys rolled this out so long ago and it's like really not what we wanted and we really don't like it. Like if you can get everybody to say that, I think there's a chance you could have somebody look back on the game. People are saying it's like 6 people working on TF2 or something. I don't know if I believe
I don't believe it.
If there really are, then it's possible that a community hubbub about that might be able to get them to relook at how matchmaking works and make tweaks to it. I don't think that's totally unrealistic.
I think that claim about 6 people, I think it was like 1 person and then 5 on the comic. I think that's what they meant.
Yeah, that would make sense.
If there were, for the record, if there were 6 people working on TF2, that is either the most stressful office situation or like the coziest possible. There's nowhere in between. Like, could you imagine? Because like they're working on a game that's like 17 years old, and that game has like a fan base that's kind of like rabid. But also they're also just kind of like outsiders from all of their coworkers who are working on actual games.
Yeah, about cringe badges, bro. I know. I think everything they added in Meet Your Match is fucking ugly. I hate the HUD they added at the top. I hate the badges. I hate how the main menu looks. I fucking hate Meet Your Match. I fucking hate that update. I really do. But there's no way that you're gonna get them to roll it all back. So it's important to be realistic about that.
Yeah, I don't think they'll touch it. I think they might like sprinkle in like 1 or 2 I don't know, like window dressing, essentially, maybe. But I don't think we're getting a reversion ever. I don't think it's going to happen.
I think we can at least lobby for them to change the things that suck, like broken auto balance, not being able to join your friends, like stuff like that. Maybe
100%.
Here's the problem. Valve will never revert ad hoc connections simply because it can be used to exploit item drops. They will never do it.
Really?
Oh, really? Yeah. How does that work?
I never heard that.
I don't want to explain in full, but if you want to stay in the call after I'm done, I want to run my entire script by you, at least an abbreviated version, to let you guys know what I'm working on.
All right.
Sure.
Okay. Sure.
Damn, that sucks, though.
Mm-hmm.
No, but anyway, I fucking hate Meet Your Match. It fucking sucks. You know what's crazy is I always read, like, oh, people left the TF2 after Meet Your Match. Now, I never could remember if I, like, actually remember that. But now that I think about it, I remember coming back to more so than, like, leaving for Meet Your Match. I remember coming back for Jungle Inferno and having, like, oh, yeah, they did do this to the game. Like, I remember having that moment of, like, oh, yeah, I forgot this is what this game is like now. Which I guess does imply that for a certain while I did distance myself from the game. Which is so sad because it's like, it's such a good game, and it was so special to me even while I was not playing it. But
I stopped playing for about 5 or 6 months, I think, because of the update. Because the game was basically fucking unplayable because the matchmaking system was so slow and just did not work. It was awful.
Yeah, queue times were fucking crazy.
Yeah, like the opening week, you just could not play the game.
That was the first update I was around
I'd
for.
be truly shocked
like, wow.
if a majority of players didn't like the Meet Your Match title screen and the XP badges. I hated the new title screen. I thought it was so soulless.
I can't speak for I can't speak for the title screen, but I already talked about this. A large portion of the people I interviewed for that military video said that they left during Meet Your Match.
Yeah, people left in droves after that update because of how much of a huge flop it was.
I think if you could make a case, like, look, this didn't resonate with the players. We'd like you to make these tweaks. Something, like.
Thing is, Richter, the problem is now
something direct and something that doesn't come across.
We're too far in. Most of the player base wasn't even around for it. Like
exactly.
If they won't fucking modify paint regions on one cosmetic because people bought into it, imagine modifying the game that much for like fucking half the population.
That's a separate issue. The separate issue is that these people have already purchased something, and if they retroactively change something about its appearance, that opens up room for legal action.
Like fraud.
And they could get sued, right? But when it comes to the matchmaking system, Valve, one reason why Valve knows that they don't need to touch it is that the majority of people engaging with TF2 now have either just become complacent, moved on to community servers, or started playing after Meet Your Match, and it's all they know, and therefore the system works, quote unquote. So it's fine. They don't need they don't have the point of reference for how much better it used to be.
I'm going to put a console command in chat. I want next time you guys are playing TF2, use this console command and see how much it brings back the old spirit of the game, just getting rid of that ugly shit at the top of the screen.
I've never done that.
I see people shitting on like Meet Your Match in videos, and they still have the ugly HUD at the top, and they don't know you can get rid of that. Use the command TF use match HUD 0. You can get rid of it, and it'll look like you're playing the game how it was in 2014.
I'm adding that to my config.
There are some weird little like problems, like you know the beginning of the match where sometimes those big metal girders will open. That looks a little weird when you have it on, but it makes the experience so much more like classic to me. And ever since I learned about the command, I fucking use it constantly. I don't want to fucking play with that ugly shit at the top of my screen. If you want to make this an art podcast, let's talk about how that HUD adds more gray to the HUD and sucks the team out of Team Fortress. Like on a fucking symbolic level. For the record, it ruins the fucking spirit of the game. And nobody is like paying enough attention in a pub, unless you're fucking Banny, to be keeping track of how many people are alive or dead on the enemy team and what class they are. It's fucking ridiculous. Nobody.
I am.
This is not what that game is. This is not that game. It's like insane to think it is.
I like it. I like it because I can spawn camp easier.
Okay, I guess maybe if you're Weezy TF2 and you like banana hats.
That's right.
Let me walk back some of that.
Listen, the feature is good, but the implementation is ugly.
I fucking hate it. There's nothing that it portrays that the fucking tab menu doesn't already tell you.
Also true.
Yeah, that's true. But like, do I want to tab all the time when I'm spawning?
I do. I think that's like awesome.
Like again, I don't.
Look at PurpleColonel in chat. Look at PurpleColonel in chat. You're fucking wrong.
He doesn't care. Remember, you're talking to an orbiter. He doesn't give a fuck about the game. Why bother engaging?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, dude. I like realistically, I don't care either. Like in terms of like what I value, I'm probably closer to PurpleColonel in terms of like I just don't give a shit. I'm just not pretending that like my opinion matters, you know?
Yeah, but
Like I feel confident talking about like gameplay and MVM and like community servers, and that's it. Anything else, I'll leave to people who actually have an eye for it.
Well, it's not even really like an eye thing. It's more just like it is like an investment, like, right? Because like this is Richter. This is basically an art podcast. Like we talk a lot about TF2 because we have TF2 people on, but at the end of the day, this is really about criticizing art.
You should do other stuff.
I would like to.
Lucid, do you like the McChicken? This is a great point from someone in chat who just asked that.
I've never had one.
What?
But yeah, no, I do want to do more things. The Save TF2 Fix TF2 stuff was very interesting because of how it pertained to TF2 from like an artistic perspective. Because it's a game that's being ruined retroactively, and that's not something that you really get very much in other games.
Really? I think that's pretty common.
Games getting ruined. I should have been more specific. Old games getting ruined like very badly retroactively to the point of being unplayable.
Look at this.
Sure.
Look at this latest message from PurpleColonel. It's boiling my blood. Zesty can pretend I'm wrong because I don't dedicate my entire life to this 17-year-old game, but I hope people see how embarrassing and cringe that idea is. PurpleColonel, I say this as a friend. I love you. You're very special. You're a great person. But this is an insane message because Zesty has more of a life outside of gaming than you do. And I know that for a fact. And also, the only perspective you're taking here is that, oh, you care? That's cringe. Which is, again, not a serious perspective. So what are you contributing to the conversation?
So, and here's the thing, man. Here's the retort to that. You can have someone who just started to become a fan of Star Wars within the past year, has gone through, consumed all the content, understands the media, and can formulate their own well-invested and enjoyed opinion of the content, right? They don't have to have enjoyed it since it started in the fucking 70s. They can be an equally invested person if they just started looking at these things yesterday and care about the source material and truly enjoy it.
Well, it's like,
you don't have to have enjoyed TF2 for 17 years and have the same level of passion as I do.
Zesty, I am a contradiction.
Yes, you are. You're a perfect example of this.
I infamously am a contradiction of this because I've dedicated. If we're talking about my job, I've dedicated a year and almost a half, to TF2. If we're talking about the amount of time I've played, I've dedicated 600 hours to it, which a lot of people like to say is a low amount. So I don't know what to tell you. Sometimes you can't address an opinion by talking about why the person has the opinion. You have to address it by actually addressing what they say. And it's not about whether people care about it. It's not about whether or not it will make a difference. It's about whether or not the person, the standard the person is arguing on is good or bad. You clearly believe the standard that me, Zesty, and Richter argue on is faulty, inherently, fundamentally. Also, yes, I will let you get in as long as you don't talk about fucking Star Wars. I'll give you the live rollback as long as you don't talk about fucking Star Wars. It's because you joined and started talking about the fucking Last Jedi, and I just didn't want to bother.
Oh boy, I'm gonna be in a call with for the first time ever. I'm in a call with Zesty and Richter, and I'm not the one getting scapegoated. Oh, it feels good.
Yeah, you get to just sit back with your popcorn.
Yep, I'm chilling in the lazy boy, sipping on a Diet Coke. I'm doing fine.
Dude, I am so hungry, and I'm gonna have a giant chicken fried steak tonight, and I'm so excited.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
You're telling me a chicken fried steak?
Shut up, dude.
Listen, if PurpleColonel gets back in, it's more justifiable to put him in the thumbnail and title, so I'm pro that.
Hi,
Here he is.
PurpleColonel.
Hello.
Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream.
Hello.
Hello.
Zesty, unmute him. I know you fucking muted him earlier. Unmute him.
No, he's not muted. Relax.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes. You sound like you're radioing in from the front, but yes, I can hear you.
That's good. Yeah, I just don't appreciate this idea that like, oh, because I'm not like bothered by the changes, that means that my opinion that they aren't like the worst thing in the world just doesn't really matter.
No, that's not okay. So that's not my perspective. My perspective.
Oh, that's my perspective.
Well, no, I'm saying that's not what I'm saying. You're saying I don't think your opinion doesn't matter. I wouldn't say that about anybody's opinion. I'm saying that you cannot say that Zesty's opinion is wrong because a lot of people don't care about it. In the same way that I can't say your opinion's wrong because I or some amount of people don't care about it.
When it comes to something like the fucking like the HUD and stuff, though, I think a lot of people just genuinely do prefer how it is now.
Well, the thing is, they have no point of reference.
I don't think they know that there's a way to turn it off. I don't think they know you can turn it off.
One at a time.
I don't see why, like, the fact that they haven't played it with the I don't see why that matters. That's not like a qualitative reason why that the new HUD is like worse.
Because you have no point of reference. Listen, I'm going to use my favorite food analogy. If all you ever eat is shitty, burnt, well done steak, you have no point of reference for how steak can be cooked and potentially better for the palate. You have no way to know about the better alternatives if you've never experienced them.
Also, yeah, but what you're saying is nobody can have an opinion on whether or not this well done steak is better than the burnt one because they haven't eaten burnt steak. That's
compared to the last system, correct. I think you kind of need some baseline knowledge.
You need to know what it looked like. Obviously, you need to know what it looked like. Yeah,
it's like saying you can have an opinion about what movie is better without having seen both movies.
Or knowing what happens in them.
Yes.
Okay, I guess I don't know. That doesn't seem like an argument for which one is better though.
But it's wait, process. Wait, no. I because you were wrong from the jump. Zesty isn't saying it doesn't matter if people prefer it now. That is irrelevant. Zesty's saying it's bad fundamentally. It has nothing to do with the popular opinion.
I've yet to hear the reason why it's bad fundamentally, and all I hear is this crap. So.
Okay. Well.
I think Richter can convey why it's fundamentally worse, more so than me.
Okay, we can just hide behind someone else's arguments if we're not confident in our own, I guess.
Whoa, wait.
I think Zesty was granting you a courtesy.
Richter can articulate that far better than I can. But
Richter was the one saying it. I don't know. Yeah. Zesty wasn't really even in that conversation. It was mainly
talking about why I don't like the Meet Your Match HUD.
Yeah.
First of all, I feel like some of this is going to be based off my own opinions and my experience with the game. Like some of it you can argue and is slanted towards like nostalgia, right? But I remember the core TF2 experience for like 10 years for me was like getting on the game and then you go to the server browser and you join a game and it's perfect. Boom, I can type in a map. I can go to the map I want to be in like instantly. There was no queue times. There was no waiting for players. I could immediately see which server I wanted to go to and it was great and there was no need for a fucking matchmaking game coordinator. And there was no fucking medal that's totally useless and just you kind of have to explain to your friend, yeah, that doesn't matter and it's not important. There was no like shitty shoehorned in casual or competitive mode that people didn't play. I don't know. At a certain point, I'm just going to be arguing for why Meet Your Match is fucking awful, which it was. But if we're talking about the in-game HUD itself, I just think that this element that they've added at the top is antithetical to the casual nature of the game. I think that also it influences the palette of the game because it introduces a bunch of dark gray colors to the palette that aren't normally there without that match HUD. Which creates this sort of new style to Team Fortress 2 that I just don't like. I liked when the HUD was very simple and blocky and like, okay, here's like a red and white little pastel thing in the corner with little cute like letters and numbers. Like that was cool. And I feel like I just don't see why there was any like need for the inclusion of this giant bulky thing to hang down off your screen and like tell you everything you can already see by pressing tab. I also don't like the new UI elements they added in the form of, you know, that like big fucking thing that like there's like CGI
Richter,
animation
you know
that
why they did
down and says fight. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
That thing that swings down?
Yes.
I hate that. I feel like it looks so out of place. And these were just not there in the original version of the game, and I fucking hate them, and you got me riled up. I don't even know what point I'm leading towards.
So,
I just
Richter,
fucking hate it.
I can help you. Richter, let me help you here. So, in terms of the way this HUD visually portrays information, it is absolutely hideously cluttered and adds more visual noise to the screen that has absolutely no reason or need to be there. And also this goes back to your point about the HUD violating the fundamental nature of the game and being a casual game. It didn't matter to know. You didn't need to keep track of who isn't alive or who is dead, simply because they're going to respawn and come back and come fight you again. So the team size is consistent, and you're able to then the game's going to keep flowing, right? And what matters are the people who you're fighting with in the moment right in front of you. You could make a loose, extrapolated argument like, oh, the spy has now respawned. Now I have to worry about him again. But if you kill him, you can keep the loose idea of like, okay, that might not be the only spy. I can turn around, keep checking, what have you. So my main thing about this shitty HUD is that it's an ugly eyesore that takes up more visual real estate on the screen that does not need to be there, conveying information that is not crucial to the normal gameplay unless you're playing a competitive
and if you
mode.
already wanted it, you can just press tab and you get it all anyway. So what
And if you needed it, yes, you can press tab and get that information. And the reason why they added it is because they wanted to start instilling the idea that TF2 is now a competitive game. Now it matters to keep track of who is alive and who is not, because now it matters. You have to focus on it. You have to pay attention to it. And you want to know why?
Because Counter-Strike did this.
The worst part is that Counter-Strike is a game that's meant to be played with a small player count, which is not TF2. So when you try to smash 24 players into the fucking Counter-Strike HUD system, it looks fucking retarded. It looks stupid.
And, Richter, it also matters that someone has died on your team and the other, because now you're at an inherent advantage or disadvantage because you have fewer players to work with. And it matters in that game, which was designed to be inherently competitive, because guess what? Within months of its launch, it had a competitive mode. That was the direction that Valve took it in. And Valve retroactively added, I'm spoiling my video, Valve retroactively added that feature into TF2 because they needed a successful competitive model to push TF2 because they wanted a third esport under the belt. So they took the successful systems that were inside of CSGO and simply crammed everything into TF2.
Sorry for dropping the R word on your podcast, Lucid. That was my apologies for that.
No worries. Just try straight away from that.
My apologies to the
retarded community.
Yeah, and also to those people. Listen, I'm going to do a charity drive for autism. It's going to be great.
PurpleColonel, do you have any rebuttal to any of that?
I mean, I don't care why it's in there. I don't care if it comes from CSGO. I think the little banner at the top that tells you who's alive and dead on the enemy team, I don't think that's like a bad feature. I think I use it fucking pretty frequently whenever I'm playing like CasualTF2.
I'm kind of. Wait. I'll give. Can I give 1 point? Just like one point of defense. There's 1 point of defense for it, and that is during payload games when like everyone's dead, and normally like you can press tab, but like people don't do that in casual when they're like in the thick of a battle. They don't do it. So you can just glance up. No, I agree with that.
When a bunch of people are dead on the enemy team,
the point of it,
that's what it's for, and it does that. Like that's
well. The point I think the point Zesty's making is this was it was a change made because they wanted to make the idea of winning matter more.
I will try and mediate because I think I don't think it matters why they did it. At least to the let me explain why.
In terms of the outcome, right?
In terms of the argument itself, it doesn't really matter why. The reasoning is irrelevant. The reasoning can enlighten us on like why it might have happened or whatever, but it's not relevant to the quality of the argument. The argument is it takes up too much space on the screen. It's not inherently necessary, and you can get the same information by hitting tab.
I want to know when someone's like, oh, is there like a soldier hiding behind that bar that's been like blocked that people are bothered by? Like, has this ever happened?
Well, no, but
like, when has this bar like ever covered up information on the screen?
Okay, define a good do you think a UI is better if it takes up more space or less space?
I think overall you want to aim for less space, but I don't think it's. I think the utility of knowing like when a bunch of people are dead on the enemy team kind of outweighs the small amount of space that it takes up.
Okay, so I think that if it weren't there, you can simply hit tab, and you get the same amount of information in the same amount of time. The only difference.
Yeah, but that pops up your whole screen, right? I think that's the argument he would make.
Yeah, that's true. It's also like, oh, if you're in the middle of the game and you like forget to do that, like you're gonna get the information accidentally by just having it on the screen, like in the peripheral of it at all times.
Yeah, this might be like a personal thing, but when I was like a little kid growing up playing TF2, part of like the joy of it was like, and this is actually something they talked about in that fucking Pat TF2 and Overwatch video, which I hate to even mention, but
we need to watch that.
Like we do need to watch that on UFR. That's a great point. But one of the things that's so great about TF2, or at least when I was a kid, and maybe it's personal, but you could just play the game and just get totally immersed into the right here, right now. This guy's right in front of me. Let me kill him without even knowing that there's like a kill or death counter on the tab.
I think this is why people say that this is like a nostalgia argument, because your reason is, oh, when I was a little kid, I can like come up with these rationalizations and stuff in my head.
I think it's important.
Wait.
No. That's deeply tied into the tone and like the way the game is played.
Yeah, so
you think this would have been like a bad game released with the bar at the top?
Wait, can I? No. Can I, PurpleColonel? To translate what Richter is saying, because it doesn't really matter his age. His age is irrelevant. Because you don't know who is dead and who is alive, it allows you to not care about the outcome of the game, which makes it a more inherently casual experience, which is better because TF2 is a more inherently casual game.
And there's a very, very, very important fundamental design reason that Valve took to make that true. And that's what Valve did, was prioritize the experience of the individual player rather than prioritizing a team-based experience. They prioritized the fun factor for the individual by creating immersive classes and, you know, engaging mechanics, but then they create the illusion of cooperation via large team sizes by maximizing the individual experience and allowing them to have influence over the flow of the game.
Thank you, Zesty. It's so much more poetic than how I said it.
and let me finish. And then having a whole bunch of other people around you that you can see, oh yeah, this guy's next to me, also shooting at the enemies. We're all working together. When in reality, you're mostly playing by yourself alongside other people, right? And so the emphasis was on the individual and not focusing on you have to be cooperative with your team. You have to focus on engaging and fighting the other team. You're focusing on fighting typically a few other people that are immediately in front of you. And the focus is on the individual play and not on team play, which is inherently a competitive thing. And the direction that Valve started taking the game in.
Well,
and copying Counter-Strike.
Well,
I would like to give PurpleColonel an extended time to speak his piece, because this is like a 4v1.
Yeah, I want to know, like, in what way does this bar detract from letting you have that, like, casual experience?
Wait, I can answer.
Like, other people can still play the game in, like, a more team-oriented way if they want to, and I don't see how that takes away from the individual experience whatsoever.
I think that there is an argument to be made that if you were given enough information, that the information you were giving gears you towards a given experience.
It tells you, it recontextualizes what the focus of this game is in a very material way.
I can speak from personal experience as someone who has only played with this bar. Every time I kill a spy, I look up at the bar to see if the spy is dead or not, and I immediately know if they dead ring. And that defeats the purpose of the dead ringer as a defusal tool. That is a way in which it...
I'm so ready for the fucking meet your match war. I'm so ready for that to be like the next cultural piece.
That is a way in which this bar directly it makes the game both more competitive and also just detracts from gameplay that was established before it.
Okay, I don't think it's perfect. Yeah, for the dead ringer specifically, you could just have like the guy not show up as dead at all, or I don't know. There's some way you could fucking jinx that, right?
Yeah, I'm sure there is a way. I'm not saying that it's unworkable to be there. You could put it there. It's just it is currently too visually cluttered, especially when compared to all of the older elements that are much more like simple and
it doesn't
less
fit
cluttered.
in. It doesn't fit in. It uses these dark grays that are not present in the rest of the HUD, and it sticks out. You can very easily tell when a image of the game is from pre or post meet your match by just looking at the HUD. And I feel like they every single time.
Yeah, because they changed the HUD, obviously. It's
well, yeah.
like, oh, it has a dark gray thing on it? That's
what I'm making. The point I'm making is that it's a permanent change to the game and the way that it's like played, and the way that like new players are going to be directed to play the game.
Which Richter sees as a bad thing because there's an internal conflict being had between TF2's newer elements pushing new players in a certain direction, but the fundamental design of TF2 wasn't meant for that newer direction. And this bar at the top of the screen is an example of that.
Yes, thank you. And that direction was a competitive one instead of a laid-back, individualistic, casual one.
If the game was designed from the ground up like that, then the bar above it would probably be fine.
You're wrong.
Oh, okay.
You're wrong. It's a strange fucking idea. I think that this bar is like some major piece to this that's actually like actively.
No, it's just my representation.
It's one piece of many that violate the original design philosophy that TF2 and the experience it was trying to curate.
Yeah, it is not like this bar single-handedly ruined TF2. This bar is an example of a bunch of other things that it's like a death of 1,000 cuts kind of thing.
Yeah, you view it as a microcosm, as a shift in philosophy. Mm-hmm. That's like my understanding.
Which is monumentally detrimental.
Yeah, I get to spawn camp more with it, so I don't care. That's my opinion. That's like
let's say tomorrow. Let's say tomorrow, fucking Robin Walker, he comes out of hiding, right? He says, "Okay, this is we're going to settle the bar debate, okay? And he says
bar
that we
debate has
actually
never
wanted
happened
TF2
before,
to
Colonel.
be...
I'm the first guy to ever bring this up.
Wait.
Oh my God.
Wait, I want to hear Purple Colonel's position because I'm interested.
Okay, yeah, you're
in that.
right. I'm sorry, Purple Colonel. I apologize profusely.
Okay, I accept your apology. Let's say he says, like, oh yeah, we wanted TF2 to be this game where it's casual, right? But you do have, like, a focus on team play from the very start, and that they just sort of failed on that.
Okay, so then...
Does that change the opinion on the bar?
Wait, can I...
No, because that's not reflected in how the game plays.
Wait.
Can I ask something first, real quick?
Space
what
guy...
are we talking about?
We're talking about
But
you gotta get out of here, man. You don't know what's going on. You just gotta get the fuck out of here.
I need to say this before I lose the map. I'm sorry, but I have to say this before I lose my thought.
All right.
The developers explicitly stated in their own commentary when they were building this game that they were attempting to maximize the experience of the individual. So for them to come back 17 years later and say, "Oh, we fucked up. We really wanted to focus on the experience of the teams. Oops." That's just simply something that cannot happen, and it's also reflected in the gameplay.
Also,
for something that has happened, and it's just the state of like every video game ever now. So I don't see why that's like
what.
Like you can say that sucks, but like a lot of people aren't gonna be upset by that. They're not gonna be upset.
He just says it's useful for spawn camping. It's good at abusing the game.
Wait. Okay. Wait. Okay. I need two things. One, what the developers say about their game is irrelevant to me when it comes to the quality. If Robin Walker were to come out of hiding tomorrow and say everything that they've done to the game is fine, that doesn't make everything that they've done to the game fine. That isn't how that works. You judge art.
Not God.
You judge art on its own merits. You don't judge art for the merits that you don't judge art based off what the developer or the creator thinks of it. That's not how it works. Or at least that's not how I judge art. If you judge it that way, fine. But I don't think that an art piece is good because the person who made it said it is.
I like.
Wait. And second thing, I'd also, once again, don't care if people prefer it a certain way. Also irrelevant. People like fast food, doesn't make it good. A lot of people like McDonald's, doesn't make it high cuisine. It's not how, and that's also not how I judge art. I don't think that's how anyone else here judges art. You can't judge it by how popular opinion works.
I think TF2 is I think TF2 being like a casual team-based game is honestly better for the world, you could say, than if it were just like one of many like individualistic kind of shooters, like it were just deathmatch, but you happen to be on a team.
But it's not. It's not that though. That's not what TF2 is. TF2 isn't a deathmatch. It's not an individualistic deathmatch game. It was specifically made where the individual engagement with the classes and the mechanics, and then the larger team sizes create the illusion of team play. It's non-forced coordination.
Yeah, like
where if you truly play by yourself and only by yourself, you will not succeed. And it kind of it ushers the player to kind of semi-play around their team without forcing them to strictly coordinate with communication, with strategies. You can do whatever the fuck you want.
The classes of engineer and medic could not exist in a world where it is just deathmatch. Stock engineer would suck if it were just deathmatch.
Okay, yeah, it's obviously not just deathmatch, right? It's but I think it is better that it is like a slightly team-oriented kind of game. I don't think it's like too much less casual now that it loses all of its identity from back in the day.
It hasn't lost all its identity, and that's why people still play it. But if you were to keep sucking that soul out of it, it would like continue to lose players. It would start to fucking suck ass.
And thing is, and that's why
they're not doing that. Though, so I don't know. I don't know why that matters. But it would become worse.
And this point, and that point you just made completely contradicts your arguments as to why this is fine. If all these changes pushing it towards a competitive system, nobody wanted them, what justifies them remaining in the game? And it didn't matter if it didn't impact the base game. Why are these things here? Why not remove them? They added no improvements. No one wanted them. Why are they still here?
I'd argue that they do add some improvements. I think the fucking bar, I think it's good that it pushes the game in a more team-oriented direction.
It's not team-oriented. That's not what we said. We said competitive, to be clear. We never said... The game is team-oriented by default.
I mean, we can just pretend that casual TF2 is a competitive game now and just, like, ignore the fucking reality of what the game is like. We can just, like,
it's definitely more competitive than it was.
It is 100% because it was forced to be more competitive by the Meet Your Match update. The emphasis was now focused on winning and focusing on current team sizes. and also what class they're playing. Now the game kind of like, oh, they have a medic. Oh shit, I better play medic now, otherwise we're gonna lose. When that didn't matter before. If you wanted to do it, then you could just do it.
We can. I guess you can like find people from back in the day and ask them if they ever cared about winning a round of TF2 before and whatever, and if that just was like immaterial to the quality of the game.
That's not the point I'm making at all. The point I'm making is that always came second or third. It was obviously an emphasis, otherwise they wouldn't have put objectives in the game. You have to have the goal that the players are working towards, but the focus was on fun first, not winning.
Okay, so
I think it still is the focus. It still is focused on like being a fun game first and foremost, though. Like you are still able to have a fun round of TF2 even if you lose it.
Of course you can. Of course you can still get at the good base game that is there, but then you have all of these competitively oriented systems layered on top of it that add a whole bunch of like gravel and dirt and like bird shit on top of the ice cream sundae.
Yeah, I will say the moment they started adding badges and meet your match, I stopped being friendly and just like went on tryhard sprees because I wanted my badge to level up.
Look at that. That's material. That's a material change in the fucking zeitgeist of Team Fortress 2.
And by the way, I don't mind that because like I play the game to go on godlike kill streaks all the time. That's where I get my fun. But I understand it's not like that for everybody. So to me,
that was not always the harsh focus of the game. It was never before meet your match.
And if there were a separate, for the record, PurpleColonel, if there were a separate version of TF2, like a fork of TF2 that was the competitive fork, and it had all these changes, but there was also like the regular game that was still the only casually oriented with none of these conflicting factors, none of us would be arguing because we would be talking about the casually oriented game that has none of these conflicting factors.
It's all
they're not going to do that because you're not going to
like
split the
that
player base
for
no
fucking years. It's
wait.
almost like TF2 had a separate, isolated, competitive sphere for fucking years. And if you wanted to go play that, you could go play that and leave everyone else to play the normal vanilla game on their own. But no, Valve thought, fuck it, we have to shove this shit in the game and force it on everyone. Fuck!
PurpleColonel,
and now we don't have a caver.
Wait, PurpleColonel, for the record, I wasn't saying that's like a solution. I'm saying that like in an alternate universe where that was the case, none of us would care. The issue is that these
it wasn't wait. Shh. It was real. That was reality back then.
Hush, my sweet summer child. I need to finish this point. I'm just saying, if there is an issue. The issue that we are identifying is that there are a bunch of things that were added after the game was firmly casual that contradict that identity. Those things are bad because they are innately contradictive to that identity. If they were in a game that was designed with that identity in mind, they'd be fine. But because they contradict the innate identity of TF2 as a casual game, they are bad.
They're also ugly.
How are we defining it as like competitive though? I don't see these changes like adding to the competitive nature when you like log on to regular fucking casual TF2.
Do you not think that rewarding players for winning matches as inherently makes people more competitive and invested in winning?
Oh, I mean, I guess. Okay, if the game is like, okay.
Guys, I gotta go. I gotta go run
my God.
I gotta go run a play test for a Gmod server that me and my friend Fagardo are working on. So I'm gonna have to leave. But thank you for having me on, Lucid. I'm glad we could have a conversation about that bar because I fucking hate it. Everyone I ever talked to says they don't even notice it. So I'm glad that there's other people who are willing to discuss its fucking ramification. So I will see you guys later. Thank you for having me on, Lucid.
No
you
problem.
guys have a good rest of the episode.
Yeah, see ya.
I don't know. If TF2 is too competitive, if the game is too competitive because it gives you like any at all like reason to try to win the game, then I think that's like it's just good that it's more competitive then.
No, the only reason that you wanted to win was because you wanted the personal satisfaction if you so chose to go out of your way to experience that. And that's what made the game this great casual experience, is you could have any desired level of engagement that you wanted to without the game trying to force you in any specific direction.
And it wasn't.
And then
this is why I think you'd be terribly upset if Meet Your or fucking MVM were added today, honestly.
But that's
how is that? What does this have anything to do with competitive gaming?
I don't know. Man versus Machine has got it's got a pretty clear incentive to win. And I feel
because
like
this This is PvE, not PvP.
Wait, okay. So the argument's been confused. I don't have an issue, PurpleColonel, with things being added that incentivize players to win. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the game wasn't designed with those things in mind, right? So like a game like Splatoon, I don't
care what it was designed with in mind. I think it's better now than it was then. I don't care what it was like, why it was like that before.
Okay. Well, then we have fundamentally different positions. Like we can't come to any sort of even ground, because our entire position is that there is an identity that needs to be maintained, and the things are being added to it that don't adapt that identity or evolve that identity. They just contradict it. And if we aren't in agreement that is a bad thing, then we can't agree, because we're just identifying things, and one of us says that's good and the other one says that's bad.
I don't put the identity, the sacred fucking sanctity of the identity of original Team Fortress 2 above like how fun the video game is to play.
It's not a.
I just don't.
Well, the fun is subjective, and the other stuff isn't. So that's why we care about it more.
I don't.
Well, I think you could make the argument, at least from Valve's point of view, that like they viewed winning as like the ultimate fun metric. Which I think is wrong.
I would agree that's wrong. I need you to stick around after the call for me to. I also need to bounce this off of people. I need to bounce what I have in my script off of somebody just to help, just to reinforce that I'm not insane.
Sure. All right.
With this video that I've written.
PurpleColonel, the identity of something is important. I think in art, just in general, like once again, like the Mona Lisa. If someone came in and just drew. Took a Sharpie to it and just drew the cat ears with the whiskers on it. We can that kind of contradicts the identity of the Mona Lisa. I don't think it's necessarily an improvement. I think that you need to maintain some original image there. You know.
Yeah, and the
inherent multiplayer video game and the Mona Lisa are like such fundamentally different things that there's like no use comparing them.
Okay.
Like obviously it would be bad if someone changed the Mona Lisa.
What no? So,
but it's not like it's I don't know.
Well, for some people, this game's more important to them than the Mona Lisa.
They are both
shit. That's just like a fucking pain.
It's more important to me than the Mona Lisa. I mean, yeah.
They are both. Well,
so I understand why people are passionate. Well, that's my point.
It's not really about that. It's about like they're both art, and like if you change the adding Sharpie to the Mona Lisa makes the Mona Lisa worse, then adding things that disagree with the original identity and intention of TF2. That also makes the game worse by our metric.
I just think that.
Do you think like it was bad when they added like weapons to the game that weren't there to start with?
Well, I don't have that position, no.
Okay, so if you were to add like a really nice looking house, nice Renaissance house, perfectly accurate to the background of the Mona Lisa, would that like make it worse?
No, not necessarily.
Okay, then like I don't see the point of like.
It wouldn't make it worse, but it would make it different for people.
This is apples and oranges here. We're not talking about something that inherently fit the intended feel and flow and nature of the game.
Because you're saying if they added something that fit the identity of TF2, then we'd be all fine with it. That's why we have we rank certain cosmetics as this is good in the game, because we don't say all new things are bad, or at least I don't. We say new things that fit the identity, the pre-established rules that we've set for this identity that were also set by those developers. Those things are good. There are other things that are not that, and they are bad, like the cat ears on the Mona Lisa.
Well, you seem to think you have like more of an authority on what the identity of TF2 is and should be than both like most of the people playing it and the people who made it.
It's not about okay. So
we are quite literally verbatim saying what the developers did, and we are abiding by the standards the developers set when they were making this game.
Wait, that's not
an issue of authority.
Zesty, that's not even relevant. PurpleColonel, you're arguing with me. You're arguing on. I am telling you what I think. Like, of course, it's not about me thinking I'm better than everyone else. This is my argument. If you're going to defeat my argument, you have to say things that address it. You can't just say, "Well, you sound like you think you're better than everyone."
I'm gonna need an argument that actually like addresses the idea that the game is somehow like this. Like, you're gonna need a reason why that your like specific vision for TF2 is better than like the one that's in the game or that most people seem to like when they're playing the game.
Well, because whenever we've given you that, you've just said, "Well, I don't think that's worse," and our argument is based on the fact that it contradicts a previous identity, and therefore that clash of two forces makes the game worse overall. And you don't agree with that fundamental position, which makes this a non-starter. We cannot come to an agreement.
Well, to steelman his position, I think he would argue, why is that original vision worth adhering to? over whatever else could be added in.
That's what I'm addressing. As I'm saying, he thinks that isn't worth adhering to, which is a standard.
Yeah, but why?
Well,
I'm by the way by both point of views. Like, why is it worth not adhering to, and why is it worth adhering to?
Okay, so the reason why it would be worth adhering to is because when you build because the bulk of TF2 is built with that identity in mind. The lion's share, all of the characters, most of the weapons, most of the maps that came out before like 2012, most of the game at its core is built with that identity in mind. So when you have these little like cuts, these little nicks that contradict that, it makes those elements less good, because you have these other blemishes on an otherwise pretty solid thing. And I think we would all agree.
What if he's into BDSM and he actually likes the cuts? What if it gives a character?
Well, he can like them all he wants. We're talking about like whether or not they're good or not. And our argument is based on the fact that they don't belong there. They are things that might be good in a different context, but they don't fit this original set of things, the bulk that TF2 was designed within. Like, it's the foundation is being cracked by these little blemishes.
I just fundamentally disagree. Then I guess I don't know.
Okay, so like, because if PurpleColonel were to say no, I think those things enhance the experience. That's fine. It's just that that means that we have a fundamentally different idea on what good is, and we can't agree.
Yeah, I think his limitations and his barriers are a lot more expansive than you guys. It seems like you guys have like a more rigid adherence, and I feel like PurpleColonel is just more like a fuck it, do whatever type, you know? And by the way, I'm in that category too, by and large. Like, I genuinely don't care. But I understand why people would be disenfranchised with the game if the barriers for what is deemed acceptable content is just getting broken down over and over and over again. I can totally see how that makes people less happy with it.
Well, yeah, Weezy, with all due respect, you didn't come into the chat and present opinions that you knew would be inflammatory. Sure. And then come on to the stream with an obvious... I already knew PurpleColonel and me weren't going to agree, and there was no compromise where we would be able to agree, because I already know that his position is fundamentally different. And he, I assume, knows the same. Because it's just like, we can't come to this equal footing. It's not possible. Like, because he just believes that these new things are better based off of his fundamental standards for good. It's like what I was talking about with the subjectivity thing. We're operating on different rubrics, different standards for what quality looks like. And therefore, there's no point. We just can't agree.
Yeah, I agree. I think you need a foundational criteria people agree on before you can ever judge it.
Sorry, Purple, what?
I think the changes, they make the game more fun, and I think that's like the point of the video games, to make it like be fun and enjoyable. And I think they enhanced what was already there in TF2, and they made it like a more fun video game.
I'm glad you find them fun.
Yeah. A lot of people still fucking like this game. I don't know.
A lot of people still like this game because the horrible matchmaking system, all the competitive features, did not completely bastardize the original experience. You can sift through all that shit and still get at nuggets of the game's original feel and flow.
Yeah, because but then
you're constantly yanked out of it by these really shitty and shoddy systems that prevent you from enjoying this game for longer periods of time. For more satisfaction.
Yeah, like how does getting kicked out of a casual match and then put into one where after you finish a match, when you get kicked out of a match, you usually get put into one with like 4 people? How is that enhancing the fun? Genuinely.
And also how is it enhancing the fun when you get put into a one-sided role and you have absolutely no balancing features that can scramble the teams and even things out for a more fair, fun, and long and drawn-out match? How is it fun to get placed into a server that is half full, never fills up, and the round ends after 2 minutes because everyone was leaving because of the role? Then you're forced out of the server by a reset and goes to a map that you don't want to play on, and you're forced to re-queue. How is it fun to not be able to join someone who's already in another server that you want to play with? You are forced to engage with this matchmaking system, waiting for an indefinite period of time just so you can play with a friend. How is it fun to be forced with a horrible partying system where good fucking luck if you have a group of 3 or more people and you all want to play together? How is it fun to
have the option to play against your friends ripped away from you because now you are forced to stay on the exact same team? How is it fun to not even be able to choose the team that you want to play on? How is it fun to have multiple options for different ways of engaged and fun play torn away from you just so the game can be forced to facilitate a competitive environment? How is that better?
Just kept going.
That was crazy. That was like a fucking JFK speech. My God.
Tell me how that's better. How is it more fun?
I don't know what your version of good or fun looks like, where getting ripped, not being able to play with your friends in the best of situations is better than, you know, just being able to pick the server and join regardless.
I don't fucking know, honestly. It sounds like we just play the fucking game differently, because I don't encounter these problems like at all.
Half of them are like in every game.
Yeah, it is hard for me to not encounter any of the problems that he just mentioned.
Yeah, like I need a re-queue like 4 times before I get a game I can actually have fun with. And then when I'm in it, I think it's great, right? Like, you know, I don't think it's changed that much. But like the whole process is fucking awful.
I think a large part of that is just going to be the disparity in like skill level from like fucking people who've been playing this game for like 20 million years.
How does that have anything to do with anything?
With skill level, because TF2 at its core does not fundamentally depend on skill level. And as soon as Valve tried to make it depend on skill level, it completely destroyed the fundamental reasons for why this game was made. To be as accessible and fun for as many skill levels as possible, for as many desired levels of engagement as possible. And when you force everyone down the same competitive matchmaking slide, it ruins the experience. Fundamentally.
Yeah, PurpleColonel, genuinely, when you get into a casual game and you finish it, do you always get put into a match with the people that you played with? Does that happen to you?
No, I usually don't. I just re-queue for to find a new server, honestly.
Okay, so before Meet Your Match, you didn't have to do that.
I don't feel like I have to do that. I feel like I just want to do that, honestly. No. I just prefer to get like a new fresh fucking match whenever I do it.
Yeah,
I probably would anyway.
But wouldn't it be more convenient if you could just stay in the server you were in?
How about up to 45 minutes of uninterrupted playtime? How about 45 minutes of uninterrupted playtime, where if you have an unbalanced experience, the game would automatically scramble teams to create a better matchup at the end of a fresh, brand new round without the server resetting, forcing you out, and then making you re-queue for an indefinite period of time? Does that not sound like an objectively better experience?
Team Scramble could be fun if they put it back in, yeah.
So that's like the biggest thing that we're all talking about when you say that like TF2 wasn't better back in the day. Like, we're talking about that. When we say, oh no, it absolutely was. That's like the thing that is being addressed.
PurpleColonel, when did you start playing TF2?
I started playing in fucking right after the Jungle Inferno update came out. I did play before that, but I usually played in like idle servers for some reason. So.
Oh my god, we're talking to someone who hasn't even experienced the quick play system. No wonder. Oh my god. This whole argument is moot.
For the record, I haven't either, but I'm still able to argue competently.
Yeah, but he agrees with you, so it's fine. Your argument holds weight because you agree with his argument.
Well,
that's what it really comes down to.
PurpleColonel, my argument holds weight regardless. I don't really like. No offense to Zesty, but Zesty's perspective is irrelevant to mine. Like, it doesn't. Like my arguments and Zesty's arguments aren't equivalent. I have different ones. But I also agree with a lot of the things Zesty says, and he agrees with the things I said. But you can't just lump us in together.
I feel like fucking whether or not like your opinion is like worth hearing relies on, oh, did you play it when you were 10 years old?
Well,
do you agree with like what Zesty's point is? I feel like that's like his barometer for when to respect someone's like view on the video game.
No. What matters if you experienced it. This goes back to the movie argument. How can you have an opinion on whether or not one movie is better than the other if you've not seen both movies?
Or in this case, if
you have no point of reference.
Or in this case, if you haven't researched what that movie was like without seeing it. Because believe it or not, I'll respect someone's opinion on a movie if they haven't seen it, assuming they can tell me what happens in it. Because you can identify a plot hole in a movie without having seen it. You don't. Yeah, as long as you can read the script and identify that.
The fixation with plot holes is its own fucking stupid rabbit hole, frankly. But
well,
I don't know, I feel like it's just, if I enjoy like Team Fortress 2 and like tens of thousands of people every single day can find it to be like a really fun game, and they probably, I feel like people would not be happy if they were to revert all these things and put it back to like fucking 2014.
You have no idea how much better the original system was. And if I guarantee you, of course, we don't know. This is a pure hypothetical. I guarantee if they reverted it back to the quick play system with all of the features and fundamentals that I outlined, just a better system, people would be infinitely more happy. No more roles, consistently balanced teams, longer uninterrupted periods of playtime, being able to play with your friends very easily, all jumping into the same server, not being forced to queue for an indefinite period of time with increasingly longer queue times with larger parties of friends, no limit to how many friends you can play with. It doesn't ad hoc did not make you stop at 6. You were stopped at how empty the server was, and eventually you could all get in and enjoy the game.
Like, I can speak from personal experience. If I was able to queue with as many people as I wanted without any barriers, I would play TF2 more often. I'd play it with Alan more often. Because the queuing system is what often prevents us from assuring ourselves a game with like
I just know during quick play, bro, I never had to requeue almost ever. Just like immediately getting into a round. Now I have to do it like 3 times. It's and then you get into a new round. You have to wait for like fucking 2 minutes for all this shit to start, and then a bunch of bullshit happens, and then it has a bad chance of being a roll. It's like, oh fuck, gotta requeue again. It's just fucking annoying, dude. It is.
Yeah.
You spend more time finding a good game of TF2 than actually playing the good game of TF2, and that's why I don't play casual. I play in community servers.
And
yeah, makes sense.
And like PurpleColonel, once again, my argument's value has nothing to do with whether or not it agrees with Zesty. It's just based off of the facts of things. Like I
wouldn't say that, but that's just what I keep hearing from him. So I don't know.
Well, my argument only matters because I agree with him.
Well, that seems to be the barometer for my argument, is whether or not it's worth listening to like at all. So.
Well, it has nothing to do. Well, what? I mean, wait. If from my I can't speak for Zesty, right? But I can speak for myself when I say I will address your arguments with like the same valor that I would address anyone else. It has nothing to do with your disagreement with people. It has nothing to do with it. I just don't think you're correct. It has nothing to do with anything else.
Well, that's good. Thank you for that, I guess.
I will address, like, nothing you say is judged by who you agree with, which one of the YouTubers that's in the call you agree with. That has nothing to do for me. That's what matters for me.
Yeah, Zesty, when you make your video, you have to end it on that fucking "how does it feel" rant. You have to do it. That was poetic, dude. That like even I'm fired up, and I don't even care that much. Fuck.
Working on it.
No, that's a great idea. You have to do it. Chat, do you agree? Anyone who was here for the rant, I feel like that's legendary. I feel like people are gonna use that clip.
Yeah, well, that was a good like hour-long debate.
That's 8 fucking years of pent-up disdain for Valve. You have no idea how much I've been working on this fucking script.
PurpleColonel, for the record, I respect the balls you have to come on and actually like talk about it. For whatever it's worth.
Yeah, I respect it too. I want you to know that I respect it because it's like a position people do not envy and they do not understand.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking from not personal experience, obviously.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, on that note, I think we will. Oh fuck! End the UFR. It is 5 a.m.
Yeah.
Alan, I'm proud of you for staying awake.
Sun is fully up.
The sun is in fact fully up.
God damn.
Yeah. Chat. The PurpleColonel, you got anything you want to shill while you're here?
Not particularly. I want you. Actually, you know what? I want you to look up right now, Florian Himsel versus antvenom debate, and watch that about the Super Mario Brothers movie. I think that will enlighten the most people.
I'm not doing that. Mainly,
well, you should. You should. It's very good.
Mainly because I just don't care. But I
It's the best. It's the best thing on. It's so good. You have to.
Wait. Can I hear what the positions of both parties are?
Lemon thinks that it's a stupid movie because Nintendo fans are cringe, and he doesn't like the company. And Florian likes the movie because he thinks it's a wonderful, perfect piece of cinematic bliss. And both positions are utterly just embarrassing and ridiculous to even heard that stuff. It's just an insane experience to hear these people argue on these points, which are both just insane. Frankly,
I thought the Mario movie was cute. It wasn't amazing. It was just like a cute little piece of cinema.
I thought it was like a solid 6.
Yeah, I'd give it like a 6.
I think the fact that story is worse than like real Mario games makes it basically useless for me, but it's probably fine for like kids and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, it's charming enough.
Also, speaking of Emblem,
yeah, guys, for those who missed the announcement, I'll announce it one more time. Implement will be next week. There will be UFR will be a little bit different. We're gonna have a 1 hour long interview / like discussion about TF2 with Implement. It'll probably be, by the way, like 2 hours later than we usually do UFR. Sorry, Alan. But it'll only be an hour, so it'll actually be you'll get to bed earlier than you will today. So don't worry about it. But yeah, no, get excited about that. I know I am. So yeah. Also, go watch my funk video. It's really good. I'm very proud of it. It turned out very well. Go watch it. I enjoyed researching a YouTuber I consider to be one of the best. So go watch that. Oh, the SMP starts not this Friday, but next Friday. So get hyped for that. It's gonna feature a bunch of creators. I'm gonna try and get as many on for the first stream as possible. So we can have a massive little group photo of all of the Minecraft skins together. It's gonna be really cool. I'm very excited. We just got the server today, so get excited. Yes, everyone will stream their own POV. No part of the server will be unrecorded. It will all be live. So get excited. Also, yes, Purple should be there? Question mark.
I'd like to. I don't know about streaming the whole thing. That seems like that might be difficult for me to do, but
as long as as long as you are live whenever you're playing, that's fine.
Okay, I can try to do that, I guess.
Yeah. It doesn't even have to be a good stream. It just has to be there for historical.
Okay. I might stream it on like my second. Whenever I fucking live stream, people unsubscribe from the channel because they hate seeing me. I guess I don't know. So yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, get excited for that. It's gonna be great. I'm really hyped. I think that's all for me. Weezy, Zesty, you guys got anything to say?
No.
All right, cool.
Just give me maybe 2 or 3 months.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nuke. He's prepping the nuke, boys.
Yeah.
How long do you think this video will be? Over an hour?
I'm currently at 10 pages, about 4,000, 5,000 words.
Okay, so that's like a solid 25 minutes, probably.
Maybe 45. I'll explain after we get off.
I was gonna say 4,000 words is 45 minutes. Damn.
Nah.
There's no way that you read mad slowly.
It depends on how I'm conveying the thoughts,
That's
and
fair.
also other visuals and things I'm lacing in.
That's fair.
Yeah, sure. We can talk about it off stream.
All right. Well, it looks like we're getting out of here. Join the Discord. I wanted to say during the stream we hit 1,000 members on the Discord, which is fucking ridiculous. Thank you to all you guys. You guys are nuts. Join the Discord. Go hang out, talk about TF2 and all the other games. Yeah, I'm excited. See you guys all next week. Bye-bye.